Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 7 of the series. Chapter 385 Chapter 385 The Rui Jinku Bang Needle Form in the Dragon Palace. Chapter 385 The Rui Jinku Bang Needle Form in the Dragon Palace. After a while, the six-eared macaque had already cleared the first level of the lying silkworm cave. However, there were many twists and turns in the lying silkworm cave. It was definitely impossible to completely clean it up. However, it was enough to clear a layer of lying silkworm cave. Su Kainqian walked into the lying silkworm cave and completed the check-in. 4 days. Su Kainqian had clocked in a total of n times. Although it was not much, she had already completed 1/10 of them. At this rate, she might be able to complete this trial in more than a month. Master, where is the next check-in point? The six-eared macaque asked. Hearing this, a new check-in point appeared in Su Kainqian's mind. Fuyu Shan. When these 3 words came out of Su Kainqian's mouth, the six-eared macaque was shocked. The demons in that place are not easy to deal with, the six-eared macaque said. Why? Su Kainqian asked. The six-eared macaque said bluntly. There's an old demon with an empty nest there. He has a very powerful Dharma treasure that can lock people in a very terrifying nest. What is the treasure? Su Kainqian asked. Six-eared macaque shook his head and said, I'm not sure. I don't dare to offend the old demon of the empty nest. Although the six-eared macaque was not weak, some demons had very powerful Dharma treasures. Without having to face Dharma treasures, the six-eared macaque would naturally not be afraid. In the world of demons, sorcery was not the dominant power, but magic weapons were. That was why the six-eared macaque was so obsessed with getting a suitable weapon. The strength of a demon with treasures was on a completely different level compared to a demon without treasures. Just like the green bull spirit that Wang Wangking had dealt with previously. Without the Vajra ring, the green bull spirit was easily defeated by Wang Wangking. However, with the Vajra ring, the green bull spirit strength could resist a LV 40 demon. If it was a LV 40 demon with the enhancement of a magic treasure, its strength would increase greatly. After Su Kainqian walked out of the lying silkworm cave, she sent a 1000 live voice transmission to Wang Wangking. Sister Wangking, I'm going to Fudushan to play the check-in game. As soon as these words were spoken, she heard Wang Wangking's voice. Kainqian, I've just completed the 11th check-in test. I'm heading to the Yellow Wind Ridge now. Wang Wangking seemed to have guessed that there was a demon in Yellow Wind Ridge. There was a yellow-furred marten demon 3 in the Yellow Wind Ridge that could summon the wind and rain. However, that was the setting of Journey to the West. Even so, since there was a Yellow Wind Ridge in the Western Demon Realm, there was a high chance that there would be a yellow-furred marten demon. Perhaps it could really summon the wind and rain. However, as a Golden Core Realm cultivator, Wang Wangking could also call the shots. Is Yellow Wind Ridge fun? Su Kainqian asked. As soon as these words were spoken, the six-eared macaque said, the Yellow Wind Ridge is right next to Fudu Mountain. One passed by it once before. Sister Wangking, the little monkey said that Fudu Shan is next to Yellow Wind Ridge. Su Kainqian said. Hearing this, Wang Wangking said, maybe we can play together at the 15th check-in point. Su Kainqian smiled and said, then I'll wait for Sister Wangking. Okay. Wang Wangking replied. After leaving the lying silkworm cave, Su Kainqian and the others headed straight for Fudushan. Little monkey, are there many treasures in the demon world? Why don't I see any? Su Kainqian said. The six-eared macaque said. Not every demon king has powerful Dharma treasures. I don't have any Dharma treasures. I don't know where they got their Dharma treasures from. One only know that kings with Dharma treasures are really difficult to deal with. Su Kainqian asked, do they have any particularly powerful Dharma treasures? The six-eared macaque said, yes. There's a dragon palace in the western demon region. It's said that there's a Rui Jinku Bang needle form there. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Kainqian immediately thought of Journey to the West. Little monkey, Isn't that your Jingu Bang? Su Kainqian asked again. Why haven't you gotten your Jingu Bang yet? Jingu Bang the six-eared macaque was shocked. This was the first time he had heard of the Rui Jingu Bang needle form. He only knew that there were many Dharma treasures in the Dragon Palace, but he didn't know that there was a Rui Jingu Bang needle form. When the six-eared macaque heard the words Rui Jingu Bang needle form, his eyes lit up. Master, can you tell me what kind of Dharma treasure this Rui Jingu Bang needle form is? The six-eared macaque knew that Su Kainqian often talked about Journey to the West, but he didn't know what Journey to the West was. In his opinion, the Journey to the West might be a heavenly book that understood the past and present. Jingu Bang can extend very, very long. It can become bigger and smaller, and it's very, very heavy, Su Kainqian said. The six-eared macaque's eyes lit up again. This was the weapon he had dreamed of. The six-eared macaque suppressed the strong desire in his heart because he knew that he didn't have the strength to obtain the Rui Jingu Bang needle form from the Dragon Palace. Most importantly, he didn't know where the Dragon Palace was in the Western Heaven Demon region. After all, the Western Demon realm was huge, and there were many powerful demons. The six-eared macaque did not dare to be too impudent. He had to rely on his masters, the Shadow Pigs, and the demon-eating flower's strength to obtain the Rui Jingu Bang needle form. Sister Wonking, did you get any treasures? Su Kainqian asked. Wang Wonking said honestly, I obtained the Vajra ring from the Green Bull Spirit. What treasure is that? Su Kainqian asked. Wang Wonking said honestly, a small golden circle that can become bigger and smaller, trap demons, and spin. I'm wearing it on my wrist now. Wang Wonking asked again. Kainqian, do you want it? I'll give it to you. Su Kainqian shook her head. I don't want it. Su Kainqian added. One like pink treasures. Wang Wonking did not forget that Su Kainqian's room was pink, be it toys or other things. Of course. If it was a particularly novel treasure, she would also like it. It was just like her universe pouch. Although it was not pink, she liked the universe pouch very much and could store many things. The food in her universe pouch could feed her for an entire year. She was just short of bringing everything over. Su Kainqian then asked, Sister Wonking, you don't have to look for me. I'm very safe now. Wang Wonking nodded, and replied, Alright, I'll listen to you. Wang Wonking had indeed thought of taking a detour to Futushan to take a look. However, since Su Kainqian had already said so, Wang Wonking did not intend to change her check-in route. After all, the delay would be even longer. Meanwhile, on the other side, the six-eared macaque was chatting with the Shadow Pig about the Dragon Palace. Brother Monkey, who is our master? She actually knows that there's a Rui Jingu Bang needle form in the Dragon Palace, the Shadow Pig asked. The six-eared macaque shook his head, and said, I'm not sure, either. One only know that our master is very powerful. I will definitely not regret being able to follow her all the way to the west. The Shadow Pig nodded, and said, Actually, I'm the same. Chapter 386 Chapter 386 Old Demon Empty Nest at Futushan. Chapter 386 Old Demon Empty Nest at Futushan. Time passed quickly. It had been 5 days since the 25 Chosen Ones had been teleported to the Western Demon Realm Otherworld Instance Dungeon for the trial. However, in these 5 days, 10 Chosen Ones had already died. Chosen One No. 8. Dong Jiani not only did not die, but she actually completed 7 check-ins in a row. Furthermore, in the eyes of the netizens, Dong Jiani definitely had some mysterious power. Otherwise, why would the demons who met her avoid her as if they were very afraid? Dong Jiani had only clocked in less than Su Kainqian and Wang Wonking. In addition, Huang Yuzhai and Liu Kaiming, the 2 chosen ones, had completed 5 check-ins. At the moment, Dong Jiani was heading to Gao Village to clock in. If Su Kainqian had clocked in about 7 or 8 times, she might really have been able to meet Dong Jiani. However, Su Kainqian had already started her 12th check-in. She had already arrived at Futushan. Master, we can't stay here for long, since you've already clocked in. Let's leave directly. The 6-eared macaque really didn't dare to fight head-on with the old demon Empty Nest of Mount Fuju. After all, old demon Empty Nest had a very powerful Dharma treasure, even though his strength was just over LV 30. The six-eared macaque was not confident that it could defeat old demon Empty Nest. Even with the shadow pig, they might not be able to defeat old demon Empty Nest. However, Su Kainqian did not listen to the six-eared macaque. I want to see old demon Empty Nest's treasure, Su Kainqian said. The six-eared macaque was surprised. However, he could not say anything. Sister Kainqian, there seems to be a Taoist temple up there. Shall we go in and take a look? The demon-eating flower had a different idea from Su Kainqian. The demon-eating flower was not interested in Treasuresh, was interested in the old demon Empty Nest. This was because the demon-eating flower wanted to eat the old demon Empty Nest. Su Kainqian and the demon-eating flower immediately walked towards the Taoist temple. The six-eared macaque at the back seemed to have discovered something strange. Brother, stay behind. One feel that this Taoist temple is very strange. The six-eared macaque followed Su Kainqian's footsteps. The shadow pig chose to stay behind. He knew that his sworn brother was very smart and cautious. Since there was something strange, it meant that there was really something strange. Brother monkey, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. The shadow pig holding the nine-toothed rake was not inferior to the six-eared macaque. However, how could the shadow pig fight with the six-eared macaque? The shadow pig was very grateful to the six-eared macaque. Of course, he could not repay Su Kainqian's great kindness. Either, the shadow pig did not choose to catch up with Su Kainqian. He did not intend to enter the Taoist temple. Either, he wanted to observe the situation outside the Taoist temple. I also feel that Fudu Shan is strange. Why don't one see any demons? There's no demonic aura at all. The shadow pig checked the places he could see. A while passed. There was only one statue in the Taoist temple. The statue was a bird. As for what kind of bird it was, the six-eared macaque could not tell. However, the bird's eyes were emitting red light. Swoosh! In an instant, the surroundings became incomparably dark, forming a place like a bird's nest. It's indeed a smokescreen. One guessed it. This is the Dharma treasure of the old demon Empty Nest. The six-eared macaque knew that the old demon Empty Nest's Dharma treasure was something similar to a bird's nest. Afterwards, six-eared macaque did a somersault and leaped into the air. However, he was repelled by an unknown power. Master, this bird's nest-like Dharma treasure is so impressive. One can't get out even if I flip around. The six-eared macaque said. You'll try. The demon-eating flower's hands kept extending upwards. When they reached the top, they were also repelled by a mysterious force. Swish swish. The demon-eating flower shook her head. Sister Kainqian, I can't do it. The six-eared macaque said. Master, don't worry. The shadow pig is still outside. Su Kainqian said. The treasure in the bird's nest isn't that fun. The six-eared macaque wanted to say that the nest treasure was not fun, but it was really terrifying. It could trap LV 40 demons inside, and they could not break free. Bang bang. Outside the huge nest, rumbling sounds kept coming. It was the shadow pig outside, using his nine-toothed rake to knock on the outside of the nest. Bam bam bam. 80. Thud. 80. After a while, the nest seemed to have loosened. Afterwards, in the huge bird's nest, the six-eared macaque said, Master, don't worry. The bird's nest is very powerful, but the shadow pig outside can open it. Was Su Kainqian panicking? She didn't panic at all now. Meanwhile, outside the bird's nest, a pretentious-looking demon appeared. When the netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream saw this demon, they could not help but think of Kun. What a big chicken! Old demon Empty Nest is actually a chicken. I didn't expect it. It seems to be a hen. It's so big. It must have lived for hundreds of years. An old hen soup is the most nourishing. Can the shadow pig defeat this old hen? While the netizens were discussing, the shadow pig had already started fighting with old demon Empty Nest. I made a mistake. There's actually another one. The old demon Empty Nest was beaten to the ground by the nine-toothed rake in the shadow pig's hand. Moreover, It firmly pressed down on the old demon empty nest wings. Hurry up and open the nest, or it'll chop you up immediately. The shadow pig was furious. Although the shadow pig was not as strong-willed as the six-eared macaque, the people trapped included his master and his sworn brother, the six-eared macaque. Afterwards, "Don't even think about it," the old demon empty nest said. "My bird nest treasure can trap them in it for more than 2.5 years. If you don't let go of me, they will definitely die. It's not too late for you to kneel and beg me now. Perhaps I will be merciful." For a moment, the shadow pig did not know what to do. The six-eared macaque, who was in the nest, realized that there was no movement outside. He knew that something was wrong. "Master, the shadow pig has been bewitched by that old demon empty nest. Please use 1000 live voice transmission to tell the shadow pig not to care about us," the six-eared macaque said to Sukenkian. However, Sukenkian did not take six-eared macaque's words seriously. She was still searching for something in the nest. Sukenkian stared at a place and said, "Little flower, there's a small cave here." The demon-eating flower immediately ran over. The six-eared macaque was anxious now. He knew that the shadow pig was no match for the old demon empty nest in terms of intelligence. But in the next moment, the bird nest actually let out an extremely strong sound. The six-eared macaque was dumbfounded. Why did the nest suddenly look like it was about to explode? The six-eared macaque immediately looked in Sukenkian's direction. He was completely shocked. "You can do that." Chapter 387 Chapter 387 The Thousand-Year Chicken Demon Can't Be Stewed in One Pot. Chapter 387 The Thousand-Year Chicken Demon Can't Be Stewed in One Pot. When the six-eared macaque saw the demon-eating flower, she stuck her finger in the small hole. Then, for some reason, the entire nest was filled with flowers, and there was a crackling sound. It looked like the bird nest was already enveloped by a sea of flowers. The bird nest had been damaged by the demon-eating flower. Treasures would also break. After all, nothing was eternal. Moreover, there were no magic treasures that were indestructible. Naturally, perfect Dharma treasures did not exist. Therefore, this magical equipment that was similar to a bird's nest would also be destroyed. Crack. In an instant, the huge nest was pushed down like blocks in Tetris. The shadow pig, who was still negotiating with the old demon empty nest, was overjoyed when he saw the nest behind him collapse. "Master, brother monkey, and little martial ant, it's great that you're fine." The shadow pig was a demon who valued relationships and righteousness. If he saw that Sukenkian and the others had an accident before he could repay his kindness, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. When the old demon empty nest saw that his bird's nest treasure had been destroyed, his heart ached. It was not just heartache, though. The old demon empty nest was even more terrified. He originally thought that he could threaten the shadow pig to submit obediently using the nest, but he did not expect such a thing. At this moment, the feathers on the old demon empty nest's body exploded. It was not because he was angry, but because he was frightened by the demon-eating flower. "Sister Kinkian, this old hen is so big." The demon-eating flower felt that old demon empty nest had to be very delicious. Sukenkian nodded and said, "I want to eat too, but I can't stew it in one pot." The six-eared macaque suggested, "Isn't there still half of this broken nest left? It's so airtight that it can be used to stew." "Heroine, spare my life. Your Majesty, please spare me." The old demon empty nest begged for mercy desperately. However, the six-eared macaque squeaked and said, "Spare you, dream on. We were trapped in your nest just now. It's not like you let us out. It's too late to spare you now." The six-eared macaque looked at Sukenkian and said, "Master, am I right?" Then, the six-eared macaque said to the demon-eating flower, "Little martial ant thinks so too." "Right." Sukenkian nodded, and the demon-eating flower followed suit. Then, the six-eared macaque got the shadow pig to chop up the old demon empty nest and stew it. This 1,000-year-old chicken soup was definitely a great tonic. A while passed. The shadow pig and six-eared macaque really chopped up the old demon empty nest and stewed it. "Sister Kinkian, One smell of fragrance. The demon-eating flower was already drooling. The demon-eating flower was an out-and-out foodie, even if she ate this old hen that had lived for more than 1,000 years raw. She would still find it enjoyable. Little martial ant, please wait for another 4 to 6 hours. This old hen has to be stewed for a longer time. The six-eared macaque also had to drink that 1,000-year-old chicken soup. Although the old demon empty nest was a chicken demon, it was still a chicken. Moreover, this old hen was so big that it was enough for Su Qian to eat 100 meals. However, they did not have to worry about not being able to finish it because of the demon-eating flower. Su Qian, the six-eared macaque, and the shadow pig combined could not even eat 1/10 of what the demon-eating flower could. The shadow pig was picking up firewood to stew chicken. The six-eared macaque went to the mountains to look for fruits. Just eating chicken seemed a little monotonous. They had to add something to match it. Su Qian sat on a rock and used 1,000 live voice transmission. Sister Wonking, Little Flower, Little Monkey, and Little White Pig are stewing chicken, Su Qian said. Hearing this, Wang Wonking asked, Chicken stew, is it wild chicken from the mountains? Su Qian said bluntly. It's a very big chicken the size of a big car. That's really big. Wang Wonking already knew that Su Qian was not stewing an ordinary chicken, but a chicken demon. It was not just an ordinary chicken demon. It might be a chicken demon that had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Otherwise, it would not have grown so big. Sister Wonking, come over and have a meal too. Then, well played chicken game, Su Qian said. Wang Wonking nodded, and said, all right. He'll come over now. All right. Well, wait for Sister Wonking. Su Qian knew that Wang Wonking was not far away, and would definitely arrive in 2 hours. It would not be too late to clock in after eating. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before the location of their check-ins would align. However, Su Qian had delicious food, and did not forget to call Wang Wonking over. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were really jealous. They were jealous of how Su Qian could be so close to Wang Wonking. It was as if she really treated Wang Wonking as family. What are you guys doing? It's useless to be jealous. She has this fate. Haha. It's too late to say that now. Didn't everyone scold her for being a saint back then? She said that she couldn't even protect herself. Yet she was still protecting Su Qian. I'm jealous. But I don't think Wang Wonking is annoying. Have you guys realized the more I think of Wang Wonking, the more perfect she is? In the past, one thought that she might just be a slightly beautiful female university student. But now, one thinks she's too perfect. In fact, many netizens had the same feeling. Perhaps it was because Wang Wonking had become very powerful, but she had gained a lot of points. However, this was not the main feeling of the netizens. Instead, they realized that Wang Wonking was a woman who looked more and more perfect. Moving forward, about 2.5 hours later, the smell of chicken stew wafted out. The demon-eating flower drooled. Sister Qian, is Sister Wonking about to arrive? The demon-eating flower asked. The demon-eating flower thought that since Wang Wonking was here, she could have a big meal. I don't know. As soon as Su Qian finished speaking, the six-eared macaque's ears twitched. Master, Aunt Master is here. Of course. The six-eared macaque had never seen Wang Wonking before. However, since Su Qian called Wang Wonking Sister Wonking, she was naturally six-eared macaque's martial aunt. The shadow pig was also very curious about what kind of human Wang Wonking was to make Su Qian so intimate with her. Meanwhile, a woman around 20 years old entered Su Qian's and the others' eyes. She was still as fresh and refined as ever. When Su Qian saw Wang Wonking, she immediately walked over. The demon-eating flower also walked over. Sister Wonking, come and eat chicken. Su Qian held Wang Wonking's hand. The demon-eating flower was also holding Wang Wonking's hand. As for why the demon-eating flower was so enthusiastic, she naturally wanted to eat faster. Qian, one can smell the fragrance from the foot of the mountain. Then, Wang Wonking said to the demon-eating flower beside her, Little flower, You've really grown a lot taller. The demon-eating flower was clearly only 4 years old, but now she looked like an 11 or 12-year-old girl. It would probably not be long before the demon-eating flower grew into a slender flower demon. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig also looked at Wang Wonking. Brother monkey, there's demonic aura. Chapter 388 Chapter 388 Curtain Roller General in the Quicksand River. Chapter 388 Curtain Roller General in the Quicksand River. The shadow pig sensed an extremely strong aura from Wang Wonking. It was a demonic aura that he was familiar with. After all, Wang Wonking had obtained dragon essence, and she had the aura of a dragon elephant. It was understandable that a dragon was a demon. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig walked in front of Wang Wonking and greeted respectfully. Martial ant. Six-eared macaque. Shadow pig. Hearing this, Wang Wonking looked at the six-eared macaque and shadow pig. Su Kainqian had already told Wang Wonking about them before. Therefore, when Wang Wonking saw the six-eared macaque and shadow pig, she did not look surprised at all. At this moment, the six-eared macaque and shadow pig carried out 5 portions of chicken soup with wooden spatulas. 1 for Su Kainqian, 1 for Wang Wonking, 1 for the six-eared macaque, 1 for the shadow pig, and 1 for the demon-eating flower. However, the demon-eating flower ate from the bowl and looked at the pot. Although this bowl was not little, it was not even enough to fill the gaps between the demon-eating flower's teeth. Wang Wonking hesitated for a while before drinking the chicken soup. The reason why she hesitated was because that was the soup made of a chicken demon. It was not ordinary chicken soup. However, after taking a sip of the chicken soup, Wang Wonking felt that the taste of the chicken soup was very special. Not only was it fragrant, but it also moistened her lungs. It's delicious. Hee hee. Su Kainqian also liked this kind of soup made with a chicken demon. In the meantime, although the six-eared macaque and shadow pig were drinking chicken soup and eating chicken at the bottom of the soup, they would look at Wang Wonking from time to time. It was not because Wang Wonking was so beautiful that they were mesmerized. First of all, the six-eared macaque was a demon that had no concept of love, and the shadow pig was a loyal demon. They looked at Wang Wonking, sizing her up. The shadow pig said softly, "Brother monkey, did you realize that our martial ant seems to be even more terrifying than little martial ant?" "Yes, one thinks so too." The six-eared macaque felt that Wang Wonking's current strength was much stronger than the demon-eating flowers. On the surface, they were a 5-year-old human girl, a 4-year-old flower demon, and a seemingly weak woman. However, the six-eared macaque knew that none could be offended. Not only could he not offend them, but he also had to serve Su Kainqian, the demon-eating flower, and Wang Wonking as if they were kings. After all, the six-eared macaque knew very well that as long as he followed Su Kainqian and the others all the way to the west, he would definitely obtain great benefits. 10 minutes later, Su Kainqian and Wang Wonking were full. The six-eared macaque also finished a big bowl. The shadow pig had a better appetite and finished 3 big bowls. However, there was still a big pot left. However, the rest was called dibs on by the demon-eating flower. The demon-eating flower plunged her head into the pot. "Kainqian, what's your next check-in point?" Wang Wonking asked. Su Kainqian blurted out, "Quicksand River." The Quicksand River. Wang Wonking immediately thought of the Quicksand River in Journey to the West. This was because in the Quicksand River, there would be a demon that specialized in eating humans. He was once the curtain-lifting general of the Heavenly Palace, because he shattered the glass cup at the peach banquet and angered the Queen Mother. He was demoted to the moral world, and fell into the Quicksand River to become a demon. Of course, this was the Western demon realm, not the Journey to the West with all the gods and Buddhas. However, from the overlap, there might really be such a quicksand spirit that specialized in eating humans in the Quicksand River. It was also called a catfish demon. "Kainqian, if there's a pond catfish spirit in the Quicksand River, will you subdue it?" Wang Wonking asked. Su Kainqian immediately shook her head. "I don't like catfish." Then, Su Kainqian said, "I like little flower." Su Kainqian actually treated the demon-eating flower as a mane-eating demon. However, the demon-eating flower had never eaten a human before. However, she ate demons. In essence, there was still a huge difference. At this moment, the six-eared macaque appeared in front of Su Kainqian. Master, I know that pond catfish spirit, the six-eared macaque said, and continued, the pond catfish spirit has a very powerful Dharma treasure. Even the black-blood flood dragon didn't dare to cross the line. Dharma treasure. Su Kainqian only cared about the pond catfish spirit's Dharma treasure. The six-eared macaque said, I don't know what kind of treasure it is, but almost none of the demons who entered the Quicksand River left alive. They were all eaten by the pond catfish spirit. I don't like the pond catfish spirit either. After the demon-eating flower finished a large pot of chicken soup, she patted her stomach and walked to Su Kainqian. Sister Kainqian, is the pond catfish spirit delicious? The demon-eating flower asked. Su Kainqian said, it's delicious. One don't like pond catfish spirit. The reason why Su Kainqian didn't like the pond catfish spirit was probably because she felt that the pond catfish spirit was sticky all over and looked very disgusting. Just like the earth dragon spirit that was covered in egg yolk. That was why Su Kainqian couldn't like it. Kainqian, demons with Dharma treasures are difficult to deal with, Wang Wonking warned, and then said to six-eared macaque, you guys have to be careful too. The six-eared macaque nodded, and said, got it, martial ant. In fact, the six-eared macaque was a very cautious demon. Of course, he knew that demons with Dharma treasures were very difficult to deal with even if they were around LV 30. Sister Wonking, where are you going to play the check-in game? Su Kainqian asked. Wang Wonking said honestly, I clocked in at the Yellow Wind Ridge and came to Fudu Mountain. My 12th clocking point is the Black Wind Cave. Then, Sister Wonking, will we be able to play clocking game together soon? Su Kainqian asked. Wang Wonking was silent for a while. She felt that the probability of overlapping at the 15th check-in point was 50. However, probability was still probability. However, Wang Wonking knew very well that after 25 clock-ins, all the chosen ones would clock in on the same route. Yes. Yes. Soon. Wang Wonking nodded. Su Kainqian didn't say anything. She rummaged through her universe pouch. Then, Su Kainqian took out a box of ghost ink pastry and handed it to Wang Wonking. There was also a pile of food. I still have a lot of food, Su Kainqian said. Of course. Wang Wonking had always remembered that before Su Kainqian was teleported to the Western Demon Realm Otherworld Instance Dungeon, she had used the 1000 live voice transmission to ask her to come over to get the ghost ink pastry. Wang Wonking naturally knew that ghost ink pastry was very precious. After all, it was a delicacy from the eerie world, and it was very rare. Wang Wonking also took out 2 treasures from her pocket. One was the bottle of water spirit dew for the demon-eating flower to enjoy. As for the other treasure, it was the Rui fragrance bags that Wang Wonking had obtained from Thunder Note Mountain. Kainqian, this is for you. Wang Wonking handed a Rui fragrance bag the size of 2 fingers to Su Kainqian. Sister Wonking, what kind of treasure is this? Su Kainqian asked. Before Wang Wonking could reply, the six-eared macaque was shocked. Chapter 389. Chapter 389, Is there really a famous scene of the real and fake Monkey King? Chapter 389, Is there really a famous scene of the real and fake Monkey King? The fragrance in this Rui fragrance bag is stone maiden flower. The six-eared macaque looked at Su Kainqian again. Master, this is a sachet that can nurture demons, said the six-eared macaque. The shadow pig asked, Brother Monkey, do you mean that this sachet can nurture powerful demons? The six-eared macaque said, yes, but it will take time. I know that the stone maiden tree only blooms once in a long time, and it's very difficult to make. It needs to be tempered. The powerful demons the shadow pig mentioned were really powerful. They were definitely not 10-20 demons, but demons above LV 40. Wang Wonking handed the bottle of water spirit dew to the demon-eating flower. Sister Wonking, you're the best. The demon-eating flower kissed Wang Wonking's cheek, but it left a chicken soup mark on her cheek. Wang Wonking said, "This isn't anything expensive. One only obtained it from the green bull spirit along with the Vajra ring on my wrist." The six-eared macaque looked at the Vajra ring on Wang Wonking's wrist. His heart was also itching. However, the six-eared macaque did not dare to snatch Wang Wonking's things. Even if Wang Wonking didn't have the Vajra ring, the six-eared macaque wouldn't be able to defeat her. After all, Wang Wonking's current strength was not inferior to six-eared macaques at all. Half an hour later, Su Kangqian and the others left Fudu Shan. Wang Wonking also separated from Su Kangqian and headed to her check-in point. After all, Wang Wonking was also a chosen one. Su Kangqian's demon-eating flower, six-eared macaque, and shadow pig were all demons from the demon world. They were not chosen ones, so they could always follow Su Kangqian. Su Kangqian and the others were heading to the Quicksand River. However, on the way to the Quicksand River, Su Kangqian wore the sachet on her wrist along with her pink turtle child watch. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were mainly watching two chosen ones, Su Kangqian and Wang Wonking. As for the other chosen ones, it was as if they had filtered them. It was not that the chosen ones who were still alive did not have the strength. It was just that in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon Trial in the Western Demon Realm, the viewing pleasure was far less than that of Su Kangqian and Wang Wonking. These two chosen ones, after all, the netizens were just spectators. They were only in charge of watching. Of course, if there was a situation there, it would depend on whose Heavenly Dao live broadcast. However, chosen one no. 8. Don Jiani still attracted many netizens. She was really lucky. Until now, she had already clocked in 6 times. And every time she clocked in, she was safe and sound. Even if she encountered demons, she could avert danger. Furthermore, Dong Jiani had yet to show any strength. Well, depending on point of view, luck was also strength. Master, you must be careful of the pond catfish spirit in the Quicksand River. The six-eared macaque's tone was very serious. He did not dare to speak loudly. After all, he did not dare to speak loudly to Su Kangqian, much less in a stern tone. Su Kangqian said, "I'm not afraid." The six-eared macaque didn't say anything else. However, the shadow pig at the side whispered into the six-eared macaque's ear, "Brother Monkey, is the pond catfish spirit in the Quicksand River really very powerful?" The six-eared macaque said, "Yes. It's several times stronger than the black-blood flood dragon. Its strength is probably not inferior to mine. Furthermore, it has a very powerful Dharma treasure." The shadow pig asked, "Brother Monkey, can you roughly guess what kind of treasure it is?" The six-eared macaque shook its head and said, "I don't know. I only know that the demons that entered the Quicksand River, no matter how powerful they were, never returned. They were all eaten by the pond catfish spirit. That's a really terrifying demon. But why isn't our master afraid?" the shadow pig asked. The six-eared macaque shook his head and said, "One don't know either." The six-eared macaque knew that Su Kangqian was very powerful. Perhaps there was an extremely terrifying power hidden in her body. However, due to the limitation of her age, she could not use her full strength at all. If anything happened, the six-eared macaque would definitely feel terrible. The six-eared macaque was really uncomfortable. After all, if Su Kangqian was around, he would have a chance to go to the Dragon Palace and obtain the Rui Jingu Bang needle form. If Su Kangqian wasn't around, he and the shadow pig alone wouldn't be able to go to the Dragon Palace and obtain the Rui Jingu Bang needle form. After all, the Dragon Palace was not a place that the six-eared macaque could enter as it pleased. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream also knew that this was the Western Demon Realm, not the Journey to the West. Although it was like a demon version of Journey to the West, it was still a world of demons after all. There were no such beings as gods and Buddhas. That was why the six-eared macaque did not know the 72 earthly transformations, and none of them could cross 10 miles. However, it was true that the six-eared macaque could do somersaults. However, The six-eared macaque's somersaults could only cover several tens of meters at a time. I can already imagine what the big catfish monster looks like. A humanoid catfish. So like a mermaid. Isn't it? I don't think it's much worse compared to the catfish demon. I'm more curious about what dharma treasure the catfish demon has to make the six-eared macaque so flustered. The netizens had also learned from Su Kankian's live broadcast that the six-eared macaque was decisive and tolerant. It had a completely different character from Sun Wukong. However, they had a lot in common. They liked to collect sworn brothers. The great sage, heaven's equal, in Journey to the West had become sworn brothers with 7 demons. Oh, yes. Suddenly, a netizen in the Heavenly Dao's livestream seemed to have thought of something. Have you forgotten why the six-eared macaque was suppressed under the Five Fingers Mountain? I remember him telling Su Kankian that he was there for a stroll. A stroll? Didn't he say that he killed another demon monkey? Another monkey demon? Could it be that was the real monkey demon? What are you imagining? Is this a journey to the west? This is the Western demon realm. Then what's the problem since there's a six-eared macaque? How can there not be a real and fake monkey king? The netizens knew that the otherworld instanced dungeon that Su Kankian entered was the Western demon realm. But this was also a place that had a high overlap with the journey to the west. Therefore, there was the six-eared macaque and the real monkey king. Perhaps the real monkey king had already been killed by the six-eared macaque. However, some netizens confirmed that the real monkey king had not been killed. If the six-eared macaque was really not killed, it meant that the six-eared macaque was very likely to fight him. Perhaps they could really see a famous scene of the real and fake monkey king confronting each other. Actually, there were many temptations in the hearts of the netizens. However, they couldn't explain it in a short while. They could only watch as Su Kankian walked west and clocked in. Currently, Su Kankian had already clocked in 12 times, and was heading to the 13th check-in point, which was the Quicksand River. Chapter 390. Chapter 390. The pond catfish spirit is the real sand monk. Right. Chapter 390. The pond catfish spirit is the real sand monk. Right. Next day, at noon, the sun was high in the sky. Rolling quicksand swept across a large area of the river in front of them. The various bones that were washed up to the shore were revealed in front of Su Kankian and the others. There are so many corpses. They are actually all demons. The shadow pig took a deep breath. If this was not the Quicksand River, he would really think that a huge battle had happened here. However, the six-eared macaque knew very well that these were the bones spat out by the catfish demon in the Quicksand River. It turned out that eating demons could really make one vomit bones. However, the demon-eating flower was different. She had directly swallowed demons. However, the current demon-eating flower was different. She had become even pickier. Not only did she have to eat powerful demons, but she also had to eat delicious food. The demon-eating flower actually could not eat a demon like the earth dragon spirit. It was all because Su Kankian had spoiled the demon-eating flower's palate. Master, don't get into the water. The six-eared macaque turned to the shadow pig and said, Brother Pig, I'm not very good at swimming. If one really fight with the catfish, king of the Quicksand River, I really won't be his match. Brother Pig, please go into the river and lure the catfish king of the Quicksand River up. Then, we'll join forces to kill him. The six-eared macaque knew very well that if everyone went to the Quicksand River, they would not be able to protect themselves. Therefore, they had to deal with the catfish king of the Quicksand River first before they could enter the Quicksand River safely. Master, sit here for a while and watch us clean up the pond catfish spirit. The six-eared macaque said. Upon hearing this, Su Kankian nodded and played with the sand on the shore. Little flower, let's dig a hole here to bury the big catfish here later. Then, we'll burn it and eat it. Su Kankian said. The demon-eating flower asked, Sister Kankian, is this a new way to eat? That's right. That's how it's played on television. It's called Beggar's Chicken 9. Su Kankian said. Of course. Su Kankian didn't know the specifics of how to make the beggar's chicken, but she knew to dig a hole, wrap the soil, and barbecue it. Now, the shadow pig had not even lured the catfish demon to the shore. let alone caught it. Yet she was already prepared to make food. Even if the shadow pig could not deal with the pond catfish spirit in the quicksand river, as long as he could lure the pond catfish spirit to the shore, Sukinkian would also make a move. However, the prerequisite was that they could lure the pond catfish spirit of the quicksand river to the shore. 2 to 3 minutes passed. It had been more than 2 minutes since the shadow pig had dived into the quicksand river. However, there was no movement in the quicksand river. The six-eared macaque's gaze was very calm. He knew that the shadow pig would not be killed so easily by the pond catfish spirit. Furthermore, the six-eared macaque had also instructed the shadow pig not to fight with the pond catfish spirit in the quicksand river, even if there was a chance. After all, the pond catfish spirit had a magic weapon. The shadow pig's goal was very simple. It was to lure the pond catfish spirit to the shore and then think of a way to kill it. Moreover, the six-eared macaque knew that the pond catfish spirit was definitely not a good guy. They could not let it live. And they had to end the battle quickly. Once the pond catfish spirit found out about the six-eared macaque's plan, it would be very difficult to deal with it. Bang! In an instant, a huge wave appeared in the quicksand river. Then, the shadow pig rolled from the water to the river. The shadow pig said, "Brother monkey, he's out." Just as he said that, a demon really appeared in the quicksand river. As for this demon, it was indeed as the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream had guessed. It looked like a humanoid catfish. Moreover, this was not the original form of the pond catfish spirit. His original form was catfish. His appearance was very different from Monk Sans. But at a glance, he really looks like him. After all, the journey to the west was beautified. Perhaps Sand Monk really looked like a catfish. The pond catfish spirit held the demon subduing weapon, and said to the shadow pig, "You still want to run when you're here, no way." However, when the pond catfish spirit saw the six-eared macaque beside the shadow pig, he said, "So you have help. Are you a clown invited by that monkey?" The pond catfish spirit rushed towards the shadow pig with the demon subduing weapon in hand. Seeing this, the six-eared macaque said to the shadow pig, "Be careful." The six-eared macaque knew that this pond catfish spirit had a magic treasure on him. They could not underestimate it. Moreover, this pond catfish spirit was not weak to begin with. Its strength was probably around LV 41. However, the shadow pig's strength was not lower than LV 41. However, the pond catfish spirit also had a suitable weapon. The demon subduing weapon. Although it was not as powerful as the shadow pig's nine-toothed rake, the latter might not be able to deal with the pond catfish spirit in a few moves. Clang! The shadow pig and six-eared macaque started fighting with the pond catfish spirit. Not far away, Sukinkian and the demon-eating flower did not have the time to watch the six-eared macaque and the others fight, because Sukinkian was still digging. "Sister Kinkian, how deep do we have to dig?" the demon-eating flower asked. Upon hearing this, Sukinkian turned around and looked not far away. She looked at the size of the pond catfish spirit, then spread her hands, and said, "You have to dig such a big hole." The description of Sukinkian's hands immediately made the demon-eating flower understand. "We have to dig so big." Huh. The demon-eating flower looked at the hole she had dug. It was only more than 10 centimeters deep, and it was just enough for her to lie down. However, the pond catfish spirit was more than 5 times bigger than the demon-eating flower. Therefore, she had to dig at least 5 times deeper. When the demon-eating flower thought of the delicious food again, she started digging crazily. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream knew why Sukinkian was so obsessed with delicious food. That was because Sukinkian was influenced by Su Yang. After all, Su Yang was an otherworld gourmet. Sukinkian grew up eating delicacies from the otherworld. Under such circumstances, how could Sukinkian not be particular about delicacies? As for the demon-eating flower, she had been led astray by Sukinkian, and had become pickier and pickier. The netizens also knew that Sukinkian had eaten all kinds of food from other worlds, including demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts themselves. She had eaten demons, devilish creatures, and the eerie. She hadn't eaten monsters. But she had eaten the food of monsters. There was no need to mention beasts. It could be said that Su Kainqian ate otherworldly beasts the most. Yeah. Suddenly, the six-eared macaque did a backflip and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the shadow pig shouted urgently, "Brother monkey, are you all right?" The six-eared macaque said, "Leave me alone." The shadow pig nodded and continued fighting with the pond catfish spirit. After the pond catfish spirit knocked the six-eared macaque to the ground, it mocked, "You think you can deal with me?" Little did he know that the six-eared macaque was pretending. As the saying went, all is fair in war. Chapter 391 Chapter 391 The Heartbone Necklace Dharma Treasure Refined with 9 Demons. Chapter 391 The Heartbone Necklace Dharma Treasure Refined with 9 Demons. The six-eared macaque killed wanted to catch the pond catfish spirit off guard when it was busy dealing with the shadow pig. It make the pond catfish spirit not even use its dharma treasure. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. The six-eared macaque was not afraid of the pond catfish spirit's strength, but of its dharma treasure. Now was the time when the shadow pig knocked the pond catfish spirit back a few steps. Six-eared macaque did a somersault and appeared behind the pond catfish spirit. Then, he suddenly kicked the pond catfish spirit. "Little pig bro." Now, hearing this, the shadow pig did not dare to hesitate at all, and immediately used all its skills. The nine-toothed rake in his hand struck the pond catfish spirit. But in the next moment, the pond catfish spirit actually disappeared on the spot. What's going on? The six-eared macaque was stunned. The pond catfish spirit could actually disappear into thin air. "I'm not going to let either of you go." With that, huge waves of soil rolled out of the quicksand river, as if they wanted to swallow everything in front of them. The shadow pig and six-eared macaque were not to be trifled with. Either. They did not dodge. After all, not far behind them were Su Kainqian and the demon-eating flower. Putting aside the demon-eating flower, what about Su Kainqian? The six-eared macaque took a deep breath, and the air he blew out formed a tornado. The shadow pig's shadow was waving. Boom! Just like that, the six-eared macaque and shadow pig blocked a huge wave of soil. Is this the power of a dharma treasure? The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream saw a mudslide. However, it was resolved by the six-eared macaque and shadow pig. I don't think so. I guess the pond catfish spirit's dharma treasure hasn't been used yet. Is this pond catfish spirit that strong? It seems to be much stronger than the blackblood flood dragon they killed earlier. Demons above LV 40 aren't that easy to kill. Moreover, this pond catfish spirit overlaps with the setting of the curtain-lifting general in Journey to the West. The netizens saw that the quicksand river had returned to its usual calm after the six-eared macaque and shadow pig fought with the pond catfish spirit. They still failed. "Brother monkey." The pond catfish spirit escaped. The shadow pig said helplessly. "Running away is a small matter. The most important thing is that the pond catfish spirit hasn't used his dharma treasure yet. We don't know what dharma treasure he has." The six-eared macaque was worried. If the pond catfish spirit had an extremely powerful dharma treasure, how would they deal with it? Just as the six-eared macaque had said, LV 40 demons were strong because they had dharma treasures. If a LV 40 demon did not have a dharma treasure, it would not be a match for shadow pig and six-eared macaque. A moment later, the six-eared macaque and shadow pig dejectedly came behind Su Kainqian. "Master, I'm useless. I couldn't capture the pond catfish spirit." The six-eared macaque sighed. Su Kainqian did not reply. Instead, she asked the six-eared macaque and shadow pig to dig the hole. "Little monkey, little white pig, help me dig a hole. I want to eat beggar catfish," Su Kainqian said. Hearing this, the six-eared macaque and shadow pig looked at each other, and immediately helped dig the hole. Su Kainqian then said to the demon-eating flower, "Little flower, I'll go catch that big catfish with you." As soon as she said that, the six-eared macaque and shadow pig seemed to want to dig a hole and hide in it. It was too embarrassing. They were both demons above LV 40, and their strength was much greater than the pond catfish spirits. However, they had not subdued the pond catfish spirit. Will do. The demon-eating flower immediately followed Su Kainkian. It was useless for the six-eared macaque and shadow pig to say anything now. The only thing they could do now was to dig a hole. Su Kainkian immediately rummaged through her universe pouch, and finally took out a large pile of food. There was dried meat, fruit, and a bottle of milk. She placed them on the shore. Next, the demon-eating flower asked, Sister Kainkian, are you trying to worship him? No. Catfish aren't picky about food. This can lure him out, Su Kainkian said. The demon-eating flower praised, Sister Kainkian, you're so smart. As expected, when the pond catfish spirit saw a large pile of food on the shore, he really appeared again. However, the pond catfish spirit had his eyes on Su Kainkian. The tribute is really not bad. There's actually a human girl. The pond catfish spirit did not think that this was a trap. Even if it was a trap, he was not afraid. After all, the pond catfish spirit still had a Dharma treasure in his hands. The demon-eating flower immediately used sorcery. Strong demonic chi constantly spread out from her body. A strange phantom appeared in the demonic chi. It was like a paradise of thorns, blooming with blood thorns. Russell. However, the sorcery attack of the demon-eating flower was actually useless against the pond catfish spirit. Next, the demon-eating flower saw the pond catfish spirit's necklace release an equally powerful demonic aura. What Dharma treasure is that? The demon-eating flower was also stunned by this Dharma treasure. However, Su Kainkian was not afraid at all. Su Kainkian asked, Big catfish, is your Dharma treasure that necklace? You're about to die. What do you want to know about my Dharma treasure for? The pond catfish spirit would not tell Su Kainkian what his Dharma treasure was, but the demon-eating flower seemed to have guessed it. That's the heartbone necklace refined by a demon. The reason why the demon-eating flower knew so much was because she liked to eat demons like the pond catfish spirit. In other words, that was a Dharma treasure refined by the pond catfish spirit. As for how the pond catfish spirit could refine a Dharma treasure, it was most likely related to the life source of the pond catfish spirit. After all, every demon was different. For example, the shadow pig's life source could hide him in the darkness as a shadow. You flower demon, you actually know so much. Looks like I have to eat you first. The demonic aura on the pond catfish spirit became incomparably strong, and his strength increased by a few levels. The pond catfish spirit's heartbone necklace emitted 9 types of light. Sister Kainkian, one want this Dharma treasure. The demon-eating flower's eyes widened as she coveted the pond catfish spirit's heart bone necklace. Su Kainkian nodded. Okay. She was not interested in the heartbone necklace, mainly because it did not look good. Secondly, she did not want to wear this necklace. Hearing this, the pond catfish spirit laughed wildly. What an ignorant flower demon. You're already dead, yet you still want to snatch my Dharma treasure. Furthermore, with the enhancement of the Dharma treasure of the heartbone necklace, the pond catfish spirit's strength was abnormally great. The 6-eared macaque and shadow pig, who were not far away, immediately rushed over when they saw the situation. Little monkey, little white pig, hurry up and dig a hole. Little flower and I will just catch him. Su Kainkian's words were still childish, but the 6-eared macaque and shadow pig did not dare to disobey. At this moment, the pond catfish spirit revealed his true form. It was actually an 8-meter-long catfish. He opened his bloody mouth and tried to swallow Su Kainkian and the demon-eating flower. Chapter 392 Chapter 392 Wind, Rain, Lightning, Summon the Divine Dragon. Chapter 392 Wind, Rain, Lightning, Summon the Divine Dragon. Su Kainkian pointed at the pond catfish spirit and said, Don't move. Then, the incomparably ferocious pond catfish spirit really seemed to be frozen, and his entire body began to freeze. At the same time, the demon-eating flower tied the pond catfish spirit up and took away the heart-bone necklace. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream were stunned. It's an ice ghost curse spell. I didn't expect Su Kankian's ice ghost curse spell to be so powerful. It even subdued a LV 40 pond catfish spirit, and one with a Dharma treasure. This can only mean that Su Kankian is stronger. Could she have the strength of LV 45? The more the netizens thought about it, the more shocked they became. However, they were only shocked, and did not find it unbelievable. Su Yong was already very strong. The lowest estimate would be LV 58 or LV 59. Wasn't it normal for him to nurture a daughter with LV 45 strength? After all, the netizens knew that how strong Su Kankian was depended on how strong Su Yong was. Stab. The six-eared macaque hurried over and stabbed the pond catfish spirit. The six-eared macaque knew how difficult it was to deal with the pond catfish spirit. If the pond catfish spirit escaped back into the quicksand river, there would be no way to stop it. The pond catfish spirit had not known that Su Kankian was so terrifying. Otherwise, it would definitely not have appeared again. Let alone thought of swallowing Su Kankian. The six-eared macaque was not sloppy at all. Perhaps the six-eared macaque had experienced many such things, and knew that letting the tiger return to the mountain would leave behind future troubles. In terms of finishing off enemies, the six-eared macaque was quite like the Monkey King in the Journey to the West. At this moment, the six-eared macaque and Shadow Pig had already begun to work together to deal with this big catfish. During the process, the six-eared macaque started chatting with the Shadow Pig. Little pig bro, have you realized that our master's strength is not just about being strong in the face of strong opponents? The six-eared macaque asked. Shadow Pig asked, why? The six-eared macaque said bluntly, actually, I'm not sure either. I only know that our master's strength is unfathomable. Shiz. Definitely not strong just against strong opponents, but rather she's innately strong. The Shadow Pig nodded, and said, what's our master's background? Is she a demon? Of course. The Shadow Pig knew that Su Kankian was a human, but for some reason, he felt that Su Kankian was more like a demon than a demon. Our master is a human, but not an ordinary human. The six-eared macaque did not know how Su Kankian could be so shocking. She was clearly a human. In the time of demons, demons' understanding of humans was always summarized as weak. Elsewhere, Su Kankian sat with the demon-eating flower. After the demon-eating flower put on the heartbone necklace, she realized that she was hungry. Sister Kankian, I feel hungry again. It's so strange. The demon-eating flower said. Su Kankian asked, are you tired from playing just now? The demon-eating flower shook her head, and said, no, I didn't use much strength just now. It was Sister Kankian who subdued the pond catfish spirit. As soon as the demon-eating flower finished speaking, she said in surprise, Sister Kankian, it's this bone necklace. It's arousing my appetite. My mind is filled with food. Little did she know that while arousing the desire of the demon-eating flower, it was also constantly increasing her strength. Meanwhile, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were shocked. Speaking of which, why do I feel that the demon-eating flower is more suitable for that Dharma treasure? The heartbone necklace. I have the same feeling. Perhaps it's because she's a flower demon that specializes in eating demons. It seems that the candidates for the Journey to the West are all here. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? The Otherworld instance Dungeon Western Demon Realm overlaps highly with the Journey to the West. Su Kankian also played the Journey to the West clock-in game in the Western Demon Realm, which is to clock in all the way to the West. Therefore, Su Kankian took in the six-eared macaque and the Shadow Pig. The netizens immediately understood. Why did he say that everyone was here? First of all, the six-eared macaque and the Shadow Pig were equivalent to the Monkey King in Beiji in Journey to the West. Then, the demon-eating flower corresponded to the Sand Monk. As for the little white dragon who rarely showed his face in Journey to the West, wouldn't that be Wang Wonking? After all, Wang Wonking obtained dragon essence, and had dragon elephant aura. However, what the netizens could not understand was that since they were in the Western Demon Realm, and they had to clock in 100 times, Then the chosen ones only needed to clock in to complete the trial. But the Western demon realm overlapped with the journey to the West. It could be said to be a demonized version of the journey to the West, so it was impossible for Su Kankian to simply play Journey to the West in the Western demon realm. However, the netizens did not know if the chosen one could really obtain a special heavenly Tao reward on the way west. They even thought that checking in was only a trial for the chosen ones, and playing the game of Journey to the West in the Western demon realm might really lead them to obtain a sutra. As for what this sutra was, it might be a heaven-defying treasure. Actually, Su Kankian did not think it was that profound at all. She only treated the West Demon region's check-in trial as a kind of check in game. As for whether there would really be a special heavenly Tao reward, it was unknown. 2 hours later, it was time to eat. The 6-eared macaque gave Su Kankian a portion of catfish meat first. Then, the 6-eared macaque gave himself another serving of catfish meat. The shadow pig had a bigger appetite. He got a large portion of catfish meat that weighed more than 5 kg. Over 1 ton of catfish meat that was left was all eaten by the demon-eating flower. The demon-eating flower ate mouthful after mouthful. Sister Kankian, the beggar catfish is delicious. When the demon-eating flower ate, she did not spit out bones. The 6-eared macaque looked at the demon-eating flower gobbling down the food, and felt a lingering fear in his heart. He was afraid that the demon-eating flower would eat him in the middle of the night. The demon-eating flower was not an ordinary eater. She clearly looks like a young girl, but she could eat portions dozens or even hundreds of times larger than her. Moreover, the food she ate was converted into her own strength. This was the most terrifying thing about the demon-eating flower in the 6-eared macaque's recognition. To the 6-eared macaque, if the demon-eating flower stayed in the Western demon realm and ate all the demons along the way, she might be able to eat all the demons in the Western demon realm in a few centuries. The shadow pig, on the other hand, was not as thoughtful as the 6-eared macaque. He was grateful and resolved to accompany Su Kankian all the way to the West. I have a big appetite, but little martial ant's appetite is even more terrifying than mine. In just a moment, she has already eaten more than half. None of the demons the shadow pig encountered could eat more than him, but the demon-eating flower that could eat more than him shocked shadow pig. At this moment, the netizens in the Heavenly Tao's livestream began to shift their gaze, and landed on the livestream of Chosen One. No. 2. Wang Wangking. Wind. Rain. Lightning summoning a divine dragon. Chapter 393. Chapter 393. Wang Wangking fights 1,000-year lich. Chapter 393. Wang Wangking fights 1,000-year lich. On mountain of myriad boats. Wind. Rain. Lightning, and thunder gathered. This was not Wang Wangking summoning a divine dragon. Instead, she was fighting a demon. This demon looked like a savage. Its entire body was golden, but its 5 fingers were black, as if it had been poisoned. There was also a large group of jeering demons around. How dare you fight the Lich King? You're really overestimating yourself. However, this human woman is quite capable. She actually has a Dharma treasure like the Vajra ring. Unfortunately, she can't defeat the Lich King, of course. Our Lich King is one of the top 10 magicians in the Western demon realm. How can she fight against the Lich King? He'll take care of her in one move. This group of demons did not think that Wang Wangking could match the Lich King in terms of spells. Just an hour ago, Wang Wangking arrived at Mountain of Myriad Boats and clocked in. However, due to the obstruction of demons, Wang Wangking casually waved her hand and swept away 3 demons. Seeing this, the 1,000-year-old Lich on the Mountain of Myriad Boats mobilized. The 1,000-year-old Lich of Thousand Boat Mountain was a demon with mastery of extraordinary sorcery. Moreover, he had taken a fancy to the Vajra ring on Wang Wangking's wrist, so he suggested a battle with her. It was to use spells to determine the outcome. If the 1,000-year-old Lich won, Wang Wangking would give him the Vajra ring. If the 1,000-year-old Lich lost, he would give his Dharma treasure, the Purple Cloud Mirror, to Wang Wangking. The Purple Cloud Mirror was a very powerful Dharma treasure that could reflect the power of spells. To put it bluntly, the Purple Cloud Mirror was not afraid of magic damage, but rather of physical attacks. One had to know that Dharma treasures were sentient. There was no fear of revolt, because the Dharma treasure had already recognized someone as its master from the moment it belonged to that someone. It was useless even if someone snatched it by force. It would not listen to that person either. However, from the moment the Dharma treasure was used as a wager, the ownership of the Dharma treasure would be redefined. Wang Wonking agreed to fight with the 1,000-year-old lick of mountain of myriad boats. The battle was very simple. Wang Wonking and the 1,000-year-old lit were each in the same circle. If one made a move, the other would block it, or they would attack at the same time. Whoosh! In an instant, a gust of wind swept towards the 1,000-year-old lick. Wang Wonking had cast a spell. Why did Wang Wonking know magic? You had to ask her why she could obtain dragon essence. After all, with the dragon elephant aura, Wang Wonking could completely control wind, rain, and thunder with lightning. Therefore, she would definitely be able to cast spells. At the same time, the 1,000-year-old lick also released sorcery. A red gale swept up. Boom! The two violent winds collided and actually burst out with starlight. The wind and waves swept across the top of mountain of myriad boats. The surrounding demons hid behind the rocks, afraid of being implicated. After all, these were two extremely powerful winds. It was not something these EO20 demons could withstand. Bang! In an instant, the two violent winds actually cancelled out each other. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream exclaimed, "Why is the 1,000-year-old lick of the mountain of myriad boats so good at sorcery? I don't understand." Either. He's clearly only LV 38 demon, but his attainments in sorcery are actually so high. Those demons just said that the 1,000-year-old lick is one of the top 10 magicians in the Western Demon region. It seems that they were not bragging. Can Wang Wongking's spell defeat him? For this battle, the netizens did not know whether Wang Wonking was better or the 1,000-year-old lick was better. Of course, the netizens knew that Wang Wonking was much more powerful than the 1,000-year-old lick of mountain of myriad boats, in terms of overall strength. However, in terms of fighting, Wang Wonking could only be considered a newbie, and a 1,000-year-old lick was a veteran. However, the netizens could not understand why Wang Wonking would agree to fight with a 1,000-year-old lick. Could it be that Wang Wonking was mesmerized by the purple cloud mirror? However, if she lost, not only would Wang Wonking not get the purple cloud mirror, but she would also lose the Vajra ring. Wasn't this equivalent to suffering a double loss? However, after thinking about it carefully, Wang Wonking was definitely not the kind of girl who did things impulsively. One had to know that Wang Wonking was not stupid. Although she was not a genius, she had her own smarts. Perhaps Wang Wonking was really confident. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to fight with a 1,000-year-old lick. While watching Wang Wonking fight with the 1,000-year-old lick, the netizens were thinking about the Dharma treasure. One of the netizens asked, "Fellow netizens, if we directly snatch the Dharma treasure or kill the 1,000-year-old lick to obtain his purple cloud mirror, can we really not use it?" Definitely not. Because even if you snatch the purple cloud mirror after killing the 1,000-year-old lick, it won't recognize you as its master. Then what should we do? Well, it has naturally been nurtured for many years. Perhaps the purple cloud mirror will recognize a new master before you can use it. The use of Dharma treasures is so troublesome. It's as complicated as the operation of a credit card that lost its password. There was nothing wrong with the netizens comparing Dharma treasures to credit cards. After all, if someone forgot the credit card's password, he'd need to be recertified before he could change the password. It was complicated, but the Dharma treasure would last longer when operated. Moreover, there were too many uncertainties. Even if someone could not control a Dharma treasure for the rest of his life, it would not recognize him as its master. Therefore, coercion would not be recognized by the Dharma treasure. However, if Wang Wonking won, the purple cloud mirror would naturally acknowledge her as the new master. Even if the 1,000-year-old lit was unwilling to hand it over, it would be useless. Of course, Wang Wonking would not give the 1,000-year-old lick a chance to cheat. After all, Wang Wonking was stronger than the 1,000-year-old lick. If the 1,000-year-old lick lost to Wang Wonking in a battle and still refused to admit it, then Wang Wangking could naturally easily deal with the 1,000-year-old lich. From the beginning, the purpose of Wang Wangking's battle with the 1,000-year-old lich was the purple cloud mirror. Otherwise, there was no need for Wang Wangking to fight with a 1,000-year-old lich. Since Wang Wangking chose to fight with the 1,000-year-old lich, it meant that she was confident enough to defeat the 1,000-year-old lich in the battle. Rustle. All of a sudden, on mountain of myriad boats, a torrential rain flew horizontally and attacked the 1,000-year-old lich like tens of thousands of arrows. At the same time, the 1,000-year-old lich waved his hand, and a rock wall that emerged from his body actually blocked the magic attack that was like a rain of arrows. It wasn't over yet. Golden light suddenly appeared on the 1,000-year-old lich's body. The water droplets fused into the rock wall and actually turned into a mudslide that swept towards Wang Wangking. Wang Wangking did not dare to underestimate it. She raised her right hand and waved it down. Swish! At this moment, lightning actually descended from the sky. It was the lightning attraction technique. Chapter 394 Chapter 394 The Purple Cloud Mirror and Great White Painting Brush. 2 Dharma Treasures. Chapter 394 The Purple Cloud Mirror and Great White Painting Brush. 2 Dharma Treasures. Boom! The lightning bolt didn't hit the mudslide, but the 1,000-year-old lich's head. All the demons were completely terrified. Who knew that Wang Wangking would not play according to the plan? The 1,000-year-old lich couldn't use sorcery now at all, because he had just released it. So it was impossible for him to release sorcery immediately. Even if it was a bullet, it couldn't be tens of millions of bullets a second. Right. Moreover, to cast sorcery, one needed to circulate the demonic chi in their bodies as a medium and use the demon core in their bodies as an engine. It was even more impossible for the 1,000-year-old lich to dodge. How could he be faster than lightning? But what about Wang Wangking? She couldn't resist the mudslide either. After all, she could not release 2 different spells at the same time. If that was the case, wouldn't they die together? Crack! Immediately, the 1,000-year-old lich took out the purple cloud adder and deflected the lightning. However, Wang Wangking was drowned in the mudslide. Seeing this, the 1,000-year-old lich roared with laughter. You're still 1,000 years too young to fight me. Haha. The 1,000-year-old lich's laughter did not stop, and the surrounding demons also laughed in agreement. They were also laughing at Wang Wangking for being too inexperienced. However, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were furious. This damn 1,000-year-old lich doesn't care about martial virtue at all. He doesn't care about the rules at all. Where's the battle didn't? He used the purple cloud mirror Dharma treasure to resist the lightning technique. It's not like you don't know that demons are very cunning. Wang Wangking can only blame herself for being too inexperienced. What a pity. Wang Wangking is gone just like that. The netizens were very jealous of Wang Wangking. After all, Suyong gave Wang Wangking a great opportunity, allowing her to soar. However, the netizens felt that it was indeed a pity that Wang Wangking died just like that. Even if the netizens knew that the 1,000-year-old lich had lost the battle, he had won the war. After all, if a person died, they would completely lose. It had to be said that the purple cloud mirror was really powerful. It could actually reflect Wang Wangking's lightning technique. Indeed, only physical damage could deal with the purple cloud mirror. As for magical attacks, they could not cause any damage to the purple cloud mirror. This was a rare Dharma treasure. Ha! At this time, the mudslide that drowned Wang Wangking was actually repelled by a dragon elephant aura. How could Wang Wangking die so easily? After all, Wang Wangking had attained the dragon essence. That was the energy crystal of a dragon's life. 1,000-year lich. You've lost, Wang Wangking said to the 1,000-year lich. In other words, if a 1,000-year-old lich couldn't defeat Wang Wangking in a battle of magic, he would naturally lose. The 1,000-year-old lich's expression was hideous, and all the hair on its body waned. Wang Wangking swung the Vajra ring in her hand, trapping the 1,000-year-old lich. The 1,000-year-old lich could not break free at all. Then, Wang Wangking walked over and took the purple cloud mirror. Since the 1,000-year-old lich had lost, the new owner of the purple cloud mirror was naturally Wang Wangking. As for Wang Wangking, who had the purple cloud mirror, The 1,000-year-old lick was no match for her. Wang Wonking waved her hand and retracted the Vajra ring on the 1,000-year-old lick's right wrist. Wang Wonking turned around and walked away without looking back. As for the 1,000-year-old lick, he could only glare at Wang Wonking. Would he still dare to attack? Even if he attacked, Wang Wonking could use the purple cloud mirror in her hand to reflect his magic attacks. Hand-to-hand combat. The 1,000-year-old lick was no match for Wang Wonking. After all, the 1,000-year-old lick's two greatest strengths were spells and his purple cloud mirror Dharma treasure. Without the purple cloud mirror, he could not even withstand a single move from Wang Wonking. Therefore, the 1,000-year-old lick could only say that he regretted it. He should not have fought with Wang Wonking. It turned out that it was the 1,000-year-old lick who had suffered a double loss. The 1,000-year-old lick cried, "Wawa!" The 1,000-year-old lick's cries echoed throughout the entire mountain of myriad boats. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream could not help but laugh. Serves him right. If I were Wang Wonking, one would definitely kill you. You're still crying. Hee hee. Why do one feel that the 1,000-year-old lick is crying like a cat? He's crying for his monster brothers. Right. The netizens thought of the 1,000-year-old lick. He was an old monster who had lived for 1,000 years. How could he cry so easily? Could it be that because the purple cloud mirror was taken away by Wang Wonking, he cried his heart out? That was obviously impossible. However, the 1,000-year-old lick was finally crippled. Without the purple cloud mirror, even if his spells were not weak, he would not be able to defeat LV 40 demon. With the purple cloud mirror as a Dharma treasure, Wang Wonking was no longer afraid of demons with powerful sorcery. After all, the purple cloud mirror was the nemesis of sorcery. Of course, demons like the six-eared macaque and shadow pig were not particularly good at sorcery. They were good at fighting with martial arts. Meanwhile, Su Kainqian headed to the next check-in spot. Her 14th check-in point was Demon Star Valley. Even the Demon Star Pearl Dharma treasure in Su Kainqian's hand came from the Demon Star Valley. The Demon Star Valley was equivalent to a demon factory. Master, there's a Dharma treasure in the Demon Star Valley called Great White Painting Brush. It can replicate a demon's sorcery. The six-eared macaque said this so that Su Kainqian could obtain this Dharma treasure. In the future, she could replicate the sorcery of demons. The shadow pig said, "One heard that this great white painting brush can transform into any demon. It's very difficult to tell if it's real or fake." The six-eared macaque said, "My little brother, the yellow-skinned king, gave Su Kainqian a demon star pearl. With this, we can tell if it's real or fake." As he spoke, Su Kainqian and the others arrived at a manor. There were many demons in the manor. Some were forging iron, and some were farming. Some demons were even fetching water. Demons had to live too. They were not immortals. Master, after you step into this place, don't trust any demons, including me, said the six-eared macaque. After all, the great white painting brush could turn someone into any demon. In other words, it could turn someone into any demon, among them, including the demon-eating flower. Moreover, it could replicate the sorcery of the demon-eating flower. While the six-eared macaque was talking, Su Kainqian had already stepped into the manor. The demon-eating flower followed closely behind. However, the moment the demon-eating flower stepped into the manor, the surrounding demons all transformed into the demon-eating flower. When the six-eared macaque arrived, the demons also transformed into the six-eared macaque. Brother Monkey, didn't you say that the great white painting brush can turn into any demon? Why did all the demons here turn into us? The shadow pig glanced over and saw 7 demons that looked exactly like him. Even the main body could not tell if it was real or fake. This is the magical aspect of the great white painting brush Dharma treasure. Chapter 395. Chapter 395. So it's a toad demon. Chapter 395. So it's a toad demon. The six-eared macaque was also stunned. He did not know what was going on, either, because it was different from what he had said. Master, one miscalculated. Just as the six-eared macaque was feeling dejected, Su Kainqian's eyes lit up. So many little monkeys and little white pigs. Su Kainqian walked over fearlessly. At the same time, when the demon-eating flower saw so many shadow pigs, she almost drooled. Actually, Su Kaienkian was the most unconventional one. Little monkeys. Fight. Su Kaienkian got the demons in the manner that had turned into the six-eared macaque to fight. As for why Su Kaienkian wanted them to do this, it was actually very simple. Whoever was best would be brought to play the journey to the West check-in game. Hearing this, the demons who had turned into the six-eared macaque did not listen to Su Kaienkian. Little flower. Eat them. Su Kaienkian pointed at the group of demons. Hearing this, the demon-eating flower immediately started eating. She didn't care about the demons in the manor. They truly turned into the six-eared macaque. In any case, she would eat them if she caught them. The netizens in the live stream were thrilled. What a show! At this rate, that Dharma treasure will be useless against Su Kaienkian. That's right. In front of absolute strength. Fancy moves are not worth mentioning at all. The netizens watched as the demons were eaten by the demon-eating flower bite by bite. One had to know that the demon-eating flower did not care which was real and which was fake. In any case, she would eat them. The six-eared macaque stood rooted to the ground. He was also dumbfounded by Su Kaienkian's actions. How could she be so crazy? She actually disregarded everything and let the demon-eating flower eat with all her might. Not only the demons that transformed into six-eared macaque, but the demons that transformed into the shadow pig were also eaten by the demon-eating flower. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig remained rooted to the ground. They could only pray the demon-eating flower wouldn't eat them along with the fakes, because there was nothing they could do. After all, when the demon-eating flower bloomed and ate, she did not know which was real and which was fake. Little pig bro, one have an idea. With that, the six-eared macaque started fighting with the shadow pig. Brother monkey, what are you doing? The shadow pig did not know what the six-eared macaque was doing. Listen to me. It's definitely not wrong. The six-eared macaque punched the shadow pig. The shadow pig didn't stand on ceremony and kicked the six-eared macaque. Both of them were sent flying by the other party. However, the six-eared macaque and the shadow pig were still fighting. On the other side, the demon-eating flower kept eating. Although there were not many demons in this manor, only about 40 of them, they were too scattered. Even if the demon-eating flower caught them and started eating, it would take more than 10 minutes to finish. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream discovered something amiss. Have you realized that these demons really only know how to turn into demons? That's right. They turned into the shadow pig, the six-eared macaque, and the demon-eating flower. However, they couldn't transform into Su Kaienkian. That's very strange. Right. Could it be that the great white painting brush, a Dharma treasure, can't turn demons into humans? That's a very likely guess. Through Su Kaienkian's live broadcast, the netizen saw that the demon-eating flower was a demon that was not full. She had clearly caught 14 demons and eaten them all. But the demon-eating flower still did not burp. This meant that the stronger the demon-eating flower was, the greater her appetite. Perhaps the demon-eating flower could really eat all the demons in the entire Western demon realm. That would be 100 years later. Moving forward, about 10 minutes later, the demons in the manor had basically all been eaten by the demon-eating flower. Little flower, there's another demon there. Su Kaienkian pointed at a well. At that time, a toad spirit emerged from the well. This toad spirit really looked like a toad. He was holding a pen in his hand. That had to be the great white painting brush. Seeing this, the six-eared macaque and the shadow pig stopped fighting. They looked at the toad spirit. So that's how it is. You tricked me. The six-eared macaque squeaked. Clearly, he was angry. It turned out to be completely different from what he had said previously. It was not that the great white painting brush could transform into a demon, but that a demon held the great white painting brush, allowing other demons to transform into other demons and replicate their sorcery. However, he had not expected Su Kaienkian not to play by the rules and leave the toad spirit at a loss. Don't eat me. 111 Give you the Dharma treasure. The toad spirit was so frightened that his legs went weak. He was only a LV 20 toad spirit. How could he have the strength to deal with Su Kaienkian and the others? Therefore, if the toad spirit wanted to survive, he naturally had to hand over the Dharma treasure with both hands and beg for a chance to survive. You want to live, have you asked me? The six-eared macaque walked up to the toad spirit angrily. King Six-Eared, spare me. The toad spirit kept kneeling and begging for mercy. Of course, demons were afraid of death. If you wanted to talk about someone that wasn't afraid of death, that would be devilkind. Devihumans were really wild. Moreover, they were indifferent to life and death. If they were not convinced, they would fight. However, the demons, ghosts, monsters, and beasts from the other four alternate worlds were not so reckless. Even wild mutated beasts were very afraid of death. Among the demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts in the 5 alternate worlds, who was most afraid of death? That should be demons. Bang bang. The six-eared macaque punched and kicked the toad spirit for a full 5 minutes before stopping. This is the consequence of angering me. If you hadn't given my master the Dharma treasure, you wouldn't even have been alive now. The six-eared macaque had no intention of killing the toad spirit. After all, the toad spirit was willing to use his Dharma treasure in exchange for his life. After Su Kainkian took the great white painting brush, she began to draw a circle on six-eared macaque's head. A halo appeared above the six-eared macaque's head. Fawn, Su Kainkian drew a turtle pattern on the toad spirit. The toad spirit turned into a turtle. He's a little turtle. After playing for a while, Su Kainkian put the great white painting brush into her universe pouch. The great white painting brush, a Dharma treasure, definitely had more uses than this. As long as she tapped on the demons, she could make them become what she wanted. Su Kainkian wandered around the manor. Realizing that there was nothing worth staying here for, she left the manor. As for the demon-eating flower, she was rinsing her mouth. Her mouth could open 100 times wider than normal, and the water from the well was not even enough for her to put in her mouth. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig watched from behind, their scalps going numb. They thought to themselves that their little martial ant was actually even more terrifying than they had thought. They felt like they were struggling on the verge of death. If they were not careful, they might be swallowed by the demon-eating flower. Little pig bro, we must ensure that little martial ant doesn't go hungry. Chapter 396, Chapter 396, Have you heard of the Bull Demon King? Chapter 396, Have you heard of the Bull Demon King? The shadow pig did not know why the six-eared macaque said that. But the shadow pig believed the six-eared macaque. The shadow pig nodded and said, Brother monkey, one understand. Even if I'm hungry, I can't let little martial ant starve. A moment later, the six-eared macaque asked, Master, where are we going to clock in next? Su Kainkian said bluntly, We go under the green mound tree. Green mound tree. The six-eared macaque did not know where this place was, but in his opinion, it had to be a territory of some demons. After all, every place in the western demon realm was occupied by demons. The shadow pig had never heard of the green mound tree, either. As for the demon-eating flower, she was even more clueless. After all, she had only been in the western demon realm for more than a month. Su Kainkian did not know what kind of place the greenmound tree was, but there was an arrow above her head that could guide her to the bottom of the tree. Brother monkey, do you know about the greenmound tree? The shadow pig asked. The six-eared macaque shook his head and said, One don't. I only know the 3 lives tree. The shadow pig said, Me too. There was really a 3 lives tree in the western demon region. Many demons formed ties under the 3 lives tree. However, they did not know what kind of place the green mound tree was. Master, you'll go with the shadow pig to scout the way for you. The six-eared macaque was not planning on scouting the way. He was looking for food. If the demon-eating flower went hungry, wouldn't it be over? All right, you guys go ahead. Su Kainkian nodded in agreement. Su Kainkian was not afraid of other demons appearing. After all, Su Kainkian was very strong to begin with. Even a LV 40 demon could be killed with a slap. Little flower, are you hungry? Su Kainkian asked with concern. The demon-eating flower shook her head and said, Sister Kainkian, I'm not hungry yet. The demon-eating flower added, my appetite has increased a lot recently. Will you despise me? Su Kankian stood on her tiptoes and patted the demon-eating flower's forehead. Then, she said, I'm good friends with you. You can't dislike good friends. Hearing this, the demon-eating flower nodded repeatedly. One understand. The time with Su Kankian was the happiest for the demon-eating flower. How she wished she could stay by Su Kankian's side forever. However, the demon-eating flower knew that Su Kankian was not from this world. She entered this world to train as a chosen one. However, the demon-eating flower did not feel depressed because of this. Because she knew that she would have many chances to meet Su Kankian in the future. Sister Kankian, let me perform for you. With that, all kinds of flowers bloomed on the demon-eating flower. Little flower, you're amazing, Su Kankian praised. The demon-eating flower said, this isn't my most powerful thing. I can even bloom demon-like flowers. With that, the demon-eating flower put her hands together, and a flower appeared in her palms. Among the flowers was actually a fox demon with peerless demonic appearance. The demon-eating flower said, one can make flowers depending on what demons I've eaten. Next, the demon-eating flower placed the fox demon formed from flowers on the ground. She said charmingly, Master, I'm a fox demon flower. What can I do for you? As soon as these words were spoken, they actually shocked the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream. Holy SHT, there's such a thing? What an awesome demon-eating flower. This is the true ability of the demon-eating flower. Right, this demon-eating flower is a big boss. Actually, I think so too. In 100 years, I think the demon-eating flower is definitely a terrifying existence. There's no need to wait so long. The demon-eating flower now is already so terrifying. Look, even the six-eared macaque is so afraid of the demon-eating flower. The netizens always felt that the growth potential of the demon-eating flower was very terrifying. In the future, the demon-eating flower would definitely become an overlord. Perhaps the demon world would tremble in fear when they heard the name of the demon-eating flower. It was not impossible. At this moment, Su Kankian clapped her hands and said, little flower, you're so awesome. The demon-eating flower said, Sister Kankian, my sorcery is far inferior to the great white painting brush. As long as the flower withers, it will disappear. Also, it can only give birth to demons that I have eaten. Demons that I have not eaten are impossible. That being said, how could the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream not know that when the demon-eating flower ate other powerful demons, she would become stronger? Not only that, but she could also show the demon that she had eaten in the form of a flower that treated her as its master. Little flower, are you giving birth? Su Kankian felt that the demon-eating flower was giving birth. However, this really did look alike. The demon-eating flower said shyly, Sister Kankian, I don't know how to make children. If possible, I also want to have children with your father. Listen, was this what a 4-year-old demon said? However, demons were definitely different from humans. Although the current demon-eating flower was only 4 years old, she looked like a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Perhaps a 4-year-old demon was equivalent to a human in their teens, and already had the ability to reproduce. I don't want that. Su Kankian actually rejected her. However, this was not the first time Su Kankian had rejected her. Wasn't it common for her to reject others? As long as it was something she did not like or was unwilling to do, she would reject it decisively. That was why Su Kankian would not listen to others. In the Heavenly Dao livestream, the netizens watched the conversation between Su Kankian and the demon-eating flower. Why did it feel so mature? How can a 5-year-old girl and a 4-year-old flower demon say such mature words? Are kids so mature these days? Isn't it because the demon-eating flower matured early? Congratulations to Su Yang, this super big shot, for obtaining another demon fan. At the mention of Su Yang, the netizens would think of how strong he was. However, the netizens could only judge Su Yang's strength from Su Kankian's strength, and the trump cards Su Yang gave her. They had already determined that Su Yong's strength was definitely not lower than LV 58. In other words, with Su Yong's current strength, he could completely sweep through the Western demon realm and even destroy it. Such great strength made the netizens respect and worship Su Yong even more. In the Western demon realm, in a mountain range, the six-eared macaque and shadow pig were hunting. They had already hunted 3 wild boars, but it was far from enough. "Brother Monkey, do you think our little martial ant will really eat us?" the shadow pig asked. "Yes, so we can't let little martial ant starve," the six-eared macaque said, and then changed the topic. "Little pig bro, have you heard of the bull demon king?" Chapter 397 Chapter 397 The Fox Spirit Under the Greenmound Tree. Chapter 397 The Fox Spirit Under the Greenmound Tree. Hearing this, the shadow pig shook his head and said, "Bull Demon King, one don't know him. Is the Bull Demon King a demon or a spirit?" Even though it was a world of demons, there were naturally also other races, including humans, devils, and mythical beasts. However, the demon world was a world dominated by demons, just like the blue planet was a world dominated by humans. The six-eared macaque said, "I heard that he's a monstrous demon." "Monstrous demon? There are monstrous demons," the shadow pig said in shock. "I've only heard that he's a demon transformed from a blood demon." "The bull demon king is very powerful," the six-eared macaque said. The shadow pig asked, "Brother Monkey, do you mean that our master shouldn't defend him?" The six-eared macaque nodded and said, "That's not all. We have to become sworn brothers with him. With such a powerful elder brother, it will be much more convenient for us to do things in the future." The shadow pig said, "Brother Monkey, aren't our master, little martial ant, and martial ant enough?" The six-eared macaque shook his head and said, "Little pig bro, you don't understand. Master and the others are not on the same side as us." The shadow pig was not stupid. He immediately took the six-eared macaque's words to heart. Not to mention Su Qian, even Wang Wonking and the demon-eating flower had such terrifying potential. Therefore, the six-eared macaque felt that it wouldn't be long before the Western demon realm couldn't accommodate them. As for the six-eared macaque and shadow pig, Su Qian only played with them along the way to the west. It was really just for fun. There was nothing else. Once the journey west ended, they would part ways. They would go back to their homes and look for their mothers. The six-eared macaque's motto was that one had to rely on oneself at home and on one's brothers outside. Because the six-eared macaque had no family, he naturally had to rely on himself at home. Moreover, the six-eared macaque liked to collect sworn brothers. Naturally, he had to rely on his brothers outside. After the shadow pig ended his journey west, he also wanted to return to the shadow pig's residence to be with his brocade fur rat. However, if the shadow pig wanted to establish itself in the Western demon realm, he definitely had to rely on some connections. "Brother Monkey, one understand." The shadow pig nodded. The six-eared macaque continued, "If we follow master all the way to the west, we will definitely gain a lot. However, we can't offend all the demons in the Western demon realm. Furthermore, some demons are worth becoming sworn brothers with." The shadow pig asked, "Brother Monkey, where is the bull demon king you mentioned now?" The six-eared macaque said, "I heard that he's at a place called Flaming Mountains. If our master wants to go to the Flaming Mountains next time, we have to set off in advance. We can't let our master offend the bull demon king." "Brother Monkey, you're so thoughtful." The shadow pig nodded again. The six-eared macaque naturally would not go against Su Qian. After all, he knew that he could gain a lot by following Su Qian all the way to the west. However, he also had to consider his future. An hour or so later, the six-eared macaque and the shadow pig had hunted and brought back 5 wild boars. Furthermore, each wild boar weighed 250 kilograms. It was enough for the demon-eating flower to eat her fill. The six-eared macaque came in front of Su Qian and said, "Master, I've heard that the Greenmound Tree is the territory of the Red Fox Spirit. It's over 600 km away from here." At the mention of a fox, Sukankian and the demon-eating flower immediately thought of the fox demon in the demon-eating forest. The fox demon's human form was really stunning. Unfortunately, she was killed and eaten by the demon-eating flower. Back then, the demon-eating flower had hidden in the fox demon's sea of flowers and grown for 4 years. The demon-eating flower still had a deep impression of the fox demon now. Fox demoness. One don't like to eat those. Her taste was so choking. The demon-eating flower knew that there was an indescribable smell on the fox spirit. In the past, she was desperate. But now, the palate of the demon-eating flower was getting more and more finicky. Sister Kainkian, do all fox spirits like to live in tree holes? The demon-eating flower asked. Regarding the habits of demons, wouldn't the demon-eating flower, who was a demon herself, know better? Su Kainkian shook her head. One don't know. The six-eared macaque said. Master, I've also heard that the green mound tree's red fox spirit can release lightning. It must have some Dharma treasure that can release lightning. We have to be careful. The six-eared macaque knew that Su Kainkian was very strong, but there was nothing wrong with being cautious. It's pork. Will the little white pig be angry? Su Kainkian said to the six-eared macaque. Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque said bluntly, wild boars are not demons, and they belong to different kinds. Then, the six-eared macaque said, he hunted 4 wild boars. The shadow pig roasted the wild boars conscientiously. The six-eared macaque also went over to help. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig took on the responsibility of cooking. The six-eared macaque did not feel aggrieved. He felt extremely honored to be able to follow Su Kainkian all the way west. Otherwise, he might have been killed. Even the six-eared macaque did not know how strong Su Kainkian was. Actually, the six-eared macaque was more in awe of Su Kainkian's father. The shadow pig finished roasting the first wild boar, and cut a large piece of roasted meat for Su Kainkian. Master, try it first. The shadow pig was drooling, but he knew that he should give everything to Su Kainkian first. After all, she was his master and his great benefactor. The demon-eating flower also drooled, but she was not in a hurry, because she knew that once she ate, no one else would have a share. Therefore, the demon-eating flower was very self-aware. She saved the portion she ate for the last, and she wanted the largest portion. In less than half an hour, about a third of her roast boar weighing more than 250 kg had been eaten. It was basically eaten by the shadow pig. The six-eared macaque did not eat much. It was just a small piece. The six-eared macaque wasn't particular about food, and he didn't eat much. The remaining half of the roasted boar and the 4 whole roasted boars were all eaten by the demon-eating flower. With the demon-eating flower, there was no possibility of wasting food. After eating and drinking their fill, it was already night. Su Kainkian listened to Wang Wonking's words even if she was not sleepy. She had to rest well at night. Only then could she grow. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig were not sleepy at all. They could stay awake for 10 days to half a month, or even months. The night watch duty naturally fell on the six-eared macaque and shadow pig. The shadow pig started chatting with the six-eared macaque again. Brother monkey, where did you come from? The shadow pig asked. The six-eared macaque said bluntly, I'm from Flower Fruit Mountain's waterfall cave. Is it far from here? The shadow pig asked. It's far, far away, said the six-eared macaque. Then why did brother monkey come here? Why did you travel west with master? The shadow pig asked curiously. Actually, I'm here to find weapons. I need to find suitable weapons. One heard that there are many weapons in the dragon palace. The six-eared macaque said bluntly. In fact, that was not all. If he obtained a suitable weapon, he wanted to return to the Flower Fruit Mountain's waterfall cave. Chapter 398 Chapter 398 Who's the fish on the chopping board in the end? Chapter 398 Who's the fish on the chopping board in the end? As for why he had to return to the Flower Fruit Mountain's waterfall cave, there had to be a reason. However, the six-eared macaque did not explain the situation to the shadow pig. After all, the six-eared macaque had left, but not by itself. In the Five-Finger Mountains, he had killed a demon monkey that was chasing after him. Brother monkey, We have such a powerful master and two martial ants. The shadow pig seemed to have read the six-eared macaque's mind. The six-eared macaque said, I know. But one have to rely on myself to survive this tribulation. The shadow pig said, Brother monkey, you're my big brother. If anything happens in the future, 111 give my life to help you. The six-eared macaque was very gratified. However, he also knew that this was his own matter, and no one could interfere. The six-eared macaque wanted to obtain a suitable weapon. This was a huge battle with the Monkey King. This was a family matter, so how could outsiders interfere? The next day, it had been 10 days since Su Qian entered the Western Demon Realm Otherworld Instance Dungeon. She had already completed 14 check-ins. She was currently heading to the Green Mound Tree to clock in for the 15th time. Actually, Su Qian did not travel far west in the Western Demon region at all. After all, Su Qian was really not in a hurry. She treated the trial of clocking in as a game, not as a life and death trial. If it was fun to clock in, she would stay longer. If it wasn't fun, she would go to the next checkpoint to play. In any case, the Western Demon Realm was so big, there would always be more novel and fun places. However, in these 10 days, 12 chosen ones had died. Dong Jiani wasn't done yet. As for how she could survive until now and complete 8 check-ins, it was all thanks to her luck. This was what the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream thought. After all, Dong Jiani had not displayed her strength from the beginning to the end. She had relied on her luck to complete 8 check-ins. Wang Wangking had already clocked in 15 times. This was what the netizens had expected. After all, Wang Wangking was clocking in without stopping. As long as she completed a check-in point, she would basically not stay, and would immediately head to the next check-in point. She also had a lot of food, enough for her to eat for a few days. Moreover, with her current strength, she could hunt a wild boar and bring 5 to 10 kg of meat with her, enough to last her for a week. Moreover, Wang Wangking did not have a big appetite. It was enough to eat 100,300 grams of meat a day. Along the way, Wang Wangking would also pick some wild fruits. Wang Wangking did not have to worry about food. Even if she encountered demons on the way, they were not her match. One had to know that the current Wang Wangking was even stronger than the six-eared macaque. As long as Wang Wangking was not careless, the demon she encountered before the 25th check-in would be fine. Moreover, Wang Wangking had already obtained 2 Dharma treasures. The Vajra Ring and the Purple Cloud Mirror were very powerful Dharma treasures. It was easy to deal with demons below LV 40 with their help. For now, among the 13 chosen ones who survived, more than 5 of them were not weaker than LV 40. Su Qian and Wang Wangking were among them. Other than the 2 of them, there were also Huang Yuzhai, Liu Kaiming, and Zhang Nanchuang. Although the other 8 chosen ones did not display strength above LV 40, this did not mean that they did not have it. Moreover, the surviving chosen ones had basically completed 4 check-ins. However, there were 100 check-ins to complete the trial. Moreover, there was an entire year as a time limit. Under a huge ancient bronze tree, Su Qian finished checking in. However, Su Qian was surrounded by a group of demons. You trespassed into my territory and want to leave just like that. A voice came from the tree hole. It was a man's voice. At the same time, a very handsome man walked out of the tree hole. His figure was a little enchanting. Not all fox spirits were female. There were also men among the fox spirits. However, a male fox spirits was just that. This handsome man was wearing a red robe, making him look even more charming. Are you going to treat us to a dinner? The one who said this was the demon-eating flower. The demon-eating flower was not hungry yet, but at the thought of food, she naturally had to be full. The six-eared macaque said, Little Atarshal ant, he treats us like food. You want to eat us? The demon-eating flower did not hear the threat and killing intent in the red fox spirit's eyes and tone. Su Qian also spoke. Are you going to give me a Dharma treasure? Su Qian asked. As soon as these words were spoken, the red fox spirit's killing intent rose. Not only would the red fox spirit not let Su Qian and the others off, But how could he give the Dharma treasure to Su Kaienkian? In fact, the red fox spirit really had a Dharma treasure. However, his Dharma treasure was a little special. The six-eared macaque said to the red fox spirit, "You're just a little fox spirit. Aren't you afraid of death?" The red fox spirit said, "Although you are powerful, the Green Mountain is not a place where you can come and go as you please." As soon as he finished speaking, the six-eared macaque pulled away from Su Kaienkian. He was on guard. Of course, he wasn't guarding against Su Kaienkian. Instead, he was guarding against the red fox spirit. After all, the six-eared macaque had already been tricked. Ansa had been trapped by the nest Dharma treasure of the old demon. Empty nest. If this red fox spirit had something similar to a bird's nest Dharma treasure that had trapped them previously, it would be difficult. That was why the six-eared macaque retreated dozens of steps to avoid falling into the red fox spirit's trap. The demon-eating flower said, "One don't want to eat a fox spirit with a strong smell." As soon as these words were spoken, the anger of the red fox spirit burned to a boiling point again. It had to be said that Su Kaienkian and the demon-eating flower were good at attracting aggro. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig were already used to it. After all, hadn't Su Kaienkian and the demon-eating flower offended all kinds of demons in the few days they had interacted? However, those demons who had ill intentions towards Su Kaienkian only had one outcome. Although this red fox spirit was the king of the Green Mountain, he was only a LV 32 demon. Su Kaienkian, the demon-eating flower, the six-eared macaque, and the shadow pig could all kill the red fox spirit one unknown. However, the red fox demon definitely had a Dharma treasure. Otherwise, why would he be so confident in facing Su Kaienkian and the others? It was as if he treated Su Kaienkian and the others as fish on a chopping board. The question was, who was the fish on the chopping board? Little pig bro. Protect master and the others well, the six-eared macaque said, and disappeared with a somersault. Seeing this, the red fox spirit snorted, and said, "At least you know how to run at the last minute." The red fox then changed the topic, and said, "But you might not be so lucky." Chapter 399 Chapter 399, Is There Really a Dragon in the Black Dragon Well? Chapter 399, Is There Really a Dragon in the Black Dragon Well? With a wave of the red fox spirit's hand, a huge net enveloped Su Kaienkian and the others. The red fox spirit sneered. Is it that simple? The red fox spirit did not expect that the underground net he had set up would actually capture Su Kaienkian and the others so easily. Stop struggling. My earth net is made of purple cloud silk. The more you struggle, the more it constricts. Although the red fox spirit's Dharma treasure was not as fancy as other Dharma treasures, it could trap LV 40 demons. The red fox spirit said, "This is one of the purple cloud silk underground nets." Before he could finish his sentence, the six-eared macaque appeared. As he flipped over, he prepared to kick the red fox spirit. However, the red fox spirit was calm in the face of danger. Crack! In an instant, another earth net bound the six-eared macaque. "You're really rash. Can't you hear me out? Look at you now." Tisk, tisk. The red fox spirit became smug. The shadow pig, who was bound by the earth net, was knocking with the nine-tooth rake in his hand. But every knock made the earth net shrink even tighter. "Master, this earth net is so hard. Even my nine-tooth rake can't do anything to this earth net." The shadow pig panicked. After all, he could not break this earth net. The demon-eating flower was also biting the earth net. After a hiss, the demon-eating flower's teeth were sore. "I can't eat it." The demon-eating flower also shook her head. Su Kaienkian asked calmly, "Why aren't you a spider spirit?" In Su Kaienkian's impression, only a spider spirit would spit out spider webs. "Spider spirit, are you talking about the 7 spider spirits in the coiled silk cave?" At the mention of them, the red fox spirit's expression turned slightly ferocious. Clearly, the red fox spirit was very afraid of the 7 spider spirits in the coiled silk cave. However, the red fox spirit ignored it. After all, he could not provoke the 7 spider spirits of the coiled silk cave. Just then, Su Kankian tore open the net with her bare hands. She really tore it open with her bare hands. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig were shocked when they saw this. How could Su Kankian tear apart the earth net Dharma treasure with her bare hands? It had to be known that this was an earth net that even LV-40 demons could not break free from. Moreover, even the demon-eating flower could not do anything to it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The red fox spirit took a few steps back in fear. Sister Kankian, you're so powerful, the demon-eating flower said. Is it powerful? Su Kankian didn't even know that she had become very powerful after tearing open a net. The six-eared macaque, shadow pig, and demon-eating flower were released. They began to counterattack against the demons of the green mound tree. The six-eared macaque, in particular, killed even more ruthlessly. Since they were enemies, he would definitely kill them all. The six-eared macaque was a very cautious demon. He would not let go of the enemies here. In the Heavenly Tao livestream, the netizens were also amazed by Su Kankian's strength. Looks like Su Kankian's strength has increased again. She has too much power. She already has the power of the demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts from the 5 alternate worlds. She's even a cultivator. Su Yang is really impressive. He nurtured such a powerful young Su Kankian. Don't forget that Su Yang can make Wang Wonking soar into the sky. And as his darling, Su Kankian is even more terrifying. How many lifetimes of good fortune did Su Kankian accumulate to be reincarnated as Su Yang's daughter? The netizens could only sigh. In their opinion, Su Kankian's strength was definitely not just at LV-45, because they knew that Su Kankian had yet to show her full strength. Rather than saying that it was Su Kankian hiding her strength, it was more like she did not know how to show all the strength hidden in her. Su Kankian was just trying to deal with whatever came her way. If you wanted to know Su Kankian's true strength, you had to force her into a desperate situation. However, the netizens realized that Su Kankian had never been injured at all. Not to mention being injured, enemies had never even touched Su Kankian. About 10 minutes later, the red fox spirit was skinned by the six-eared macaque and hung on the green hill tree. As for the demons of the Green Mound Mountain, all of them were killed by the six-eared macaque, shadow pig, and demon-eating flower. Su Kankian walked into the tree hole. The smell in here is so bad. Su Kankian pinched her nose. Fox stench was not a joke. The fox spirit's fox stench was extraordinarily strong. The six-eared macaque also walked into the tree hole. He could not withstand this fox stench. Either. Master, are there any treasures here? The six-eared macaque asked. Su Kankian shook her head and said, no. One just want to take a look here. If there had been a treasure, Su Kankian would have gotten it long ago. She was just curious about what this tree hole looked like. However, as soon as she entered, she walked out in less than half a minute. The shadow pig was very tactful and brought over all the food from Green Mound Mountain. There were meat and vegetables. Little did he know that even if Su Kankian did not eat or drink, she would not starve to death. However, the shadow pig and six-eared macaque did not know about it. Of course, this food was not enough for the demon-eating flower. Compared to ordinary food, the demon-eating flower wanted to eat demons more. However, the red fox spirit did not interest the demon-eating flower. After all, the fox spirit's fox stench was too strong, and she could not bring herself to eat it. Furthermore, the other demons were not delicious. In the demon-eating flower's understanding, the stronger the demon, the more fragrant it would taste. Master, where is the next check-in point? The six-eared macaque asked. Su Kankian shook her head and said, Black Dragon Well. The six-eared macaque did not know where the Black Dragon Well was. However, from the name Black Dragon Well, it might not be simple. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream were also discussing what demon's territory Black Dragon Well was. Black Dragon Well, a place that produces oolong TJ, haha. That's impossible. Do you still remember that there was a well in the journey to the west? A well? The netizens thought of the Wuji Kingdom's Dragon King in the journey to the west. If the Wuji Kingdom and the Well Dragon King were combined, wouldn't it mean the Black Dragon Well? It had to be said that the netizens' imagination was very awesome. However, judging from the overlap between the Western demon realm and the journey to the West, it was not impossible. Perhaps there was really a demonic dragon in Black Dragon Well. In the world of demons, dragons might exist. Therefore, there was a high chance that a demonic dragon existed in Black Dragon Well. Moreover, in the journey to the West, the status of dragons could be said to be very low. After all, the Dragon Kings were extremely humble in front of the gods and Buddha. However, in the Western demon realm, which had a high overlap with Journey to the West, dragons were not rare or legendary creatures. Chapter 400 Why are you so powerful? Chapter 400 Why are you so powerful? The six-eared macaque said, Master, I'm not good at swimming. I'm afraid it's very dangerous. This wasn't the first time the six-eared macaque had emphasized that it wasn't good at swimming. Of course, the shadow pig was good at swimming. However, the shadow pig might not be able to deal with the demons in the Black Dragon Well. The six-eared macaque's worries were not unfounded. However, Su Kainqian did not have such worries. She was just curious about what fun and novel things were in the Black Dragon Well. Su Kainqian said, Little monkey, 111 be fine. Dad said that the Otherworld Instance dungeon is like a playground. Su Kainqian could also tell that the six-eared macaque was anxious. The shadow pig also said, Brother monkey, I know you're very cautious, but it's useless to worry so much now. You might as well believe in Master, little martial ant, and yourself. The six-eared macaque heaved a sigh. He knew that Su Kainqian and the others had never experienced the horror of a hopeless situation. However, the six-eared macaque did not say anything else. He naturally believed in Su Kainqian. After all, Su Kainqian was very, very strong, but she was still young. If Su Kainqian was 7 or 8 years old, the six-eared macaque would not have any worries. However, Su Kainqian was only 5 years old. Furthermore, she was a 5-year-old human girl. How could she be as mature as a demon? The 4-year-old demon-eating flower was more mature than Su Kainqian. Little flower, little monkey, little white pig, let's go. The arrow above Su Kainqian's head had already pointed to the next check-in point, Black Dragon Well. Okay, let's go to the next check-in spot. The demon-eating flower followed closely behind Su Kainqian. As long as Su Kainqian was there, the demon-eating flower would follow her. In the demon-eating flower's heart, Su Kainqian's status was very high. After all, the demon-eating flower had been saved by Su Kainqian many times, and Su Kainqian was the first good friend of the demon-eating flower. Perhaps Su Kainqian was like a sister in the heart of the demon-eating flower. On the way to the Black Dragon Well, Su Kainqian used 1000 live voice transmission. Ever since she had obtained the special Heavenly Tao reward, 1000 live voice transmission, she often used it. It was not because she could call without spending any money. Su Kainqian had more than 100 Heavenly Tao coins now, so she was not short of money at all. Would she still care about the fees? Furthermore, only the 1000 live voice transmission could send a voice transmission to 5 alternate worlds. However, she could not use 1000 live voice transmission with Su Yang only. She could only use the pink turtle child smartwatch to call Su Yang. As for the reason, the netizens in the Heavenly Tao's livestream could not understand. It was clearly more appropriate to send a 1000 live voice transmission. But in the end, it was the pink turtle child's smartwatch that could call Su Yang. This made the netizens feel like putting the cart before the horse. However, there were too many things that they could not understand. The netizens did not dwell on it, let alone think too much. Su Kainqian had too many secrets. In the end, Su Yang was still too mysterious. Until now, the netizens had never seen Su Yang in person. For the time being, no one in Dragon Country could meet Su Yang. After all, they knew that Su Yang's strength was at the celestial realm, or even higher. No authority in Dragon Country could restrain such a powerful big shot like Su Yang. Even someone with the strength of the human emperor could not be restrained by authority. Moreover, Kai refinement stage cultivators might not be restrained. If they wanted to find a Kai refinement stage cultivator, even if they mobilized millions of people, it would be useless. Not to mention Su Yang, who had the strength of a celestial. Sister Wonking, where are you? Su Kankian asked using the 1000 live voice transmission. Wang Wonking immediately replied, I'm heading to the check-in point. The husband watching stone. Su Kankian naturally did not know what the husband watching stone meant. However, the netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream knew very well about the story of the husband watching stone. However, the netizens did not expect that there would be a place like the husband watching stone in the Western Demon Realm. Perhaps there really was such a story over there as well. However, the netizens were not surprised. After all, the Western Demon Realm and the journey to the West overlap so much. There were even places like Gao Village and Five Finger Mountains. A husband watching stone wasn't a big deal now. Where are you now? Kainkian Wang Wonking asked. Su Kainkian replied, I'm on the way to Black Dragon Well. Do you want to go into the well? Wang Wonking asked. Su Kainkian nodded. That's right. We're going into the well. Wang Wonking said. Kainkian, the Heavenly Tao shop has treasures like the breath-holding pill and treasures that increase water. Attributes. Let Little Flower and the others use them too. I understand. Su Kainkian nodded in response. Wang Wonking added. Kainkian, you can't be the one exchanging it for them. Treasures have ownership. These 5 alternate worlds demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts could also open the Heavenly Tao coin shop. However, they scoffed at the treasures in the Heavenly Tao coin shop. It was mainly because they were too expensive and had little effect. After all, anyone could open the Heavenly Tao coin shop. However, only by obtaining authority and having Heavenly Tao coins could one exchange for the treasures in the Heavenly Tao coin shop. Su Kankian nodded again, and replied, One understand. Wang Wonking said. Then 111 hurry up and finish clocking in. 111 wait for you at the check-in point in front. Alright. Su Kankian knew that Wang Wonking was also a chosen one, and she also had to go through the trial of clocking in. If Wang Wonking could not complete the West Demon Region's check-in trial, she would also be killed. How could Su Kankian bear to let Wang Wonking die? Actually, Wang Wonking was the first friend she made in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, and the demon-eating flower was the first demon friend she had made in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. In Dragon Country, almost every time Su Kankian came out, she would ask Wang Wonking to come over and play with her. Wang Wonking was not angry, and she treated Su Kankian as if she was a little sister. At that time, Wang Wonking did not know that Su Kankian had a super big shot father. Su Kankian naturally knew that Wang Wonking was a person who treated her very well. Otherwise, Su Kankian wouldn't be so close to Wang Wonking. The day ended. Half a day had passed. The sky gradually darkened. Su Kankian and the others had already set up camp. The demon-eating flower asked Su Kankian, Sister Kankian, one realized that you won't be hungry or tired. The demon-eating flower felt very tired. It was clearly only walking and not fighting, but she felt physically and mentally exhausted. However, the demon-eating flower realized that Su Kankian was not tired or hungry. She did not look like a human girl at all. Actually, the 6-eared macaque and shadow pig had long discovered this. They just didn't ask out of curiosity. In the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, one won't be tired or hungry. Su Kankian said. Wow, that's amazing. The demon-eating flower exclaimed again. Sister Kankian, how are you so powerful? I don't know. Either. As soon as Su Kankian finished speaking, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Chapter 401 Chapter 401 No one is stronger than you in the Western Demon Realm. Chapter 401 No one is stronger than you in the Western Demon Realm. I'll call Dad and ask him why I'm so strong. Su Kankian actually missed her father. She had already been in this Otherworld Instance Dungeon in the Western Demon Realm for 10 days. Of course Su Kankian would miss her father. Su Kankian dialed the number of the pink turtle child's smartwatch. Beep beep. After a while, the call was answered. Hey, Daddy, Su Kainkian greeted. Did you encounter any problems? Kainkian. The tone on the other end of the phone was as calm as ever, but it also revealed concern. Yes. Daddy. One don't understand. I've become so powerful. Su Kainkian didn't know why she had become so powerful. Actually, Su Kainkian really didn't know how she had become so powerful. That's because you're Dad's daughter. Su Yong's words sounded perfunctory. However, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream knew that Su Yong was telling the truth. Because Su Yong was powerful, Su Kainkian was powerful, there was nothing wrong with that. Then, isn't Daddy super awesome? Su Kainkian asked. Daddy is super awesome. Su Yong's words did sound like he was coaxing a child. Sister Wonking has also become so powerful. She can play alone, Su Kainkian said. She's not with you? Su Yong asked. Su Kainkian said. No, but Sister Wonking has to clock in. Otherwise, she'll lose her life. I've already agreed with her that we can play Journey to the West soon, Su Yong said. No one in the Western demon realm is stronger than you. As soon as these words were spoken, the Heavenly Dao livestream was in an uproar. No one. Can I understand that no demon in the West demon region is stronger than Su Kainkian? That should be what he meant. What kind of backup plan did Su Yong leave for Su Kainkian? It's actually so terrifying. Shouldn't Su Yong be too powerful? The netizens could not guess how strong Su Kainkian was. They also did not know how powerful Su Yong was. If there was no one stronger than Su Kainkian in the Western demon realm, it meant that Su Kainkian's strength was at least at LV 49. Su Kainkian was already LV 49, as Su Yong was Su Kainkian's father. How could his strength be lower than LV 50? Those who said that Su Yong was only LV 50 were all little black fans. Anyone with a brain would know that if the daughter was already LV 49, Su Yong's strength was at least LV 58, or even LV 60. And what level was LV 60? This was something that the netizens did not expect. Wow, so so powerful. Su Kainkian really didn't know that she was so powerful. The six-eared macaque and the others were also very shocked. Brother Monkey, Master's father, who is also Master's grandfather, said that Master is the strongest in the West demon region. The Shadow Pig's tone was very surprised. But what was even more shocking to him was how powerful Su Kainkian's father, Su Yong, was. The six-eared macaque was also thinking the same question. There's always someone better out there. Our Master is extraordinary to begin with. And Master's father is naturally terrifying. The six-eared macaque said. The demon-eating flower's mind was filled with Su Yong. The first time she saw Su Yong's photo, she had already fallen for him. She was clearly a 4-year-old flower demon, but she was obsessed with Su Yong. If Su Kainkian knew that the demon-eating flower was talking about love between a man and a woman, she would definitely not accept it. After all, Su Kainkian treated the demon-eating flower as her sister. But the demon-eating flower wanted to be her stepmother. This was too much. Dad, don't treat Sister Gongchuan like air. She'll be very sad. Su Kainkian was actually thinking for Lin Gongchuan. Daddy understands. Su Yong's words were as indifferent as ever. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream did not know whether to laugh or cry for Lin Gongchuan. Lin Gongchuan was such a perfect woman, but Su Yong treated her like air. Everyone could imagine how Lin Gongchuan felt in Su Kainkian's house. Being treated as air meant that Su Yong never cared about Lin Gongchuan, let alone had any excessive contact with her. However, the netizens could tell that Su Yong cared for his daughter, Su Kainkian, meticulously. At the same time, in a villa in the Dragon Country, Lin Gongchuan forced a smile. She was gratified that Su Kainkian could put in a good word for her. However, there was also a faint sadness. After all, it was Su Kainkian who asked Su Yong not to treat herself as heir. It was not Su Yong's original intention. However, Lin Gongchuan did not feel very sad. Perhaps she knew what kind of person Su Yong was. It was a man that she looked up to, and he was even difficult to reach. Lin Gongchuan was filled with respect and admiration for Su Yong. Su Kainkian added, Daddy also needs to rest well. Hearing this, there was laughter on the other end of the line. My precious daughter has grown up again. Not only does she know how to care about her father, but she also knows how to care about others' feelings. Haha. His laughter was very natural and filled with fatherly love. Daddy, I haven't grown up yet. Little Flower has just grown up. She is much taller than me. Su Kainqian said. Su Yong said, Little Flower is a demon. You're a human, and Daddy is also a human. As soon as these words were spoken, the netizens had completely dispelled the idea that Su Yong was not human. However, there were also some people who felt that Su Yong was not human. If he was a human, how could he reach an unimaginable height? Not to mention Su Yong. Even Su Kainqian was so powerful. Although the strength that Su Kainqian had displayed so far was not that of the strongest existence in the Western demon realm, the netizens could confirm from Su Yong's words that Su Kainqian was hiding an extremely powerful force. Dad, you're so powerful. Why are you still injured? In Su Kainqian's impression, Su Yong would often be covered in injuries when he returned home. Sometimes, his entire body would be covered in blood. In the past, Su Kainqian could not understand why her father was always so busy. Now, she knew that her father was not busy because he had no money, but because of other things. As for what it was, Su Kainqian did not know either. After all, Su Yong hadn't mentioned it to Su Kainqian, and this was the first time Su Kainqian had asked. This question also made the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream quite curious. However, the netizens guessed that Su Yong might be training in stronger otherworld instanced dungeons in the 5 alternate worlds. It was inevitable that he would encounter very powerful demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts. On the other end of the phone, there was a moment of silence before Su Kainqian's question was answered. Chapter 402 Chapter 402 Su Yong's simple explanation of the level of strength. Chapter 402 Su Yong's simple explanation of the level of strength. Because Daddy is too awesome. He's covered in their tomato juice. Su Yong's voice was still calm. I see. Su Kainqian immediately understood. After all, in Su Kainqian's impression, every time Su Yong returned home, he would be in a bloody state. He looked terrifying, but she was used to seeing it often. Su Kainqian then asked, Dad, what is transcendent and celestial? She knew about transcendence and celestials because she had talked about this with Wang Wonking via 1000 live voice transmission. However, Wang Wonking did not know how to explain. Su Yong said, Transcendent is the strength of LV 4049, and celestial is the strength of LV 5059. People with transcendental strength are no longer limited by mortal power and body. They can fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. They can live for more than 500 years. They won't starve to death even if they don't eat for a month. People with celestial level strength can regrow limbs and sense all things. They can live for more than 1,000 years. If they are nascent soul cultivators, they can even form their own small world. These words made Su Kainqian very confused. It was as if she understood something, but also as if she did not understand anything. However, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream had a clearer understanding of Su Yong's transcendental and celestial level strength when he was explaining their strength. Didn't this mean that Su Yong's strength was at least at the celestial level? Otherwise, how could he know the secrets of the celestial realm? Is Sister Wonking at the transcendental level? Su Kainqian asked. Su Yong immediately replied, That's right. From the moment your sister Wan King obtained the dragon essence, she had already condensed a golden core. That's the symbol of a golden core realm cultivator. However, as her fusion rate increases, she will be devoured by the dragon essence. That's why Dad asked her to come to our home after the trial ended. Then is Dad's strength at the celestial level? Su Kainqian asked. This question made the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream hold their breaths. This was something that they had dreamed of knowing. Su Yong smiled and said, Haha, Kainqian is getting smarter and smarter. However, Dad's current strength is stronger than celestial realm. As soon as these words were spoken, The Heavenly Tao livestream immediately exploded. I should have known. Didn't Su Yang say just now? He said that no one in the Western Demon region is stronger than Su Kainqian. That means that Su Kainqian's strength is at least LV 49. Right. Therefore, the possibility of Su Yang's strength being between LV 50 and LV 59 is very high. But the possibility of Su Yang's strength being above LV 60 is even higher. A super big shot above LV 60. How could the netizens not know that a LV 40 could occupy a place in the Western Demon realm? This otherworld instance dungeon could be swept through the entire Western Demon realm at LV 48-49, from LV 50 to LV 59. In other words, wouldn't a chosen one at the Celestial realm be able to easily torture noobs in the Western Demon realm? However, Su Yang's strength was above LV 60. He did not care about the Western Demon realm at all. However, the netizens did not know what realm LV 60 was. From LV 50 to LV 59, Celestials could regenerate limbs and sense all things. What was restoring broken limbs? There was no need for much explanation. The best explanation was that a eunuch could become a normal man. The eyes of the six-eared macaque, shadow pig, and demon-eating flower, who were listening at the side, widened. They were only around LV 40. However, Su Kainqian's father, Su Yang, was actually so much higher than them. The six-eared macaque believed that Su Yang could kill him with just one finger. The six-eared macaque also understood why Su Kainqian could be so powerful. It turned out that she had an extremely powerful father. The six-eared macaque rejoiced in his heart. He had become Su Kainqian's disciple. And even if Su Kainqian did not enlighten him, she had given the six-eared macaque a protective talisman. How could this not be fulfilling the path of a master and disciple? Dad, what is more powerful than celestial realms? Su Kainqian asked curiously. Su Yang's voice came from the other end of the phone. It's the Suprema level. For cultivators, it's the Soul Division realm. Su Yang's words were still very calm. When the netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream heard Su Yang's explanation on the phone, their jaws dropped. FCK. What did one hear? Suprema level even higher than the celestial level. If Su Kainqian has transcendental strength, it's only natural that her father has suprema level strength. I feel as small as an ant. What should one do? Remove the word feel. In front of Su Yang, we're indeed as weak as ants. Some netizens even thought that they were not even an ant in front of Su Yang. At the same time, at the Dragon Country's Shenju Institute, the 5 elders had been watching the Heavenly Tao livestream. They had not spoken a word since Su Kainqian called Su Yang. After they heard Su Yang explaining strength levels, they were also extremely shocked. Even Lai Xingyuan had only recently heard that above the transcendental was the celestial level. However, this was the first time they had heard of the supreme realm. At this moment, Kaio Lu spoke. If that's the case, wouldn't Su Yang be training in 9-star Otherworld instance dungeons? Hearing this, Lai Xingyuan was the first to nod. He said, a chosen one with transcendental strength is qualified to complete the Otherworld instance dungeon trial with a 7-star difficulty factor. A chosen one with celestial level strength is naturally qualified to complete an 8-star Otherworld instance dungeon trial. As for a 9-star Otherworld instance dungeon, only a chosen one like Su Yang with suprema level strength can complete the trial. I've broadened my horizons. But there's something one don't understand. Mu Beihuan said. What do you not understand? Lai Xingyuan asked. Mu Beihuan said bluntly. What I don't understand is that Su Yang is only 23 or 24 years old. Right? How can he have such terrifying strength at the age of 20? Lai Xingyuan said. Although strength is not related to age, it is more or less related. I can only say that Su Yang is a heaven's chosen. Xiuna said. It's like the protagonist in a book, or a protagonist on television. Wu Zhenzi smiled, and said, actually, each of us is our own protagonist. It's just that he's not ordinary. He's also a protagonist to us. The 5 elders of the Shenju Institute actually thought of another person at this moment. And it was someone from their Shenju Institute. It was Yu Fuxu. Chapter 403 Chapter 403 Master. Am I the great sage equal to heaven? Chapter 403 Master. Am I the great sage equal to heaven? Yu Fuxu had yet to come out of the dungeon in the Devilkind world. After all, she had obtained a pass for a Devilkind dungeon trial without a time limit. Perhaps the current Yu Fuxu already had transcendental strength. Lai Xingyuan and the others all knew that Yu Fuxu was the kind of person who was born for the Otherworld Instance dungeon. They could not rule out the possibility that Yu Fuxu would become another chosen one of the heavens. But now, Su Yon was the one everyone thought was the heavens chosen. 10 minutes later, Su Kainqian and Su Yang ended the call. In the past, Su Kainqian would not talk about strength. She would only talk about fun and delicious food. However, after experiencing so many Otherworld Instance dungeon trials, Su Kainqian had learned a lot about the Otherworld Instance dungeon trials. That was why Su Kainqian talks to her father, Su Yang, about strength. This also meant that Su Kainqian had a more specific understanding of the Otherworld Instance dungeon. As for the Western Demon Realm dungeon in this demon world, she still understood it as a place similar to the journey to the west. From there, she played a game. Su Kainqian and the demon-eating flower were already sleeping soundly. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig stood guard at the side. Although the monkey and pig's backs were facing Su Kainqian and the demon-eating flower, they could sense any movement in the surroundings at the first moment. Naturally, they were not worried that anything would happen to Su Kainqian, especially with the demon-eating flower. When she was sleeping, she brought a blanket with her and wrapped Su Kainqian up. Su Kainqian was also sleeping with the demon-eating flower in her arms. Brother monkey, one can't calm down now, the shadow pig said. The six-eared macaque took a deep breath and said, of course, I'm also like that. Even if the six-eared macaque and shadow pig wanted to sleep, they would not be able to sleep for a night. After all, what they heard from Su Kainqian and Su Yon's phone call was too explosive. The shadow pig continued, our master is so powerful. We don't have to worry about her being killed by other demons. The six-eared macaque shook his head and said, little pig bro, if you think that way, you're gravely mistaken. Hearing this, the shadow pig frowned and asked, brother monkey, what do you mean? The shadow pig really could not understand. After all, no one in the Western Demon Realm was Su Kainqian's match. Why was he worried about her being killed by other demons? The six-eared macaque said, although our master is very strong, there are some demons in the Western Demon Realm whose strength is second only to our master's. However, they have very powerful Dharma treasures. And, the shadow pig said, brother monkey, my brain is not very nimble. Tell me directly. And they are very cunning. At the end of the day, our master is still a 5-year-old human girl. Therefore, we have to worry and be careful, the six-eared macaque said bluntly. The shadow pig sighed and said, previously, I suffered a loss because of my honesty, but I can't change it. The six-eared macaque said, little pig bro, don't worry. With your brother monkey around, one guarantee that you won't suffer a huge loss when it comes to other demons. Thank you, brother monkey. The shadow pig thanked him. The night passed uneventfully. Next day, Su Kainqian, the demon-eating flower, the six-eared macaque, and the shadow pig continued to head to the Black Dragon Well. On the way, the demon-eating flower asked, Sister Kainqian, the toothpaste and toothbrush are very useful. Is that a treasure in your world? When the demon-eating flower first saw Su Kainqian brushing her teeth, she found it very novel. Then, she tried it, and realized that they were really useful. I don't know. Sister Gongchuan bought them all. I still have a lot, Su Kainqian said. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig were thinking about what kind of world Su Kainqian lived in. In their understanding, it should be a world of weak ants. But there was a super big shot like Su Yang. In terms of overall strength, the demon world could indeed destroy the blue planet. There was no doubt about it. If the humans on the blue planet were stronger than the demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts from the other worlds. Then the chosen one would not have a slim chance of surviving the trial in the otherworld instance dungeon. Little flower, you've grown taller again. Su Kainqian looked at the demon-eating flower beside her, and realized that she looked like a 23-year-old girl. Moreover, she was already about the same height as Wang Wangking. After all, Wang Wangking was very tall. At a glance, the demon-eating flower was indeed about 168 meters tall. If nothing went wrong, the demon-eating flower would grow to be at least 2 meters tall. Moreover, this was the half-demon half-human form of the demon-eating flower. If it was a demon-eating flower that had completely transformed into a human, she would probably be a beauty. The demon-eating flower was only 4 years old. However, the 4-year-old demon-eating flower was equivalent to a 13 or 14-year-old human. Moreover, the growth of the demon-eating flower's body and mind seemed not to be restricted by age. The demon-eating flower smiled and said, "Sister Kainqian, humans grow so slowly." Su Kainqian asked, "Why?" "I don't know either." The demon-eating flower shook her head. The six-eared macaque said, "Master, humans can also be released from the shackles and become adults overnight." Then, six-eared macaque said, "I heard that there's a ginseng tree in the western demon realm. After eating the ginseng fruit on the ginseng tree, it can extend one's lifespan and make you grow quickly." Su Kainqian said, "Little monkey, one no." Su Kainqian recalled the ginseng fruit in Journey to the West. However, Su Kainqian did not know that the ginseng fruit could allow one to grow up quickly. "Master, could it be that you found out from the Journey to the West?" The six-eared macaque stared at Su Kainqian in shock. Su Kainqian nodded and said, "Yes, it's the Journey to the West." The six-eared macaque couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master, what kind of heavenly book is Journey to the West?" Su Kainqian shook her head. "It's not a heavenly book. It's a cartoon." Cartoon. The six-eared macaque was stunned by Su Kainqian. Su Kainqian said, "Yes, you were also there in the cartoon Journey to the West, but you died. You were beaten to death by the monkey king." The six-eared macaque's heart turned cold when he heard that. He did not expect that he would be killed by the monkey king in the Journey to the West. Furthermore, in the Western demon realm, the six-eared macaque's greatest enemy was the monkey king. "Little monkey, he'll protect you," Su Kainqian said to the six-eared macaque, who had turned pale with fear. Hearing this, the six-eared macaque said gratefully, "Master, I'm in tears." Su Kainqian said, "Little monkey, don't worry. You're the true great sage, heaven's equal." Once again, the six-eared macaque was stunned. Why would Su Kainqian say that? Furthermore, the six-eared macaque did not know what the great sage equal to heaven was. "Master, am one the great sage equal to heaven?" Chapter 404. Chapter 404. Sister Wonking, are you little dragon girl? Chapter 404. Sister Wonking, are you little dragon girl? That's right. You're the one and only great sage, heaven's equal. Su Kainqian nodded. The demon-eating flower asked, "Sister Kainqian, what is the great sage, heaven's equal?" Su Kainqian shook her head and said, "One don't know either. I only heard it from the Journey to the West." The shadow pig also said, "The great sage equal to heaven, that sounds so domineering. My brother monkey is the great sage equal to heaven." The ill feeling in the six-eared macaque's heart dissipated because of Su Kainqian's words. Actually, the netizens also had a question in their hearts. Was Sun Wukong, or the six-eared macaque, the monkey king in the Journey to the West? However, to the netizens, the great sage, heaven's equal, was actually the six-eared macaque. However, that was Journey to the West, and this was the Western demon realm. Although it was not directly related to the Journey to the West, it at least overlapped with many demons and territories. After all, even the ginseng fruit had appeared. Su Kainqian also treated the Western demon realm as a demonized version of the Journey to the West. In the afternoon, Su Kainqian came to a well. Su Kainqian had also exchanged for an oxygen bubble from the Heavenly Dao coin shop. It could allow Su Kainqian to breathe freely. underwater for an entire day. The six-eared macaque could hold his breath in the water for an hour or two. What he was worried about was not holding his breath, but his combat power in the water. After all, the six-eared macaque's swimming ability was very ordinary. He could not exert his strength underwater. There was even less need to worry about the demon-eating flower. She could soak in the water for an entire day without any problems. Master, let the shadow pig go down and explore first. If there's no problem, we can follow. Okay, the six-eared macaque said. Su Kainqian agreed. Seeing this, the shadow pig jumped into the well with a plop. Su Kainqian used 1000 live voice transmission. Sister Wonking, are you the little dragon girl? Su Kainqian's words stunned the six-eared macaque again. As for the demon-eating flower, she did not hear clearly. She was poking her head into the well. Little dragon girl Wang Wonking repeated, and then asked, Kainqian, did your father tell you? Su Kainqian shook her head, and said, no, I guessed it. Wang Wonking said, I only obtained dragon essence and have dragon elephant aura protecting me. I'm not little dragon girl. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream were enlightened by Su Kainqian's words. I seriously suspect that Su Kainqian's words are true. How real is it? Even pearls aren't that real. Think about it. Wang Wonking obtained dragon essence and has the dragon elephant aura to protect her body. That means that it's very likely that she will really become a true dragon. I think she's still lacking something. Don't forget. Yesterday, Su Yong said that Wang Wonking might be devoured by the dragon essence. If Su Yong helps her completely fuse with the dragon essence, she might really become a true dragon. Wouldn't she become a little dragon girl then? FCK. Su Yong is playing such a big game of chess for Wang Wonking. Moreover, isn't Wang Wonking too FCking lucky that a dragon, the faith of our dragon country, the descendants of the dragon kingdom all called themselves dragon descendants. Dragons were the belief of dragon country. If Wang Wonking became a true dragon, wouldn't everyone worship her? However, in the hearts of the netizens, the true person to be admired was Su Yong. The strength of a man who could give Wang Wonking the fortune of a true dragon was self-evident. 10 minutes later, the shadow pig came out of the well. Master, I discovered a secret passage at the bottom of the well that leads to a water drop paradise J. However, one didn't go in and immediately returned, said the shadow pig. Little pig bro, did you find any demons in the water paradise? The six-eared macaque asked. The shadow pig said firmly, there are demons, and there are many of them. I saw many shrimp soldiers and crab generals, but they didn't notice me. The six-eared macaque took a deep breath. He felt that there might really be a demonic dragon in the water paradise under the black dragon well. While the six-eared macaque was still hesitating, Su Kainqian had already dived into the well. Without another word, the demon-eating flower followed Su Kainqian's footsteps and dived into the well. Brother monkey, let's follow master quickly. With that, the shadow pig dived into the well again. The six-eared macaque no longer hesitated. He immediately followed Su Kainqian. In the well, the deeper one dived, the lower the water temperature. Moreover, there was a cold feeling. However, they would soon be able to adapt. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao's livestream were thinking of a problem. Su Kainqian's pink turtle children's smartwatch. Is it waterproof? It doesn't matter if it's not waterproof. In any case, she has 1000 live voice transmission. But the key is that she can only rely on the pink turtle child's smartwatch to call her father. That's right. We still want to know more about strength and the otherworld instance dungeons from Su Yong. Now, the netizens were getting more and more familiar with the otherworld instance dungeons. Moreover, from the 5-star otherworld instance dungeon to the current 7-star otherworld instance dungeon, the demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts that appeared had completely exceeded their understanding. If they had not descended into the 7-star otherworld instance dungeon, how would everyone know that the Western demon realm coincided with the journey to the West? Furthermore, there were many things that they were curious about in the Western demon realm, just like the bold demon king and ginseng fruit that the six-eared macaque had mentioned. There was also the personality of the spider spirits in the coiled silk cave, the dragon palace, the flower fruit mountain, and so on. These were all places that Su Kenkian had never been to before. There might be such places among the 100 check-in points. Let's not talk about the long term. Just this black dragon well alone might have a high overlap with the whale dragon king of the Wuji kingdom. Perhaps there was really a demonic dragon in the black dragon well. Even if there was a demonic dragon, it would not be surprising. After all, this was the western demon realm of the demon world. However, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were very curious. If there was really a demonic dragon in Black Dragon well, what would happen? Was Su Kenkian going to deal with him or take him in? Or would she eat him? Su Kenkian had already eaten flood dragon meat, so there was no harm in eating dragon meat. Right. Dragons were mysterious and powerful creatures on the blue planet, and they were revered. However, in the world of demons, dragons were not rare demons. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig were rare enough. The shadow pig was the shadow of a little white pig, thus suppressing the pig demon formed by the little white pig. Some people discussed online how the six-eared macaque had come about. Some people said that the six-eared macaque was the Monkey King's inner demon. Some people said that six-eared macaque was the real Monkey King. There were also people who said that the six-eared macaque was the Monkey King of another world. But for some reason, he was born in the same world as the Monkey King. Therefore, in the Western demon realm, the six-eared macaque's mystery was far deeper than that of a demonic dragon. At this moment, at the bottom of the well, Su Kenkian swam into the water. The deeper they swam, the brighter the light in the secret passage became. Alel. Chapter 455 Chapter 455 The Demonic Dragon King in the Black Dragon Well. Chapter 405 The Demonic Dragon King in the Black Dragon Well. Su Kenkian had just come out of the secret passage when she was surrounded by a large group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The shadow pig was stunned. Previously, he had clearly infiltrated here without being discovered. Why did it seem like they had been deliberately waiting for them this time? Master, I didn't lie to you, the shadow pig hurriedly explained. Su Kenkian, who was in the water, could also speak freely in the water because of the oxygen bubble. Little white pig, what did you lie to me about? Su Kenkian asked. The six-eared macaque said. Master, the shadow pig said that he didn't lure us here on purpose. He didn't know that there's an ambush here. Su Kenkian asked. Ambush? Su Kenkian did not quite understand what an ambush meant. Then, the six-eared macaque said. Master, these are just a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. There's nothing to be afraid of. Let me deal with them. Stop. Wait. Immediately, a tortoise-like demon with a turtle shell on his back rushed over. All of you, retreat. They are the king's esteemed guests. As he spoke, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals put away the weapons in their hands and lowered their heads slightly. Seeing this green tortoise said to Su Kenkian, the king is already waiting quietly in the residence. Please follow me. The six-eared macaque knew that this might be a trap. However, the six-eared macaque was not in a hurry at the moment. After all, he wanted to see what kind of demon the demon king of Black Dragon Well was and what he was thinking. Then, he could think of a way to deal with it. Okay. Su Kenkian agreed. There was actually a mansion in the cave abode. It was located under the water, and it was quite large. It was comparable to 3 football fields. After entering the residence, one person there was wearing a purple robe, and looked quite similar to the Dragon Kings of the Journey to the West. Seeing this, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were shocked again. I vaguely sensed that there might really be a dragon in the Black Dragon Well. That's what one thought. But after seeing Demonic Dragon with my own eyes, one realized that he looks so much like the Dragon Kings of the Journey to the West. Why do one feel like I'm watching the Journey to the West? We are watching, but Su Kenkian and the others are experiencing it personally. The netizens only talked for a while before stopping. Instead, they watched Su Kenkian's live broadcast. As for the live broadcasts of the other chosen people, they would at most take a glance. If there was any movement, they would take a look. If there was no movement, They would not even take a second glance. Of course, the netizens would also watch Wang Wangqing's live broadcast. However, they were mainly watching Su Kangqian's live broadcast. At this moment, the demonic dragon of Black Dragon Well welcomed Su Kangqian's arrival. The Well Dragon King of the Black Dragon Well. It's been more than Lu years since I've seen other demons or even humans come here. Then, the demonic dragon said, "Since you're esteemed guests today, please come in." The demonic dragon gestured for Su Kangqian and the others to enter the residence. Su Kangqian and the others were led to a courtyard by the demonic dragon. There was actually a banquet set up here. The six-eared macaque asked, "King Demonic Dragon, what is this? Since you've come from afar, you're guests. Furthermore, I love making friends. Please don't stand on ceremony," the demonic dragon said politely. The six-eared macaque didn't know how to retort, so he just pretended to refuse to be polite. At this moment, Su Kangqian was already seated. She looked at the dazzling array of food on the table and ate without hesitation. The demon eating flower was even worse. She was eating at her table, but she was already thinking about the food at someone else's table. The six-eared macaque was still cautious. He knew this was abnormal. The shadow pig was not so scheming. He just ate politely. "May one know where you are from?" The Well Dragon King looked at the six-eared macaque. Then, his gaze swept across and finally landed on Su Kangqian. "I'm a human, little flower, and the rest are demons." Su Kangqian answered the Well Dragon King's question. The six-eared macaque said, "I'm from Flower Fruit Mountain." "I'm from Gao Village," the shadow pig said as it ate. However, the demon-eating flower only knew how to eat, and did not answer the Well Dragon King's question. However, the six-eared macaque answered on behalf of the demon-eating flower. "This little martial ant of mine comes from the demon-eating forest." Hearing this, the Well Dragon King nodded, and started drinking with the six-eared macaque and shadow pig. As for Su Kangqian and the demon-eating flower, they naturally would not drink. However, the Well Dragon King could tell at a glance that Su Kangqian was the king of the six-eared macaque. "Little master, don't stand on ceremony. There's more after eating," the Well Dragon King said. Su Kangqian did not stand on ceremony with the Well Dragon King. As for the demon-eating flower, she was even more impolite. She finished the table of food in a few minutes. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was already night. However, in the Waterdrop Paradise, it was still daytime. As for Su Kangqian and the others, they were arranged by the Well Dragon King to stay in the mansion. Su Kangqian and the demon-eating flower stayed in the same room. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig stayed in a room next door. The demon-eating flower said, "Sister Kangqian, want to eat him?" Su Kangqian asked, "Do you want to eat that dragon?" "That's right. The food here is not delicious." The demon-eating flower continued, "It's just that he's so nice to entertain us." "Him too. Embarrassed to eat him?" "Aya?" Su Kangqian asked. "Friends?" The demon-eating flower shook her head, and said, "I don't know if we're friends, but I keep feeling very puzzled." Su Kangqian couldn't put her finger on it, either, because she didn't think that they were friends. However, Su Kangqian did not understand why the Well Dragon King was so polite. In the past, those demons would not treat Su Kangqian and the others so humbly and respectfully. Even if Su Kangqian and the others were not weak, they would at most not provoke them, let alone welcome them warmly and treat them like this. In the room next door, "Master," the six-eared macaque leaned against the wall and called out to Su Kangqian. "Little monkey, what's wrong?" Su Kangqian asked. The six-eared macaque said, "Shadow Pig and one will sneak out to see what the Well Dragon King is up to." "Okay." Su Kangqian agreed. The six-eared macaque purposely told Su Kangqian not to inform Su Kangqian, but to make Su Kangqian wary of the Well Dragon King. The demon-eating flower said to Su Kangqian, "Why don't you ask Sister Wangqing? She's older than us, so she must know a lot." Su Kangqian immediately used 1000 live voice transmission. "Is Sister Wangqing here?" As soon as Su Kangqian finished speaking, she heard Wang Wangqing's response. "Kangqian, did something happen?" Wang Wonking could tell from Su Kaianqian's tone that something was up. That was why she used the 1000 live voice transmission to chat with her. Mem. Su Kaianqian told Wang Wonking everything that had happened in the Black Dragon Well. Wang Wonking only said 3 words. Chapter 406. Chapter 406. Could it be that you're the crooked-mouthed dragon king? Chapter 406. Could it be that you're the crooked-mouthed dragon king? Hangmen banquet. However, Su Kaianqian did not understand what a banquet was. However, the banquet had already ended. However, the Hangmen banquet did not mean that they had to fight at the banquet. Perhaps it was after the banquet. Wang Wonking said, Kaianqian, if you're unhappy, you don't have to be polite with him. All right, Su Kaianqian nodded. At this moment, there was a huge commotion outside the room. The demon-eating flower was the first to rush out. Su Kaianqian had just walked out when she saw that the surroundings were filled with all kinds of demons. There were shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and all kinds of fish demons. What caught Su Kaianqian's attention was actually a demon with a light bulb on its head. When Su Kaianqian walked out, she saw the 6-eared macaque and shadow pig surrounded by a group of demons. Seeing this, the 6-eared macaque and shadow pig came to Su Kaianqian together. Before the 6-eared macaque could say anything, the Well Dragon King walked over angrily. Then, he pointed at the 6-eared macaque and shadow pig, and he scolded. I was kind enough to entertain you, but you were actually so vicious. You raped my wife and children and even killed Eel Wrestler. As soon as he said that, the shadow pig immediately retorted. You're making something out of nothing. I've been honest all my life. How could I do such a thing? The 6-eared macaque whispered to the shadow pig. Little pig bro. It's useless to tell him this. He's just trying to frame us. How could the 6-eared macaque survive in the Western Demon Realm after he was labeled as an ingrate? After all, the 6-eared macaque relied on his reputation to survive among the demons. If his reputation was ruined, it would be very difficult for him to restore it. However, the 6-eared macaque was still so calm. He wanted to know what the Well Dragon King's motive was. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were also discussing it. Why is the demon's framing method so old-fashioned? It's old-fashioned, but it's still very practical. I knew that Well Dragon King wouldn't be so kind as to be so enthusiastic about Su Kaianqian and the others. There must be something to be gained. But what? The netizens didn't know what the Well Dragon King was after either. The shadow pig turned around and said to the 6-eared macaque, Brother Monkey, why don't we just kill our way out? Don't. The 6-eared macaque stopped the shadow pig. If they killed his way out just like that, it would only make things worse. There'd be no way to restore their reputation. The 6-eared macaque wanted to see what the Well Dragon King wanted. Then, the 6-eared macaque said to the Well Dragon King, What do you want to do to stop this? The Well Dragon King smiled crookedly. How can the anger in my heart be dispelled by a few words of apology? However, I'm not that kind of sinful demon. The Well Dragon King said, and continued, Hand over all your Dharma treasures, and I'll let you go. Upon hearing this, the 6-eared macaque finally understood the Well Dragon King's purpose. The shadow pig said, What if we don't do it? Well Dragon King grinned again, and said, Haha, although you are powerful, will you still have a place in the Western Demon Realm? The 6-eared macaque squeaked. If he killed his way out, then if the Well Dragon King escaped, he would really be convicted. At that time, which demon in the Western Demon Realm would be willing to befriend him? Not to mention befriending him, he might even become the target of public criticism. The 6-eared macaque said, Well Dragon King, your plan is really good. I have to admire you. The 6-eared macaque changed the topic, and said, Don't forget that my master and little martial ant are here. Do you really think you can deal with us? Although the Well Dragon King was also a LV-40 demon, even if he had a Dharma treasure, it was impossible for him to deal with Su Kaianqian. However, the 6-eared macaque was worried that if the Well Dragon King escaped, he would definitely label them with a despicable crime. Why are you shouting at me? You're scaring me. This is the only path you can take now. The Well Dragon King curled his lips again, and said, "I'll count down from 10, so obediently hand over the Dharma treasure." 10. The Well Dragon King began to count down. 9. Seeing this, the six-eared macaque clenched his fists tightly. All he could think of was to compromise first, and then settle the score later. Otherwise, he would really suffer a huge loss. The Shadow Pig looked at the six-eared macaque and then at Sukankian. "Master, what should we do now?" the Shadow Pig asked. The Well Dragon King had already counted to 5. However, the Well Dragon King stopped when he counted to 5. Because Sukankian walked towards the Well Dragon King, the demon-eating flower consciously followed Sukankian and walked towards the Well Dragon King. The Well Dragon King took half a step back. "Little master, so you know your limits. You know how to take the overall situation into consideration." The Well Dragon King's crooked smile was like a cow drinking water. "What are you doing?" Sukankian asked. The Well Dragon King snorted and said, "Didn't one make myself clear to little master just now? What one mean is that if you hand over all your treasures, I'll pretend that nothing happened and let you leave here safely." Then, Sukankian turned around and said to the six-eared macaque, "Little monkey, is he blackmailing me?" Before the six-eared macaque could answer, the demon-eating flower shook her head and said, "Sister Kankian, I'm not afraid of blackmail." The six-eared macaque replied, "Yes, they are using slander to extort our treasures." The Well Dragon King was enraged again. "When have one ever blackmailed you if you don't do as I say? Don't blame me for being merciless." As soon as the Well Dragon King finished speaking, the countdown resumed. 5, 4, 3. When the Well Dragon King counted to 3, Sukankian said, "I hate extortion demons." From the beginning, Sukankian did not like the Well Dragon King. However, on account of the Well Dragon King's warm hospitality, Sukankian did not expect to deal with the Well Dragon King. But now, the Well Dragon King was not only pushing his luck, but he was also accusing her. It was simply robbery. That was why Sukankian hated this Well Dragon King. The six-eared macaque and Shadow Pig did not know what Sukankian wanted to do. The six-eared macaque's idea was to compromise first and settle the score slowly. As for the Shadow Pig, he did not have any thoughts. He would do whatever Sukankian wanted him to do. The demon-eating flower had already treated the Well Dragon King as food, but she was also waiting. If Sukankian asked the demon-eating flower to kill the Well Dragon King, the demon-eating flower would not hesitate to kill the Well Dragon King and eat him. At this moment, the Well Dragon King was counting down again, and the Well Dragon King had already counted down to 1. The Well Dragon King's mouth twitched 5 times. Chapter 407 Chapter 407 Roast the Well Dragon King and eat it. Chapter 407 Roast the Well Dragon King and eat it. Little flower, eat them all. Little monkey, little white pig, catch him and roast him. As soon as Sukankian finished speaking, the Well Dragon King was horrified. He did not expect Sukankian to be easily persuaded. Actually, Sukankian was unmoved by force or persuasion. It was useless even if he cried and begged. Offending Sukankian would result in serious consequences. The six-eared macaque hesitated for a while, but he still did as he was told. It wasn't because of the wreath above his head, but because the six-eared macaque also thought that this was the easiest solution. Otherwise, this event would leave an extremely bad reputation. However, the Well Dragon King was already so overbearing that he treated Sukankian and the others like pushovers. At most, they would go all out. Furthermore, the Shadow Pig could not tolerate it. He had to kill all the demons in the Black Dragon Well today. Not only did the other party slander them, but he also wanted to snatch their treasures. The demon-eating flower was already killing randomly here. The six-eared macaque, on the other hand, grabbed the Well Dragon King and beat him up. With the six-eared macaque's strength, it was not difficult to kill the Well Dragon King. However, the six-eared macaque wanted to vent his anger. The Well Dragon King was very tough at first. He even scolded the six-eared macaque and threatened him. However, the six-eared macaque was going all out. "So what if our reputation is ruined? I don't care anymore. 1. Have a master and 2 martial ants. You won't have a good time today. The 6-eared macaque kicked the well-dragon king's dragon horn and kicked it off. The tomato juice covered its face. This time, the well-dragon king was completely terrified. Demons indeed cared a lot about reputation. After all, they had to make a living outside. If they did not have a good reputation, they would definitely become a thorn in the side of other demon kings. However, when the 6-eared macaque thought about how powerful his master and 2 martial ants were, he didn't need to care about his reputation. A moment later, the demons in the black dragon well were killed by the demon-eating flower and the shadow pig. Meanwhile, the well-dragon king began to beg for mercy. Little master, please let me off. I promise to praise your greatness in the future. Little monkey, pull out his dragon heartbone. Su Kenkian's words shocked the 6-eared macaque. How could the 6-eared macaque not know? Extracting the well-dragon king's dragon tendon was equivalent to completely paralyzing him. Where did Su Kenkian find out about the dragon tendon? The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream immediately knew the answer. Those who had watched the journey to the west knew that the Dragon King's third prince's dragon tendon had been pulled out by Nesha. Animations lead children astray. Not again. Not again. SJW incoming. Even watching cartoons leads a child astray. Why don't you blind your child and lock him in a secret room? Wouldn't that solve everything then? I'll send you a sewing machine. The world will be peaceful. It's the best of both worlds. Those people who said that cartoons lead children astray. Why don't I see you destroying the world? How FC unlucky. PFFD. For a moment, the Heavenly Dao livestream rendered those people speechless. It was nice to say that they were idealists, but in fact, they were SJWs. At this moment, in the Black Dragon well, the 6-eared macaque had really pulled out the well-dragon king's dragon tendon. Moreover, the shadow pig had stabbed the well-dragon king. However, before the well-dragon king died, he actually mentioned the dragon palace, and said they would not let Su Kenkian and the others off. Master, even if he's the well-dragon king, he's still from the dragon palace. I'm afraid we'll really have to go against the dragon palace. In the future, the 6-eared macaque said. Su Kenkian said, Little monkey, you're the great sage. Heaven's equal. It's your mission to wreak havoc in the dragon palace. The 6-eared macaque was speechless. However, since Su Kenkian had said so, the 6-eared macaque naturally wouldn't be afraid. Master, I will definitely do it. The 6-eared macaque had never thought of causing a ruckus in the dragon palace. After all, the 6-eared macaque did not dare to go all out. However, things were different now. Not only did he have an extremely powerful master like Su Kenkian, but he also had 2 equally powerful martial ants. In addition, Su Kenkian said that he was the great sage equal to heaven. Naturally, the 6-eared macaque would charge forward bravely. However, it was still too early to know what was going on in the dragon palace. After all, the 6-eared macaque did not know where the dragon palace was. The 6-eared macaque asked, Master, will one really get the Rui Jingu Bang needle form in the dragon palace and cause a scene in the dragon palace? Yes. Yes, Su Kenkian nodded confidently. These words gave the 6-eared macaque a boost of confidence. The 6-eared macaque was thinking that if Su Kenkian knew everything from Journey to the West, then he could really do it and destroy the Monkey King. By the side, the demon-eating flower had cleaned up most of the demons in Black Dragon well. Only a few demons had escaped. The demon-eating flower dragged the well-dragon king, who had revealed his true form. She was planning to roast the well-dragon king. The demon-eating flower was a demon that specialized in eating demons. Furthermore, the well-dragon king was not weak, so how could she let him off? In Su Kenkian's eyes, demons were not humans. They could be friends or food. Before entering the Otherworld instance dungeons, Su Kenkian ate meat from demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts from 5 different worlds. She could even eat the eerie, let alone demons. Su Kenkian's gluttonous ways were passed down to her by Su Yang. After all, Su Yang often brought back some unknown meat. In the beginning, The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream heard Su Kenkian say that she often ate rat meat, big worms, and snake meat. Later on, they realized that Su Yan was just using these names figuratively. For example, the so-called snake meat was the meat of flood dragons. Beside the black dragon well, a fire had already been set up. The well dragon king was no smaller than the black blood flood dragon. The shadow pig was packing up the well dragon king's dragon scales, dragon heartbone, and dragon tendons. They were all treasures that could be used to make weapons. The dragon scales were made into armor by the shadow pig, and the dragon heartbone and dragon tendon were made into a bow. Little pig bro, I didn't expect you to have such skills, the six-eared macaque praised. The shadow pig said honestly, brother monkey, I used to be a full-time worker in Gao village. One could do anything. With that, the shadow pig came in front of Su Kenkian. Master, I've made dragon armor. The shadow pig said. The demon-eating flower immediately walked over. When the shadow pig first plucked the dragon scales, he said that these dragon scales and the dragon heartbone could be used to make armor and bows. Then, the demon-eating flower wanted a bow. Hence, Su Kenkian agreed. As for the armor, Su Kenkian kept it in her universe pouch. Little white pig, thank you for the bow and arrows. After thanking him, the demon-eating flower stared at the roasted dragon meat. The shadow pig already had a very impressive nine-toothed rake, so he did not need a weapon. The six-eared macaque didn't like bows and arrows. The weapon he liked was the Rui Jingu Bang needle form in the dragon palace. At this moment, the six-eared macaque asked, Master, where is the next check-in point? Chapter 408 Chapter 408 Borrow another 500 years from the heavens. Chapter 408 Borrow another 500 years from the heavens. 5 views manner. Su Kenkian immediately answered. This was Su Kenkian's 17th check-in point. When the six-eared macaque heard about this place, he was shocked. Master, there's a magic cloud demon in the 5 views manor. It's a demon formed from a magic cloud. It's said that he can see through the calamities of the mortal world. The six-eared macaque said. The shadow pig asked, Brother monkey, is this magic cloud king be that powerful? The six-eared macaque nodded and said, That's right. Not only is magic cloud demon powerful, but all the demons in the western demon region have to give him some face. The main reason is that he has a ginseng tree. Ginseng tree is it a ginseng tree that can bear ginseng fruit? The demon-eating flower was also curious. She immediately felt that the roasted dragon meat in front of her was no longer fragrant. The six-eared macaque said, How can it be so easy to obtain the ginseng fruit of a ginseng tree? In the Heavenly Tao livestream, the netizens were also talking. There were also problems with the ginseng tree of the western demon region and the 5 views manor. In the journey to the west, Great Immortal Genuine is the manor master of the 5 views manor. Right. Isn't it the 5 manor views? Why is it the 5 views manor? Moreover, why is Immortal Genuine a magic cloud? This is a world of demons. There are no gods or Buddhas. Could that magic cloud be genuine? Maybe this setting really overlaps. The netizens began to suspect that the demon formed by the magic cloud overlapped with Immortal Genuine settings. At this moment, the demon-eating flower asked, Little monkey, is there really a ginseng fruit? The six-eared macaque shook his head and said, I'm not sure. Either. One only know that the ginseng fruit blooms and bears fruit every 1,000 years. How rare. If I eat the ginseng fruit, can one really live forever? The demon-eating flower asked. The six-eared macaque had discussed this with Su Kenkian before. Of course not. Ginseng fruit can only extend one's lifespan. Right, the six-eared macaque said. The shadow pig asked, Brother monkey, I've heard of ginseng fruit before, and know that it can extend one's life. The six-eared macaque said, No matter how powerful a treasure is, you can't live forever. One was taught by a Badai patriarch previously. He told me that no one can escape the Great Tao's 5 declines unless they can transcend the Great Tao. What one was happy for nothing. The demon-eating flower said in disappointment. Su Kenkian wondered if she could grow up quickly after eating the ginseng fruit. The six-eared macaque continued. Ginseng fruit is something that can only be chanced upon by luck. The ginseng fruit that the six-eared macaque believed in might not be able to let one live forever, but it could at least extend one's lifespan. However, the great Tao had 5 declines, and one could not escape the fate of death. Fate and the great Tao did not conflict. As long as one was powerful to a certain extent, he would definitely be able to change fate, which was transcending the great Tao. The day ended. The next day, Su Kankian and the others set off again. Last night, Su Kankian had already gone to sleep after eating roasted dragon meat. The 6-eared macaque and shadow pig did not eat roasted dragon meat. Perhaps they did not want to eat it. However, the rest was eaten by the demon eating flower. At this moment, Su Kankian and the others were on the way to the 5 Views Manor. Suddenly, Su Kankian made a call. She had 1000 live voice transmission, but she still used the pink turtle child's smartwatch to make a call. Needless to say, Su Kankian was calling her father. Beep beep. The watch rang for a while before it was answered. Dad, can the ginseng fruit of the ginseng tree make people grow up quickly? Su Kankian asked this question the moment she opened her mouth. Su Yang replied, no. Why? Su Kankian asked. Su Yang said bluntly, that's because the ginseng fruit is just a fruit. Have you eaten the ginseng fruit? Su Kankian asked. I have. And you have too, Kankian, Su Yang said. Alel, when did one eat it? Daddy, Su Kankian asked. Su Yang's voice resounded again. When you were 4 years old, Su Yang said calmly. Su Kankian shook her head and said, I don't remember. Su Kankian only remembered that her father would bring back all kinds of food every time. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream were very shocked. When Su Kankian was 4 years old, that was a year ago. Right. In other words, Su Yang was already very strong at that time. Right. I don't find it strange anymore. I knew that Su Kankian would be so different because Su Yang gave the best to Su Kankian. Whatever heavenly materials, extraordinary treasures, and all kinds of elixirs were given to Su Kankian. Even if Su Kankian is only 5 years old, she's much stronger than others. The netizens knew that Su Kankian was the apple of Su Yang's eye. However, whoever could marry Su Kankian had probably not been born yet. After all, daughters would use their fathers as a benchmark to choose their other half. Su Yang was so outstanding, and no man could reach one of Su Yang's strength. Hence, the netizens were certain that no man was worthy of Su Kankian. Of course, Su Kankian was only 5 years old now. When she really grew up, Su Kankian's strength might have already reached a level that other humans could not reach. Would someone really be worthy of her? Unless he was the heaven's chosen. However, at the mention of the chosen one, everyone thought of Su Yang. If someone hoped to marry Su Kankian and soar into the sky, he might as well hope to marry Wang Wonking. That way, he could also soar into the sky. Then, Su Kankian asked, Dad, what will happen if you eat the ginseng fruit? Su Yang said, you can borrow another 500 years from the heavens to avoid the 5 declines of the heavenly tribulation. Little monkey said the same thing just now. Su Kankian said, the 6-eared macaque, I think I said the same thing to him. Su Yang said calmly. The 6-eared macaque was shocked. The 6-eared macaque immediately realized that Su Yang was the Badai patriarch. However, the Heavenly Tao livestream also exploded at this moment. Su Yang is the Badai patriarch. That's not right. Right isn't the Badai patriarch from the journey to the west. Even if the western demon realm and the journey to the west overlap very much, there are no deities or Buddha here. I don't know what's going on. I understand. I thought of it. One of the netizens was enlightened. As for the other netizens, they immediately started to pester him. What did you think of? Please don't dawdle. Tell me. If you don't say anything, 111 hack you to death along the internet. The netizen replied, have you forgotten the solitary mountain's ghost queen was named Nai Ziokian by Su Yang? Since that's the case, why can't Su Yang transform into a Badai patriarch and say such things to the 6-eared macaque? When these words appeared, the netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream immediately understood. They thought that Su Yong had to have used the Bodhi Patriarch's name to preach to the six-eared macaque. However, in this way, the netizens discovered another shocking truth. Chapter 409 Chapter 409 You actually treat the magic cloud as cotton candy. Chapter 409 You actually treat the magic cloud as cotton candy. In that case, Su Yong has already arranged everything. He's laying the groundwork for Su Kangqian. Holy shide. So Su Yong had already arranged it. It's awesome. The netizens knew very well that if Su Yong had not been strong, it would have been impossible to arrange it long ago. This was like a person's life being arranged from birth to school and then to work. However, the netizens felt that no matter how heaven-defying Su Yong was, it was impossible for him to predict the future. Hence, Su Yong had to have arranged many paths for Su Kangqian to choose, and not just one path. This also let the netizens know how much Su Yong doted on his daughter, Su Kangqian. Meanwhile, the six-eared macaque's face paled, but his eyes were filled with admiration. In the six-eared macaque's heart, he admired Bodhi Patriarch the most. This was because not only had the Bodhi Patriarch taught him the Tao and cleared his doubts, but he had also taught him the 72 transformations 0. The six-eared macaque would never have thought that his master's father was the mighty figure he admired the most. As such, the six-eared macaque was incomparably impressed by Su Kangqian. Su Kangqian asked, "Daddy, do you know Little Monkey?" Su Yong replied, "Daddy knows the Shadow Pig too." As soon as these words were spoken, the Shadow Pig looked very shocked. For some reason, he felt that the 36 transformations and the 9-toothed rake that had been imparted to him originated from the same person. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream could not sit still at all. It can't be. Right. What did you think of? I got it. Did Su Yong teach the Shadow Pig as well? What do you guys think? FCK. Isn't this too crazy? In the Heavenly Tao livestream, the netizens saw the surprise and realization on the Shadow Pig's face. Perhaps he had also been taught by Su Yong. Meanwhile, Su Kangqian said to the pink turtle child's smartwatch, "Daddy, you actually know Little Monkey and Little White Pig. They're both very good. They look for food for Little Flower and me every day. That's because Kangqian treats them very well. They are thanking you." Su Yong's words were still calm. Su Kangqian nodded and replied, "Yes, yes, Daddy is the best." In Su Kangqian's heart, no one could replace Su Yong. A moment later, the call ended. As for the six-eared macaque and Shadow Pig, they seemed to have lost their minds, and could not react for a long time. They were shocked. The first time Su Kangqian called Su Yong, the six-eared macaque and Shadow Pig only knew that Su Yong was a very powerful human, but how could they have thought of that? Su Yong had actually taught them before. "Brother Monkey, my 36 transformations and the 9-toothed rake were also imparted by a Taoist patriarch," the Shadow Pig said, and continued, "It was also from then on that I had my current strength." How could the six-eared macaque not know that the Shadow Pig was from the same sect as him now? He had also become Su Kangqian's disciple. The six-eared macaque said, "This is heaven's will." The six-eared macaque really couldn't think of any other explanation. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Su Kangqian walked for an entire day, but she did not feel any fatigue. After all, as long as she opened her eyes, she would be full of vitality every moment. She would not feel hungry either. However, one meal a day was inevitable. At the very least, the demon-eating flower had to eat a meal every day. Moreover, the meal she ate was equivalent to dozens of meals. For Su Kangqian, since Su Kangqian was selected by the Heavenly Tao system to enter the Otherworld Instance Dungeon Western Demon Realm, half a month had passed. She had also completed 16 check-in trials. Wang Wonking had already clocked in 18 times. After all, she had been unimpeded along the way. With her current strength, she could completely do whatever she wanted in the Western Demon Realm. Currently, there were still 10 chosen ones who survived. Other than Su Kangqian and Wang Wonking, the person who received the most attention was Dong Jiani. She had clocked in 10 times, and she had clocked in safely. In about half a month, Wang Wonking had completed nearly 1/5 of the check-ins. Moreover, she was about to be on the same check-in line as Su Kangqian. Actually, when it came to the other chosen ones, especially Dong Jiani, their check-in route was very similar to Su Kangqian's. There were at least 7 check-ins that were repeated with Su Kangqian's. The probability was less than 1 in 100. It was also because of this that Dong Jiani could successfully clock in 10 times. Wang Wonking's 18 check-ins actually did not match up to Su Kangqian's. Probability was really hard to read, even if it was half or 90. It was a matter of probability. Just like the probability of 1 and 0. Even if Dong Jiani clocked in 20 times, the netizens would only take a second look. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were basically watching Su Kangqian's and Wang Wonking's livestream. After all, their live broadcast was even more exciting, especially Su Kangqian. From Su Kangqian's live broadcast, they could still see Su Kangqian talking to Su Yan on the phone from time to time. Then, through the phone, the netizens learned something that shocked them. Is the magic cloud king of 5 views manner delicious? The demon-eating flower asked the 6-eared macaque. The 6-eared macaque said, "That's a demon transformed from a cloud. Little martial ant. Don't tell me you want to eat clouds." At the side, Su Kangqian said, "Cloudies, is it the same as cotton candy?" The demon-eating flower asked, curiously. "Sister Kangqian, what is cotton candy?" "Cotton candy is just like cloudies," Su Kangqian said. Upon hearing this, the demon-eating flower scratched her head. Why did she feel that Su Kangqian's explanation didn't explain anything? It was like a small fish traveling in a river and a river traveling around the fish. Then it must be delicious, the demon-eating flower said. Su Kangqian nodded and said, "Yes, yes. The cotton candy is delicious and sweet." The 6-eared macaque looked at the conversation between Su Kangqian and the demon-eating flower. They seemed to already treat the magic cloud king of the 5 views manner as cotton candy. When the shadow pig heard about cotton candy, he drooled. The shadow pig was also a foodie. However, he was far from eating as much as the demon-eating flower. The 6-eared macaque didn't say anything. Even if Su Kangqian treated the magic cloud king of the 5 views manner as cotton candy, there was nothing wrong with that. After all, Su Kangqian could eat any demon. Who said that clouds could not be eaten? The 6-eared macaque did a somersault, leaped up, and rolled forward. Every time he walked for a while, he would first scout ahead before returning to report to Su Kangqian. Meanwhile, Su Kangqian only moved towards the arrowhead above her head. The arrow above her head pointed to wherever she traveled. And it was definitely right. A moment later, the 6-eared macaque did a backflip. "Master, after crossing this mountain, it will be the 5 views manner." Chapter 410 Chapter 410, Is this the ginseng fruit? Chapter 410, Is this the ginseng fruit? Su Kangqian did not feel much surprise. After all, the 6-eared macaque had mentioned that there was a ginseng fruit in the 5 views manner. She could be pleasantly surprised. At most. However, she learned from her father that she had eaten the ginseng fruit. Hence, Su Kangqian no longer had any expectations for the ginseng fruit. However, the magic cloud king of the 5 views manner could still bring her anticipation. At the very least, it was cotton candy. She just didn't know if this cotton candy was sweet. About half an hour later, at the 5 views manor, the demonic aura here soared into the sky. The surroundings were filled with demons. However, the demons gathered were all LV 20-30 demons. It was as if they had come to burn incense and pray to Buddha every festival. It was just that crowded. Su Kangqian and the others also knew that today was the day of the opening of the 5 views manor. What was a heavenly reward? It was a gift from the heavens. As for what gift? Needless to say, it was naturally the ginseng fruit. The demons began to talk. "I've been waiting here for 3 days. Why hasn't the heavenly reward begun? What's the hurry? I heard that the ginseng fruit will only ripen at noon today. This really makes me excited. If I obtain this heavenly reward, I will definitely give it to old demon Black Wind." These demons came from various demon territories within a radius of 5 kilometers. Some of them were ordered by their kings to come here to accept the heavenly reward. Some secretly came here alone to accept the heavenly reward. Whether they could obtain the heavenly reward was one thing, but whether they could come was another. At the very least, they would not miss the heavenly reward of the 5 Views Manor every time. This was also why the 6-eared macaque said that the owner of the 5 Views Manor had such a high status in the Western demon realm. Other demons would give the Magic Cloud King some face precisely because of this ginseng fruit. If they offended the Magic Cloud King, it would be equivalent to offending demons within a radius of 5 kilometers. The 6-eared macaque already had a bad feeling. He knew that Su Kankian would not be so obedient. On the way west, the 6-eared macaque came to know Su Kankian's personality. Su Kankian mingled with the demons, and yet they couldn't give her a hard time. It was not that no demons had discovered her. Furthermore, many demons realized that there was an extremely special smell on Su Kankian that tempted them. That's right. It was the temptation to eat someone up. However, when these demons saw that there were 40 demons besides Su Kankian, they did not dare to be impudent. They could still determine who was stronger and who was weaker. It was definitely not worth it to eat a human little girl and lose own life. Furthermore, these demons had come to the 5 Views Manor to obtain the Magic Cloud King's heavenly reward. The 6-eared macaque also knew how to obtain the heavenly reward from these demons. It was not through a fight, but through barter. Why was it that exchanging items could also turn into a heavenly reward? That was probably because the value of the ginseng fruit far exceeded their treasures. Right, there was still about an hour left. However, Su Kankian was nowhere to be seen. The 6-eared macaque and shadow pig had actually lost Su Kankian. They were not worried about Su Kankian being lost. After all, Su Kankian was so powerful that the demons here could not kill her. Furthermore, the demon-eating flower was following Su Kankian. Brother monkey, master is gone, the shadow pig said. The 6-eared macaque said, "It's all right. Master has little martial ant with her." In fact, the 6-eared macaque couldn't wait for Su Kankian to leave. After all, Su Kankian was always unpredictable. If Su Kankian really caused trouble here, he would have to face the encirclement of all the demons here. Even if he could handle it, he would suffer a huge loss. The shadow pig asked, "Brother monkey, do you mean that we're not following master now?" The 6-eared macaque nodded, and said, "Yes. Let master wander around the 5 Views Manor, as long as she doesn't cause trouble. Here, nothing worse can happen." I'm still worried. The shadow pig believed that Su Kankian would be targeted by other demons. In the 5 Views Manor, a Siberian weasel demon stopped Su Kankian and the demon-eating flower. Although the Siberian weasel demon knew that the demon-eating flower was very strong, he did not treat her nicely. Perhaps it was because the 5 Views Manor was protected by many demons. "No demons are allowed here," the Siberian weasel demon then added. Scram! The demon-eating flower glared at the Siberian weasel demon and opened her mouth wide, swallowing it whole. The Siberian weasel demon did not react at all. "It doesn't taste good." Even if the demon-eating flower said it wasn't delicious, she didn't spit it out. Nothing that the demon-eating flower ate was spat out. "You guys are really arrogant to the extreme. How dare you act rashly in front of me?" Suddenly, a 40-year-old demon wearing a Taoist robe and sitting cross-legged on a cloud appeared in front of Su Kankian. Although he looked human, Su Kankian and the demon-eating flower could tell at a glance that he was the Magic Cloud King of 5 Views Manor, and this Magic Cloud King was holding something in his hand. At this moment, many demons heard the wind, and immediately surrounded the place. The 6-eared macaque and shadow pig frowned. The 6-eared macaque did not expect Su Kankian to cause trouble so quickly. He only thought that Su Kankian would be able to return safely after wandering around the 5 Views Manor. However, the 6-eared macaque did not expect that the owner of 5 Views Manor, the Magic Cloud King, would actually confront Su Kankian. The 6-eared macaque and shadow pig immediately walked to Su Kankian's side. All the demons looked at Su Kankian and the demon-eating flower, but they were quickly attracted by the ginseng fruit in the Magic Cloud King's hand. It's the ginseng fruit. It really looks like a person. They have hands, feet, and heads. Moreover, they emit a faint golden light. I must obtain the Magic Cloud King's heavenly reward this time. These demons seem to have forgotten about the trouble Su Kenkian had caused here. They were only thinking about how to obtain the heavenly reward, this ginseng fruit. After all, the Magic Cloud King had to make the decision. If the Magic Cloud King didn't like it, no matter how powerful a Dharma treasure was, it couldn't be exchanged for anything. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream also saw the ginseng fruit in the Magic Cloud King's hand through Su Kenkian's live stream. Is it really a ginseng fruit? If I eat it, I can borrow another 500 years from the heavens. I can even avoid the heavenly tribulation once. FCK. There's really a ginseng fruit in the Western Demon region. The netizens were thinking that the Magic Cloud King would definitely not let Su Kenkian off easily. Perhaps the Magic Cloud King could tell the demons here attack Su Kenkian and the others. Even if Su Kenkian and company were not weak, they would still be defeated by the siege of hundreds of demons at the Five Views manor. Su Kenkian suddenly pointed at the ginseng fruit in Magic Cloud King's hand. Chapter 411. Chapter 411. The ginseng fruit is fake. What about cotton candy? Chapter 411. The ginseng fruit is fake. What about cotton candy? Sister Kenkian, which ginseng fruit do you want? The demon-eating flower asked. If Su Kenkian agreed, the demon-eating flower would immediately snatch it. This Magic Cloud King was only a LV 39 demon. His strength was completely inferior to the demon-eating flowers. Of course, if the demon-eating flower snatched the ginseng fruit from the Magic Cloud King, the surrounding demons would not let Su Kenkian off. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig did not know how to end this. They had also thought of fighting, but this was not beneficial. Moreover, as long as the six-eared macaque apologized, the other party could be appeased. After all, the Magic Cloud King would not make enemies with 3 LV 40 demons just because a demon was eaten. However, the six-eared macaque could apologize. But how could Su Kenkian? Su Kenkian shook her head and said, "Oh, that's a snow pear, not ginseng fruit." Snow pear. The demons laughed out loud. Ignorant human. You actually treat the ginseng fruit as snow pear. Does she think we're blind? Or does she think the Magic Cloud King is ignorant? You can believe a child's words. I think she's jealous of the Magic Cloud King. That's right. It must be because of jealousy. The demons were still sneering. However, the six-eared macaque and shadow pig didn't ignore Su Kenkian's words. Because the six-eared macaque and shadow pig both knew that Su Kenkian would not lie about this. Moreover, Su Kenkian did not lie to them. Brother monkey, could it be? The shadow pig asked. The six-eared macaque's face was filled with shock. His head also buzzed. The six-eared macaque had already guessed that this might be a scam that the Magic Cloud King had meticulously planned for many years. Yes. The six-eared macaque also thought that the ginseng fruit in the Magic Cloud King's hand was actually a snow pear. As for why it could grow into a human form and why it emitted a faint golden light, no one knew. At this moment, the netizens in the Heavenly Tao's livestream reacted. Holy shit. I think it's strange. It's really a snow pear. What's so strange about that? You didn't realize it at first. Because you didn't know that demons in the Western Demon realm would use such methods. I really thought that it was a ginseng fruit at first. The netizens actually believed Su Kenkian's words, and thought that the ginseng fruit in the Magic Cloud King's hand was snow pear. As for how to turn a snow pear into a human form, this was very easy to understand. This was because there were many ginseng fruit on the market zero. Moreover, the netizens also knew that as long as the snow pear was not ripe yet, it would be fine to use a ginseng fruit mold. When the snow pear grew up and filled the mold, it would naturally look like a ginseng fruit. However, why would it emit a faint golden light? That was because it had been smeared with a layer of fool's gold. At this moment, the demon-eating flower asked curiously, Sister Kenkian, how did you know that it was snow pears? Su Kenkian said, there are many in the supermarket. As soon as these words were spoken, the demon-eating flower was stunned. However, The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream knew very well. They would never have thought that Su Kankian would associate the supermarket's ginseng fruit-like snow pear with the ginseng fruit in the Magic Cloud King's hands. However, the Magic Cloud King's expression became ferocious. It seemed like he was about to quibble. "What nonsense!" the Magic Cloud King exclaimed, and said, "If you can't eat grapes, just say that they're sour." This king's ginseng fruit was just picked at noon. It was nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth for 999 days. Seeing that the Magic Cloud King's words were logical, the other demons believed him without a doubt. The six-eared macaque stood up and said, "Magic Cloud King, what evidence do you have to prove that the ginseng fruit in your hand is not a snow pear?" When the six-eared macaque saw that the Magic Cloud King had nothing to say, he said, "Since you can't prove it, let me prove it. Eating the ginseng fruit can borrow another 500 years of life from the heavens. Why did you become old? Could it be that you didn't eat the ginseng fruit? Who would believe this?" As soon as these words were spoken, the demons also questioned it. King Six-Eared, makes sense. Ginseng fruit is such a precious treasure. I don't believe that the Magic Cloud King hasn't eaten it before. Could it be that the ginseng fruit in the Magic Cloud King's hand is really a pear? We were fooled by him before. The Magic Cloud King saw that more and more demons began to suspect him. He might as well give up. "Since you don't want to believe me, I won't reward you. You don't have this opportunity either." The Magic Cloud King immediately put his so-called ginseng fruit into his sleeve. "It's a scam. UFC King tricked me so hard. For your ginseng fruit, I sacrificed the entire mountain of brothers. You still want to trick me now? Do you still want to pretend after being seen through? He actually lied to us. He said that the reason why the ginseng fruit ripened in 999 days was because he recited the great demon legend to the ginseng fruit every day, causing the ginseng fruit to quickly melt. I actually FC King believed him." The demons were furious when they thought of being deceived by the Magic Cloud King. In addition, the Magic Cloud King did not dare to confirm it, making the demons feel that it was a pear. After all, it was a pear. How could he prove that it was a ginseng fruit? The demons who had obtained the ginseng fruit previously treated a pear as a ginseng fruit because they believed it without a doubt. In the Heavenly Dao livestream, the netizens were actually laughing at how silly these demons were. "That's silly. Haha. You still have the cheek to laugh at those demons. Didn't you all believe in them at the beginning?" In the beginning, one didn't expect the demon world to have such counterfeiting methods. That's right. After all, it's the Western demon realm. It wouldn't be strange if there were ginseng fruit. Right, but I wouldn't believe you if you said that there were ginseng fruit on the blue planet. Let's see how this Magic Cloud King ends up. How else can we end it just like Pink Sixie? We can each cut her. Through Su Kankian's live broadcast, the netizens saw the demons surround the Magic Cloud King. It was really more violent than slashing Pink Sixie. One of the demons snatched the so-called ginseng fruit from the Magic Cloud King. He rubbed it hard, and really rubbed off a faint layer of golden light. After pulling it open, he realized that it was no different from snow. Hair. This might be because those who believed had it, but those who didn't believe didn't. When everyone believed it without a doubt, they naturally believed that it was a ginseng fruit. After all, these demons had never seen a real ginseng fruit, let alone eaten it. If they had seen the real ginseng fruit, they would naturally not have been deceived. Everything was caused by ignorance. Sister Kankian, I'm going to eat cotton candy. The demon-eating flower opened her bloody mouth and swallowed the Magic Cloud King. Chapter 412 Chapter 412 The 18th Checkpoint. The Black Pine Forest. Chapter 412 The 18th Checkpoint. The Black Pine Forest. The demon-eating flower even chewed for a while. Sister Kankian, it's soft and a little sweet. Is this the taste of cotton candy? The demon-eating flower asked. Su Kankian nodded. That's right. Seeing this, the surrounding demons fled in all directions. After all, they saw a demon that could eat demons. Moreover, it could eat LV 39 Magic Cloud King in one bite. Then, a LV 40 demon could also be eaten in one bite. Furthermore, there was no need for the other demons to fight Su Kankian and company. In a moment, The 5 Views Manor became empty. The 6-eared macaque and shadow pig felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Brother Monkey, I thought one could eat a mouthful of ginseng fruit. But the Magic Cloud King here was a big liar, said the shadow pig. The 6-eared macaque said, the Magic Cloud King took a fancy to everyone's desire for the ginseng fruit. In addition, everyone had never seen the real ginseng fruit before, so they were fooled by the Magic Cloud King. Actually, the 6-eared macaque and shadow pig had both fallen for it. At first, the demon-eating flower also believed that the snow pear in the Magic Cloud King's hand was a ginseng fruit. After all, the demon-eating flower had never seen a real ginseng fruit, and did not know what it tasted like. Although the ginseng fruit of the 5 Views Manor was fake, the cotton candy was real. The demon-eating flower actually ate a demon with such relish. The 6-eared macaque walked to Su Kankian's side, and asked, Master, where is the next check-in point? The reason why the 6-eared macaque was so concerned was not only because he was a member of the Journey West, but also because he cared about when he could reach the Dragon Palace and obtain his own weapon. Only then would he have a chance to fight a fateful battle with the Monkey King. Black Pine Forest's Su Kankian immediately said. The 6-eared macaque looked at the shadow pig and asked, Little pig bro, do you know the Black Pine Forest? The shadow pig shook his head. Brother Monkey, I've never heard of the Black Pine Forest either. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream also discussed the Black Pine Forest at this moment. Isn't the Black Pine Forest and the journey to the west the territory of the demon Kui Mileng? I heard that Kui Mileng is very strong, and he can fight 20 pixies. But why was he beaten to death by Sun Wukong? Journey to the West is a cartoon. There's no need to nitpick. Besides, this is the Western Demon Realm. I also agree with the brother above. The setting coincides with Journey to the West, but it doesn't mean that this is the journey to the West. Actually, the netizens also realized that the 6-eared macaque did not have a Jingu Bang yet. The shadow pig was still very inexperienced. The Bull Demon King was probably not married yet. As for whom the Bull Demon King would marry, it was definitely not Princess Iron Fan. After all, the Western Demon Realm was a demon world. There was no such thing as gods and Buddhas. Half an hour later, Su Kankian set off for the 18th check-in point. It did not matter where the Black Pine Forest was. It did not matter what demons there were in the Black Pine Forest. What Su Kankian cared about was what was delicious and fun in the Black Pine Forest. That was the main point. On the way, Su Kankian sent Wang Wonking another 1000 live voice transmission. Sister Wonking, are dragons very weak? Su Kankian sent Wang Wonking a 1000 live voice transmission to ask this question. Wang Wonking said, dragons are not weak. They are very powerful. Su Kankian asked, is that so? Wang Wonking asked, curiously, what's wrong? Su Kankian said, Little Flower and I met the Well Dragon King. He was so weak. He was killed by the little monkey and the little white pig. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao's livestream were actually discussing this problem. The dragons are a mysterious and powerful existence on our blue planet. The descendants of our dragon country all claim to be dragon descendants. Perhaps Su Kankian is right. Dragons are very weak in front of them. To us mortals, dragons are supreme existences. Is it because she's too strong that the Well Dragon King has become very weak in her eyes? Doesn't that mean? The netizens immediately thought that the dragon essence that Wang Wonking had obtained was very weak in front of Su Kankian. However, the netizens were more willing to believe that not all dragons were so weak. Perhaps only the Well Dragon King was weak. Or, perhaps the Well Dragon King was just a lowly demonic dragon. They believed that there were also differences in strength between dragons. Just like humans. Not everyone was awesome. How many people in this world would be comparable to Su Yang? At the very least, no such person had been found yet. There were nobles and lowly people in front of human rights. In front of strength. There was naturally a difference in strength. This was an undeniable fact. But no matter how weak the Well Dragon King was, he was still a LV 4-0 demon. Then, Su Kankian said, Sister Wonking, One realized that the Well-Dragon King was much weaker than you. Wang Wonking immediately replied, "Perhaps the true dragon of our dragon kingdom is even stronger. So after I obtained the dragon essence, my strength reached above LV 40. However, Wang Wonking knew very well that her strength was nothing in front of Su Yang. However, in the Western Demon realm, she could at least do whatever she wanted. Otherwise, Wang Wonking would not have been able to complete 20 check-in trials so smoothly in the Western Demon region. Now, Wang Wonking was also on her way to the next check-in point. After all, the trial was like a trip. Every time they arrived at a designated place, they would clock in. This was the trial of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon in the Western Demon realm. However, chosen ones without strength would definitely not survive. To be able to survive in the Western Demon realm Otherworld Instance Dungeon for half a month and complete many check-ins, they had to be quite strong. They might not be able to deal with it with ease like Wang Wonking, but they at least had a certain level of life-saving ability. Sister Wonking, let's eat roasted dragon meat together next time, Su Qianqian said. Sure. Wang Wonking did not particularly want to eat food from another world. Even if it was delicious, she was not a foodie. However, since Su Qianqian had already said so, she could not reject Su Qianqian's good intentions. Right. Actually, Wang Wonking had not eaten more than 5 kilograms of food in the past half a month. Moreover, her figure was better than Lin Gongchuan's, which was too much. I'll wait for you at the 26th check-in point in 2 to 3 days. Wang Wonking knew that she might be able to clock in with Su Qianqian after 16 check-ins. However, if they had to wait for each other to complete a check-in point before reaching a check-in point, they might as well start from the 26th check-in point. In that case, they would be on the same check-in line. Not only Wang Wonking, but the other chosen ones would also be on the same check-in line as Su Qianqian at the 26th check-in point. Sister Wonking, see you then. Chapter 413 Chapter 413 Doing Homework in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. Chapter 413 Doing Homework in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. After ending the 1000 live voice transmission, Su Qianqian was silent throughout the journey. The demon-eating flower found it very strange. Why did Su Qianqian remain silent after ending the 1000 live voice transmission with Wang Wonking? Not only did she stop talking, but she also stopped picking the flowers and plants around her. Not to mention flowers and plants. Even if there were fruit trees beside her, she would not pick them. This series of abnormalities made the demon-eating flower completely puzzled. As for the 6-eared macaque and shadow pig, they could not understand why Su Qianqian was suddenly so quiet. Usually, Su Qianqian would not be so restrained. However, the 6-eared macaque and shadow pig did not think too much about it. At least Su Qianqian was doing quite well now. Previously, she'd keep stopping after walking some distance every now and then. If Su Qianqian hadn't been walking and stopping, she would have clocked in 20 times more by now. However, the demon-eating flower could not help but ask, Sister Qianqian, why aren't you saying anything? Su Qianqian said, I want to clock in 25 times quickly. Then, it'll be even more fun. Su Qianqian knew that checking in 25 times was equivalent to walking out of the so-called novice village. The 6-eared macaque could not deny that there would not be any particularly powerful demons within 5 kilometers of the journey west. There would also be no particularly powerful Dharma treasures. The 6-eared macaque had to have known that Su Qianqian wanted to obtain a stronger Dharma treasure, so she didn't want to waste too much time on the 25 check-ins. The demon-eating flower nodded. Of course, she knew this. It was impossible for the Western Demon Realm to only have demons below LV 40 and some not so powerful Dharma treasures. The demon-eating flower was about to drool thinking of powerful demons. It was not because she saw that other demons were handsome, but because they were more delicious. In terms of handsomeness, she could only think of Su Qianqian's father. After all, the demon-eating flower was mesmerized by Su Qianqian's photo of Su Yang. However, the demon-eating flower knew very well what kind of person Su Qianqian's father was, and his strength was so great. The demon-eating flower also wanted to become stronger. If she did not become stronger, she would not be able to see Su Yang at all. However, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream knew very well that Su Yang did not seem to have any desire for women. Even a peerless beauty like Lin Gongxuan could be ignored like air. How many women in the world could catch Su Yang's eye? However, the netizens knew that Su Yang doted on his daughter, Su Kaiqian. As for other women, the netizens could conclude that Su Yang was really not interested. It was not that he could not do it in that aspect. If not, how could he have a daughter like Su Kaiqian? Furthermore, Celestials could already restore broken limbs, so how could he not? In fact, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were even more curious about who Su Kaiqian's mother was. She had to be an unparalleled beauty. Not only that, but she also had to be very powerful. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Su Yang to be tempted. As for Su Kaiqian's mother, where was she now? Was she dead or alive? The fickle netizens still knew nothing about these issues. The next day, the Black Pine Forest. They had successfully clocked in. Su Kaiqian turned around and left. The six-eared macaque was stunned. He thought that Su Kaiqian would wander around the Black Pine Forest for a while to find anything novel, fun, or delicious. In the end, he did not expect Su Kaiqian to leave immediately after coming to the Black Pine Forest. Master, where is the next check-in location? The six-eared macaque asked. White Tiger Ridge, Su Kaiqian exclaimed. Then, Master, I'll go ahead and explore. After saying that, the six-eared macaque somersaulted. Su Kaiqian continued walking. However, Su Kaiqian suddenly stopped in her tracks. One remember now. Su Kaiqian's words immediately puzzled the demon-eating flower and shadow pig. Sister Kaiqian, what do you remember? Master, is there a demon? The demon-eating flower looked at Su Kaiqian, while the shadow pig looked around. However, the shadow pig did not notice any demons around. Furthermore, even if there were hidden demons, one could determine the direction and location through demonic aura. However, when the shadow pig turned around, he realized that a big house had appeared in front of him. There were 4 wheels under the house. Sister Kaiqian, what is this? The demon-eating flower asked. Su Kaiqian said, an RV. We don't have to walk on our own anymore. There were 2 reasons why Su Kaiqian hadn't used the moving RV previously. The first reason was naturally that she had not wanted to miss anything along the way. The second reason was that she would not have been tired no matter how long she walked. At this moment, Su Kaiqian, the demon-eating flower, and the shadow pig walked into the house. The shadow pig looked at the spacious room and exquisite furniture. He felt like he was recalling the good times in Gao Village. This was because the shadow pig had a good relationship with the brocade fur rat in Gao Village. Now, in order to repay the favor, the shadow pig chose to travel west with Su Kaiqian. However, after the journey west ended, the shadow pig would definitely return to accompany the brocade fur rat for the rest of his life. The shadow pig was a loyal pig demon. Master, what about brother monkey? The shadow pig asked. Su Kaiqian said, little monkey knows. Su Kaiqian seemed to know that the 6-eared macaque was very smart to realize that this RV was hers. Under Su Kaiqian's instructions, the mobile RV headed towards its destination. The demon-eating flower said, Sister Kaiqian, this place is really comfortable. It's even soft. The demon-eating flower jumped up on the bed in the room. Shadow Pig was not as lazy as Pigsy. He actually took the initiative to sit on the top of the RV and observe the surroundings. What if there were demons blocking the way? The Shadow Pig naturally wanted to deal with them all. After a while, the 6-eared macaque was back. The 6-eared macaque also released his nature and jumped back and forth on the RV. However, after a while, he arrived in front of Su Kaiqian and said, Master, there's no special situation for the time being within dozens of kilometers. After Su Kaiqian replied, she ignored the 6-eared macaque. He saw her searching for something in her universe pouch. As for the demon-eating flower, she watched quietly from the side. At that time, Su Kaiqian took out a small school bag from her universe pouch. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were stunned. What the FCK? Don't tell me Su Kainkian has to do her homework. Does a kindergarten have homework? You don't have any children, so you naturally don't know. Nowadays, kindergartens are very active. They've already begun to teach multiplication tables. There's also Tang poems and so on. It's so FC King exaggerated. She's really the first person to do homework in the Otherworld instance dungeon. There's one thing I don't understand. Okay. What is it? Tell me quickly. Chapter 4514 Chapter 4514 The Old Demon Black Mountain of the Three Stars Cave. Chapter 4514 The Old Demon Black Mountain of the Three Stars Cave. The netizen said, Su Kainkian already has such an awesome father. Why did he still send his daughter to kindergarten? The netizens also realized this problem. Not only did she study, but she also had other daily life activities. She was no different from the children in the Dragon Kingdom. She went to school when she had to, went to the amusement park when she wanted to, ate when she needed to, and slept on time. This was really no different from a child from an ordinary family. Perhaps Su Yang, this super big shot, wants to give Su Kainkian the childhood of an ordinary person. We don't understand what the big shot is thinking. If you understand, you'll be a super big shot. Perhaps it's true that it's normal. It's a blessing to be healthy. If Su Kainkian hadn't been chosen by the Heavenly Dao system to become the chosen one, how could we have known that Su Yang was a super big shot? How could the netizens not know what would things have been like if Su Kainkian had never been chosen by the Heavenly Dao system? In that case, Su Kainkian would still have been in the kindergarten, and no one would have known that Su Yang was a super big shot. However, it was all because Su Kainkian was chosen by the Heavenly Dao system that it was exposed that Su Yang was a supreme, super big shot. He was no longer just a super big shot. He was a true supreme being. As long as Su Yang was willing, he could even kill the emperor. But what was the point to Su Yang? This was like having a job that earned millions a month. You could take a part-time job that earned 1,000 yuan a month. But what would be the point? Wasn't this a waste of time? To put it more accurately, he could already become an immortal. Why would he still be reluctant to leave the mortal world? Moreover, the netizens all knew that Su Yang was the kind of person who did not get close to women. At this moment, the Heavenly Dao livestream began to discuss White Tiger Ridge. According to Journey to the West, isn't there a White Cave Grotto in White Tiger Ridge? Isn't there a Mrs. White Bone in White Cave Grotto? That's right. Wasn't Su Kainkian in the White Cave Grotto at the beginning? Can you guys get this straight? Don't put Journey to the West in the Western Demon Realm. Who said that the White Cave Grotto has to be in the White Tiger Ridge? Who said that there must be a Madam Whitebones in the White Tiger Ridge? Haha. I admit that I am too immersed in my role. Who asked the Western Demon Realm to overlap so much with Journey to the West? In fact, when the netizens thought about it carefully, they realized that although the Western Demon Realm and Journey to the West overlapped extremely, all of this might not develop according to the Journey to the West. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. In the White Tiger Ridge, when two demons were patrolling the mountain, they saw an RV, 3 demons, and a human girl. They had successfully clocked in. Su Kainkian clocked in at 2 places in the last 2 days, 1 per day. Although the speed of clocking in was not as fast as on the first day, the further she clocked in, the greater the distance between the clocking points. The 6-eared macaque kicked the 2 demons on patrol to the ground. The 6-eared macaque did not kill them. It wasn't that the 6-eared macaque was soft-hearted. He wasn't that kind of demon. Tell me, why is the White Tiger Ridge empty? The 6-eared macaque asked. The 2 demons trembled under the 6-eared macaque. After all, even the king of the White Tiger Ridge was afraid of demons like this 6-eared macaque. The 2 of them were only patrolling. Demons of the White Tiger Ridge. How could they dare to be disrespectful? His Majesty has gone to the 3 Stars Cave for a meal, said a demon that looked like a deer. It's a meal at the 3 Stars Cave. Tell me in detail. The 6-eared macaque said in a stern tone. From the moment the 6-eared macaque arrived at the Black Pine Forest, he had noticed something amiss. Not only were there fewer demons in the Black Pine Forest, but there were also fewer demons in the White Tiger Ridge. It turned out that the demons of the Black Pine Forest and White Tiger Ridge had gone to eat. Hearing this, the deer spirit said submissively, "Half a month ago, the old demon Black Mountain of the Three Stars Cave was going to hold a birthday banquet. Our king, Madam Whitebones, also went." As soon as these words were spoken, the netizens in the Heavenly Dow's livestream started talking. Old demon Black Mountain. That old demon Black Mountain who specializes in absorbing essence energy. It's a trauma of my childhood. Don't get too involved. Sukankian's Otherworld Instance Dungeon is in the Western Demon Realm, not Journey to the West. Alright. The netizens began to discuss Mrs. White Bones. Strange. Sukankian killed Lady White Bones in the White Cave Grotto. Could it be that she's not dead yet? But she shouldn't have run to White Tiger Ridge so quickly and become Madam White Bones. Right. Who knows what if it's a sister demon? That's true. The netizens watched Sukankian's live broadcast again. The six-eared macaque kicked again. Hiss off. The two demons rolled away without looking back. At this moment, the six-eared macaque came in front of Sukankian and said, "Master, one noticed the abnormality in White Tiger Ridge because the king, here, Madam White Bones, went to the Three Stars Cave to attend old demon Black Mountain's birthday." Three Stars Cave. Sukankian immediately blurted out. The six-eared macaque asked, "Could it be that Master's next checkpoint is the Three Stars Cave?" Yes. Yes. Sukankian nodded. Sukankian asked, "Is the Whitebone spirit the same demon as Madam Whitebone?" The six-eared macaque shook his head and said, "Master, I've never seen it before." Sukankian said, "That's right. I was the one who killed the Whitebone spirit. Little monkey, you haven't fought the Whitebone spirit thrice yet." The six-eared macaque said, "If there's a chance, I want to fight the Whitebone spirit thrice too." The six-eared macaque was not interested in the Whitebone spirit. The six-eared macaque felt that Journey to the West was like a heavenly book, since the great sage, Heaven's equal, had fought the Whitebone spirit 3 times. The six-eared macaque naturally had to do it. Sukankian said, "Alright, one want to see the little monkey fight the Whitebone spirit 3 times. The shadow pig said, "Master, does the heavenly book of Journey to the West record me?" Hearing this, Sukankian tilted her head and recalled carefully, "Yes, you know how to carry your wife." The shadow pig was stunned. Carry his wife? Then, Sukankian said, "Little white pig, you even stole watermelons." As soon as she said that, the shadow pig was secretly sad. Why was he so miserable that he even would steal a watermelon? The demon-eating flower asked, "Sister Kankian, am I in the Journey to the West?" Sukankian shook her head. "There's no little flower, Sister Wonking, or me." The demon-eating flower did not feel sad. She was just curious. The six-eared macaque said, "Master, wait here for a while. 111 be back soon." After Sukankian nodded, the six-eared macaque disappeared with a flip. As for where the six-eared macaque went, the shadow pig knew. The six-eared macaque was looking for food for the demon-eating flower. After all, in the past 2 days, the demon-eating flower had not eaten much. Even if she did not starve to death, she might eat them all, because she wanted to eat demons. That would really be sad. The demon-eating flower thought of the old demon Black Mountain of the Three Stars Cave. Chapter 4 Con 15 Chapter 4 Con 15 This little cotton jacket is a little airless. Chapter 415 This little cotton jacket is a little airless. Of course, the demon-eating flower wanted to eat the old demon Black Mountain. However, the name Old Demon Black Mountain sounded very old. It definitely did not taste good. If the old demon Black Mountain was very powerful, the demon-eating flower would not be picky. As for the Madam Whitebones that Sukankian told the six-eared macaque about, the demon-eating flower was not interested. After all, Mrs. Whitebones was a skeleton. How could there be anything delicious? Moreover, the demon-eating flower was already spitting out bones recently. After a while, the six-eared macaque had stolen a large bag of food from the White Tiger Ridge. The six-eared macaque even left a lot of delicious food for Sukankian. As for some foods that were too greasy and not very delicious, they were all given to the demon-eating flower. The demon-eating flower ate until late in the day. This bit of food could at most be used as a snack for her for a day or so. Su Kainqian and the others boarded the mobile RV and headed straight to the next check-in point under Su Kainqian's instructions. Sister Kainqian, are we also participating in the old demon Black Mountain's birthday banquet? The demon-eating flower asked. Su Kainqian said, sure. The demon-eating flower said excitedly. That's great. The demon-eating flower didn't think about anything else but food. However, Su Kainqian was different. Not only did she want to eat, but she also wanted to play and thought about Dharma treasures. Rather than calling it a Dharma treasure, it was more like a toy. If Su Kainqian didn't want to play at her age, it would be meaningless. Little monkey, little white pig, let's play a game together. With that said, Su Kainqian took out a jungle board game from her universe pouch. The six-eared macaque looked at the pieces with animal patterns on them and asked, Master, what is this? Jungle? Su Kainqian began to explain how to play jungle to the six-eared macaque. The shadow pig was also listening very seriously. Needless to say, Su Kainqian had to have learned it in kindergarten. The six-eared macaque learned it immediately. The shadow pig, on the other hand, was not so smart. He only understood after watching both sides play. As for the demon-eating flower, her intelligence did not seem to be online. Although the demon-eating flower looked like a 13 or 14-year-old girl, she was only 4 years old. This was the first time she had come into contact with jungle. After playing for a while, Su Kainqian also let the demon-eating flower play. Furthermore, Su Kainqian patiently taught the demon-eating flower how to play jungle. Sister Kainqian, which is the strongest? The demon-eating flower asked. There's no strongest. Rats can eat elephants. And cats can eat rats. Su Kainqian said. The demon-eating flower listened seriously at the side. Perhaps the demon-eating flower was learning very seriously because it was related to eating. About half an hour later, the demon-eating flower and shadow pig were addicted to playing. It was really a time waster. The six-eared macaque, on the other hand, was more restrained. He knew that jungle was very fun, but he did not dare to relax. After playing for a while, the six-eared macaque started his shift in the RV. Su Kainqian called Su Yang. The segments where Su Kainqian and Su Yang were on the phone during the live broadcasts were what the netizens in the heavenly Dao livestream loved to watch. The reason was that they could hear earth-shattering information from Su Yang. Daddy. After the call connected, Su Kainqian immediately called out, Daddy is here. What's wrong? Kainqian, the voice on the other end of the phone, was not only calm, but also very gentle. That's right, gentle. Su Kainqian asked, Did you come home, Daddy? Hearing this, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before the man replied, No. Changing the topic, Su Yang asked, What's wrong, Kainqian? Su Kainqian said bluntly, Will Sister Gongchuan be sad if Daddy leaves her alone at home? As soon as these words were spoken, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream immediately felt that Su Yang's little cotton jacket seemed to be leaking. Then it'll make time to go home. Then, Su Yang said, Kainqian, are you homesick? Su Kainqian nodded and said, Yes. One miss home and father. But it's so fun here. I haven't had enough fun. The first half of the sentence sounded very touching, but the second half changed. How could Su Yang not know that the Western Demon Realm and the journey to the West had an extremely high overlap? And Su Kainqian liked to watch Journey to the West, as she had yet to finish experiencing it. How could she bear to come back? Su Yang said, If you miss Daddy, Kainqian, call Daddy or Sister Gongchuan and let her chat with you. Dad. I'll call Sister Gongchuan then, Su Kainqian said, and added, Bye, Daddy. Although Su Kainqian had only interacted with Lin Gongchuan for 2 months, Lin Gongchuan had taken care of her meticulously. No mother would be as considerate as Lin Gongchuan. Hence, Su Kainqian had a good impression of Lin Gongchuan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken Lin Gongchuan into consideration. Su Kainqian did not use the pink turtle child's smartwatch this time. Instead, she used 1000 live voice transmission. Sister Gongchuang. It's me. Just as Su Kenqian finished speaking, Lin Gongchuang replied. After all, Lin Gongchuang had been watching Su Kenqian's live broadcast. Kenqian. I'm here. Lin Gongchuang's voice was very cold, but if one listened carefully, they could tell that she was touched. Sister Gongchuang. It's so fun here. There are many demons one know. One even took in little monkey and little white pig. Little flower is also beside me. She's playing jungle, Su Kenqian said in one breath. Lin Gongchuang had seen everything about Su Kenqian's trial in the Otherworld Instance dungeon, but Su Kenqian did not know about the Heavenly Dao livestream. After all, the Heavenly Dao livestream was only limited to adult viewers. Su Kenqian placed her hands on her hips like a little adult. Then, she said to Lin Gongchuang, Sister Gongchuang, is Daddy very shy? Lin Gongchuang asked. Kenqian, why do you say that? Su Kenqian nodded and said, because one wasn't at home, and Dad didn't come home. He probably felt that Sister Gongchuang was too good-looking, and was too shy to look at you. Right. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream kept feeling that Su Kenqian was really Su Yong's little sweetheart. How could the netizens not know that Su Yong did not go home not because he was shy? That was because Su Kenqian was not at home. After all, every time Su Yong returned home, he would only accompany his daughter. As for Lin Gongchuang, she was treated as heir. No, your father is a very bold and powerful person. He's also very busy recently. Moreover, now that you're not at home, Kenqian, your father will try his best to finish his work while you're away. When you come back, he can accompany you more. Lin Gongchuang was right. After all, Su Yong had taken advantage of Su Kenqian's return from the Otherworld Instance dungeon trial to spend more time with her. However, Chapter 416 You actually treat Dharma treasures as toys. Chapter 416 You actually treat Dharma treasures as toys. However what? Of course. It was because there was no need for Su Yong to stay at home before Su Kenqian returned home. What was Su Yong's motive for coming home? How could the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream not know? After all, Lin Gongchuang was not Su Yong's family member. Su Yong only had one goal for coming home, and that was to accompany his daughter. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream knew very well that Su Yong was not tempted by Lin Gongchuang, let alone Wangking. Not to mention being tempted. He did not even care. Sister Gongchuang, did you know my father in the past? Su Kenqian's words actually touched the hearts of the netizens. Actually, the netizens had always been very curious. How did a top student like Lin Gongchuang, who was so perfect, know Su Yong, who had never attended university? After all, Dragon Country was not like Poplar Country, which was only the size of a village. Lin Gongchuang said bluntly. Yes. As expected, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream knew that Su Yong had to have known Lin Gongchuang for a long time. Otherwise, why would he let Lin Gongchuang come to Su Kenqian's house to be a nanny? However, the netizens also knew that Lin Gongchuang was not ordinary. Perhaps her strength was not inferior to Wang Wangking's. Maybe Lin Gongchuang is like Wang Wangking. You mean that Su Yong also gave Lin Gongchuang a shocking opportunity in the past and made her stronger in order to repay him? Lin Gongchuang came to Su Kenqian's house to be a nanny without hesitation. I also think that the possibility is very high. After all, Su Yong gave Wang Wangking a shocking opportunity. Therefore, he must have given Lin Gongchuang a shocking opportunity. I think Lin Gongchuang is going overboard. This is equivalent to taking someone else's money and still wanting to be someone else's wife. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream believed that Lin Gongchuang was definitely interested in Su Yong. However, the netizens felt sorry for Lin Gongchuang. Perhaps the netizens also knew that Lin Gongchuang and Su Yong were not from the same world. The difference was too great. If the netizens also had Su Yong's terrifying strength, they would naturally look down on Lin Gongchuang and Wang Wangking. The world was so big, and he had the strength of a supreme. It wouldn't be difficult for him to find a girl who was thousands of times Better than Lin Gongchuan, Wang Wonking, and Yu Fuxu. Right. However, the netizens could tell from Su Kainqian and Su Yong's call that Su Yong really did not get close to women. All kinds of beauties were fleeting clouds. 10 minutes later, Su Kainqian ended the call with Lin Gongchuan. Although Lin Gongchuan was gratified, how could she not know that the gap between her and Su Yong was more than 10 miles? Immediately after, Su Kainqian sent a 1000 live voice transmission to Wang Wonking. Sister Wonking, I've already clocked in 19 times. I'm going to the 3 Stars Cave now, Su Kainqian said. Wang Wonking replied, I clocked in at 22 check-in points. Although Wang Wonking did not stop checking in, she still had to rest. Most importantly, she was not like Su Kainqian, who could automatically find a way to clock in. Kainqian, I obtained a Dharma treasure called Vajragourd. I'll let you play with it when I see you. Wang Wonking said. A Vajragourd baby? Su Kainqian asked. Wang Wonking said. It's not the Calabash brothers. It's a Vajragourd. A Dharma treasure that can capture demons. Alright. I want to play with it. Su Kainqian nodded. As long as it was a fun Dharma treasure. Su Kainqian definitely wanted to play with it. After all, in Su Kainqian's eyes, Dharma treasures were toys. Sister Wonking, are the White Bone Spirit and Madame Whitebone the same demon? Su Kainqian asked. Wang Wonking said. Did you meet the White Bone Spirit or Mrs. Whitebone? Su Kainqian said. I met the White Bone Spirit and even fought him 3 times. However, the little monkey said that Madame Whitebones went to the 3 Stars Cave to eat. Wang Wonking replied. Yes, it might be. I'm not sure. Either. The White Bone Spirit and journey to the west is Mrs. Whitebone. Perhaps. The White Bone Spirit you fought is really not dead. In that case, we can let the little monkey perform 3 fights with the White Bone Spirit. Su Kainqian really wanted to see the 6-eared macaque perform 3 fights against the White Bone Spirit with her own eyes. After all, the 3 fights against the White Bone Spirit left a deep impression on Su Kainqian. Su Kainqian chatted with Wang Wonking for a while before ending the 1000 live voice transmission. However, Su Kainqian was not idle. Either. She used 1000 live voice transmission. Is Blue Bristle here? Su Kainqian had actually sent a 1000 live voice transmission to the blue cat devilish creature in the devilkind world. Of course. Su Kainqian remembered the blue cat devilish creature. After all, they had been together for half a month. And it was only 2 months ago. She would not forget it so quickly. Is it Master? I am so surprised. The blue cat devilish creature's voice was still so ancient and hollow. Master, where are you now? The blue cat devilish creature asked. I'm not in the devilkind world. I'm in the demon world, Su Kainqian said. Hearing this, the blue cat devilish creature said in shock. So Master is in another world. It's too shocking, Su Kainqian asked. Blue Bristle, how are you now? I'm fine, the blue cat devilish creature replied truthfully. Blue Bristle, have you gained weight now? Su Kainqian asked. In Su Kainqian's memory, the blue cat devilish creature had always been round like a ball. The blue cat devilish creature said, I've already advanced. Thanks to Master. I've already become a devil supreme. The blue cat's words were filled with gratitude. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream immediately could not remain calm. Devil Supreme. FCK. Awesome. Heaven-defying. Can it be more showy? Is the Divihuman equivalent to the strength of a Supreme? The netizens felt that it was about right. In that case, Su Kainqian had a familiar mount at the Devil Supreme level in the Divihuman world. The netizens thought of Su Yong again. After all, the blue cat devilish creature had heard Su Yong's hint previously, which was why it became Su Kainqian's demon pet. With a father like Su Yong, Su Kainqian's life was won. After Su Kainqian chatted with the blue cat devilish creature for a while, she carried out a 1000 live voice transmission with the solitary Mountain's ghost queen of the Eerie world. Sister Eerie. After Su Kainqian asked, the solitary Mountain's ghost queen's voice immediately sounded. The solitary Mountain's ghost queen's voice was very sweet and crisp. Little Master. Zhaoqian is here. The solitary mountain's ghost queen said. I'm currently leading the Eyrie of Kainqian's hell to attack the Asura evil Eyrie. The solitary mountain's ghost queen reported the situation in Kainqian's hell to Su Kainqian. Su Kainqian merely nodded. Although Su Kainqian had left the Otherworld instance dungeon in the Netherworld hell, that place was not frozen. Time was also moving. Furthermore, Su Kainqian had already handed over Kainqian's hell to the solitary mountain's ghost queen. The solitary mountain's ghost queen was also risking her life. She wanted to become stronger. She wanted to be qualified to protect Su Kainqian and follow Su Yang. Master, we're here. The six-eared macaque's voice came from the RV. Chapter 417. Chapter 417. The six-eared macaque shows 3 fights against the white bone spirit. Chapter 417. The six-eared macaque shows 3 fights against the white bone spirit. At the foot of the mountain, the demons looked at the mobile RV. At this moment, Su Kainqian, the demon-eating flower, and the shadow pig walked out of the mobile RV one after another. Then, the six-eared macaque also jumped down from the RV. When they saw the demon-eating flower, they were all shocked. When they saw the six-eared macaque and the shadow pig, they did not tremble. However, when they saw the demon-eating flower, they actually trembled in fear. Why was that? It was not because the demon-eating flower was stronger than the six-eared macaque and the shadow pig, but because the existence of the demon-eating flower was terrifying. Sister Kainqian, are we going to eat the demon-eating flower? Asked. Su Kainqian said. Alright. Well, leave after eating. Su Kainqian was not polite at all. However, the one who should be polite was not Su Kainqian, but the demons here. Not to mention Su Kainqian, the demon-eating flower, the six-eared macaque, and the shadow pig were all existences that could take charge in the Western demon realm. Even the old demon Black Mountain of the 3 Stars Cave here would not offend them. Su Kainqian and the others had only come to the 3 Stars Cave for a meal. Then, the six-eared macaque said to the surrounding demons, we passed by the 3 Stars Cave and came to have a meal. As soon as these words were spoken, a demon with both hands on the ground came to meet Su Kainqian and the others. I'm the long-armed king of the 3 Stars Cave. Anyone who comes is a guest. It's an honor for you esteemed guests to come to the 3 Stars Cave to celebrate my king's birthday. The long-armed king waved his hand, indicating for Su Kainqian and the others to follow him into the 3 Stars Cave. The surrounding demons looked at him strangely, but they were mostly terrified. Little flower, don't cause trouble. It's not good, Su Kainqian said. The demon-eating flower nodded, and said, Sister Kainqian, I understand. The demon-eating flower was here to eat. If these demons did not provoke her, she would not ruin the birthday banquet. After all, demons had morals. They could not eat someone else's food and ruin someone else's job. Right. Although Su Kainqian didn't know much, she knew that she had to pay for things. When eating other people's food, she shouldn't despise other people's food. This was basic morality. However, if the demons here provoked Su Kainqian would naturally not be polite. The six-eared macaque also knew that Su Kainqian was usually more mischievous and liked to cause trouble. However, as long as they treated her well enough, Su Kainqian would not make things difficult for others. The six-eared macaque also thought that since the great cave master of the 3 Stars Cave, Old Demon Black Mountain, was holding a birthday banquet, he would not make things difficult for Su Kainqian. Not only that, but he might also treat Su Kainqian as a distinguished guest. After all, this long-armed king, as the 3rd cave masters of 3 Stars Cave, treated her so respectfully. However, the six-eared macaque believed that it was better to be safe than sorry. In the six-eared macaque's impression, Su Kainqian had never given in to anyone. At this moment, the shadow pig whispered into six-eared macaque's ear, Brother Monkey, we didn't prepare a birthday gift. Are we going to eat for free? The six-eared macaque said, we're here to congratulate Old Demon Black Mountain. Only then did the shadow pig understand that powerful demons could really eat without paying. That was the truth. This was because it was already a great honor to have a demon stronger than him come to 3 Stars Cave to celebrate his birthday. Even if he showed his face, it was also to give old demon Black Mountain face. What other gift did he want? Unless their relationship was extremely good. An hour and a half later, in a huge cave abode, there were more than 100 demons gathered here. Moreover, there were hundreds of tables for the banquets. There were also hundreds of tables outside the cave. Demons who could eat in the cave all had a certain level of strength and reputation. Demons also had their own society. Their social circles were like tribes that had been in the dragon country for thousands of years. A pale and skinny demon whose eyeballs were about to fall out immediately went forward to welcome Su Kankian and the others. More than 10 minutes ago, a demon had informed the old demon Black Mountain that the third cave master, Long-Armed King, had received 3 demons above LV 40. The old demon Black Mountain then said to Su Kankian, "Little master, please take a seat. Demon-eating king, 6-eared macaque king, pig demon king, please take a seat." The old demon Black Mountain spread his hands and gestured for the demon-eating flower and the others to take a seat. Su Kankian nodded. She would not stand on ceremony. As for the demon-eating flower, she was even more impolite. The other demons in the 3-star cave did not expect old demon Black Mountain to be so prestigious as to make the 6-eared macaque and the others come to celebrate his birthday. Then, a human-looking demon on the left raised the wine glass in his hand and congratulated Imkui Molang. On behalf of the Black Pine Forest, I congratulate the Black Mountain King on his blessings and longevity. As soon as he finished speaking, the demons came one after another to congratulate old demon Black Mountain. Brother Xinghu, on behalf of Bald Slope, I congratulate the Black Mountain King. Your blessings are like the East Sea, and your lifespan is as long as the Southern Mountains. I am the Yamu Demon. On behalf of the Sound Spirit Mountain, I congratulate the Black Mountain King. Your blessings are like the East Sea and your life is as long as the Southern Mountains. Madam White Bones. On behalf of the White Tiger Ridge, I congratulate the Black Mountain King. Your blessings are like the East Sea, and your lifespan is as long as the Southern Mountains. All the demons congratulated the old demon Black Mountain. Madam White Bones, I recognize you. Su Kankian pointed at the demon covered in bones. Upon hearing this, the old demon Black Mountain and the other demons looked at Su Kankian. Although Mrs. White Bones had no eyeballs, she lowered her head in panic, not daring to look Su Kankian in the eye. It was obvious that Madam White Bones was the White Bone spirit that Su Kankian had staged 3 fights with in the White Cave. Brato. As for why Su Kankian didn't beat this Mrs. White Bone spirit to death, it was most likely because the White Bone spirit was wearing a skin. Since her skin was damaged, she would change it. However, if the current Mrs. White Bones was beaten up, she would be gone. Little master, you might be mistaken. Madam White Bones of the White Tiger Ridge. I've never met little master before. Madam White Bones said. Her words were shaky. She was obviously lying. You can't lie to me. I know it's you. Su Kankian said. The 6-eared macaque said to Madam White Bones. You White Bone spirit. You even dare to act rashly in front of my master. Although the 6-eared macaque was a very steady and cautious demon, he had to show off in 3 fights against the White Bone spirit. Today, if he didn't do this, he would be defying the heavens. If he changed his fate, wouldn't he be unable to become the great sage? Heaven's equal. Therefore, the 6-eared macaque was not afraid of disrupting the old demon Black Mountain's birthday banquet. The old demon Black Mountain stood out and waved his hand. Today is my birthday. Can you settle your grudges in the future? The old demon Black Mountain would not help anyone. He did not want demons to cause trouble at his birthday banquet. However, the old demon Black Mountain could not stop it forcefully. After all, the 6-eared macaque, demon-eating flower, and Shadowpig were not demons he could afford to offend. Swoosh! Suddenly, a ball of white smoke rose from the 3 Stars Cave. Chapter 418 Chapter 418 Mrs. White Bones is a social butterfly. Chapter 418 Mrs. White Bones is a social butterfly. White Bone Spirit. Where are you escaping? The six-eared macaque saw that after the white smoke rose, there was no sign of the White Bone Spirit. The six-eared macaque immediately chased out of the Three Stars Cave. However, in the Three Stars Cave, the demons were already furious. The old demon Black Mountain was also very angry. Although the six-eared macaque was very strong, he did not give him any face at all. However, the old demon Black Mountain did not dare to attack Su Kainkian. The old demon Black Mountain forced a smile and said, "Everyone, don't panic. It's just the grudge between the King Six-Eared and the White Bone Spirit. Don't take it to heart." However, the old demon Black Mountain's words did not calm the demons down. Even if the demon eating flower, the six-eared macaque, and the shadow pig were LV 40 demons, and the others were all IV 30 demons. Many of these demons had Dharma treasures. They did not believe that they could not deal with them. However, what kind of demon was the old demon Black Mountain? He was an old demon who had lived for thousands of years. From the moment he saw Su Kainkian, he knew that the six-eared macaque, demon eating flower, and shadow pig were not the most terrifying. The most terrifying entity was actually the human girl, Su Kainkian. However, the old demon Black Mountain would not say it out loud. After all, even if he said it, the other demons would not believe him. Black Mountain King, we're all guests. We're here to congratulate you today, but you didn't do your best as a host. Although King Six-Eared is powerful, I didn't expect him to bully you. Black Mountain King, you can tolerate it, but we can't. Black Mountain King, it's fine if you're a coward. We won't tolerate this. The demons who spoke were more or less related to the White Bone Spirit. It was just like the sworn brotherhood between the six-eared macaque and shadow pig. Even if they weren't sworn brothers, they were still relatively close. Actually, the old demon Black Mountain was also related to the White Bone Spirit. One of the old demon Black Mountain's wives and concubines was sent by the White Bone Spirit, and the White Bone Spirit could be considered his matchmaker. Right. However, the old demon Black Mountain would not attack. He was really afraid of death. If the old demon Black Mountain did not step forward, how could he survive here in the future? After all, the demons under him would not be convinced. However, the old demon Black Mountain held back. "He'll be this coward," the old demon Black Mountain said to his brothers. "Brothers, don't interfere." As soon as these words were spoken, the second and third cave master were very puzzled, and felt even more depressed. They knew that their elder brother, the old demon Black Mountain, was more cowardly. However, they did not expect the old demon Black Mountain to be so shameless. Furthermore, he could actually hold it, and even after being stepped on, Great Cave Master, one can't tolerate this. The second cave master of the Three Stars Cave who spoke was a black python spirit. However, the Three Stars Cave's third cave master, the long-armed king, listened to the old demon Black Mountain's orders. "Second brother, don't be rash," the old demon Black Mountain persuaded. The old demon Black Mountain and Black Python Demon could be said to be sworn brothers. The old demon Black Mountain pulled the Black Python spirit to the side and said, "Second brother, believe me, I guarantee that we can survive this time. Great Cave Master, I can't tolerate it. Even if they are LV 40 demons. This is the Three Stars Cave. Furthermore, we have invited many demon kings. They can't tolerate this. Speaking of which, this second cave master, the Black Python Spirit, was even closer to Mrs. White Bones. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Tao livestream, FCK, is this the so-called a slight move will affect the entire body? I didn't expect that Mrs. White Bones to have such a close relationship with the other demon kings. She must have a lot of lovers. Right. Isn't she a matchmaker? Madam White Bones is quite good at pulling strings. No wonder so many demons are angry. However, the old demon Black Mountain is really shameless. He even endured this. How could the netizens not know that Su Kainkian and the others' actions in the Three Stars Cave were undoubtedly a series of attacks on the old demon Black Mountain? But what about the old demon Black Mountain? He endured it. And he even wanted to persuade the second cave master, the Black Python spirit, to endure it. However, the Black Python spirit could not hold back. Great cave master, if you don't come forward, I will. The Black Python spirit said. The six-eared macaque is not here now. There's only a human girl in the cave, as well as the shadow pig and the demon-eating flower. At most, there are 40 demons. If we join forces, we can definitely kill them. The old demon Black Mountain's expression was very ferocious. He wanted to slap the Black Python spirit awake. The old demon Black Mountain said, "Second brother, I'm really not lying to you. We can't afford to offend them." However, the Black Python spirit did not think much of it. The long-armed king also walked over. "Second brother, just believe in Big Brother's words. Otherwise, you will really suffer." The long-armed king said, "Eldest brother, third brother, stop persuading me. I won't let them leave alive today." With that, the Black Python spirit gathered his demon brothers and surrounded 3 Stars Cave. The Black Python spirit said, "You guys are simply lawless. Don't think that just because the 3 of you are slightly stronger, you can bully us." As soon as these words were spoken, the demons in 3 Stars Cave were already at daggers drawn. However, the demon-eating flower also stopped eating at this moment. The shadow pig, who was beside Su Kainkian, said, "Master, Brother Monkey should be back soon. Should we delay for a while and wait for Brother Monkey to return before killing our way out?" Alright, Su Kainkian was not worried that she could not defeat this group of demons. She just wanted to wait for the 6-eared macaque to complete 3 fights against the white bone spirit. "Come on. Do you dare to come over and try?" The shadow pig held the 9-toothed rake and confronted the demons. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6-eared macaque brought Madame Whitebones back. "Master, I've caught her." The 6-eared macaque threw Madame Whitebones aside. The 6-eared macaque was waiting for Su Kainkian's words. After all, Su Kainkian had told the 6-eared macaque that she wanted to see the 3 fights against the white bone spirit with her own eyes. The white bone spirit began to beg for mercy. "Little master, please spare me. One was just confused at that time and offended you." The other demons were also watching. Were they waiting to see what Su Kainkian would do? If Su Kainkian really wanted to kill the white bone spirit, they would swarm forward. But now, "Little master, you're a magnanimous person. Let Madame Whitebones live. I have 3 bottles of Sprite Dew. Please don't take offense." Little master, perhaps Mrs. Whitebones really offended Little master back then. But now that Mrs. Whitebones has already repented, let her go. Take it that one. Cootie Melang, owe you a favor. These demons were trying their best to help Madame Whitebones escape. They had to have a deep relationship. In the Heavenly Tao livestream, I suddenly thought of a word. What word? A social butterfly. Chapter 419. Chapter 419. I've never seen such a demon. Chapter 419. I've never seen such a demon. I didn't expect there to be such a person in the demon world. You're wrong. It's not a person, but a demon. Mrs. Whitebones is quite capable. She must have been very capable when she was young. Right, isn't she just a skeleton that turned into a demon? Is there a difference whether she's young or not? The netizens saw the 6-eared macaque performing 3 fights against the white bone spirit on the spot. The first time, the white bone spirit turned into an old granny. The second time, she turned into an old man. The third time she was in a fight, she became a tender little girl. The demons were stunned by this scene. They did not know that Madame Whitebones had 3 appearances. Although other demons could transform, they would still be the same in human form and would not change. What are you waiting for? Beat them to death. Then, the Black Python spirit was the first to rush up. The other demons also attacked Su Kainkian and company. During the battle in the 3 Stars Cave, Su Kainkian was taken away by the old demon Black Mountain. It was that black wind that swept Su Kainkian out of a mountaintop outside the 3 Stars Cave. Little master, please forgive me for offending you just now. The reason why the old demon Black Mountain did this was not to hold Su Kainkian hostage. With his ability, he really did not dare to do this. The old demon Black Mountain did not want Su Kaienkian to be involved in battle. Even though Su Kaienkian was really capable, he was afraid that Su Kaienkian would be too capable and kill all the demons in the 3 Stars Cave, including himself. "Are you an old grandpa or an old grandma?" Su Kaienkian asked. The old demon Black Mountain said, "You can call me whatever you want, little master." The old demon Black Mountain could really be considered a man and a woman. "Then I'll call you Grandpa," Su Kaienkian said, and added, "Grandpa, do you want to play a check-in game together?" "Check-in game? What game is that?" old demon Black Mountain asked. Su Kaienkian said, "Just keep walking until the end of the Western Demon Realm." The old demon Black Mountain smiled and said, "I'm already old. One only want to live a peaceful life in the 3 Stars Cave. One don't have such ambitions like you." The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were shocked. They never expected Su Kaienkian to invite such an ugly and old demon to travel with her. Perhaps it was because Su Kaienkian had good taste and knew that the old demon Black Mountain was a good demon. In fact, it also proved that the old demon Black Mountain was really stable, had sharp eyes, and was hiding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lived for so long. However, his sworn brother, the Black Python Spirit, was short-sighted. "If Grandpa is unwilling, forget it," Su Kaienkian said, and continued, "Grandpa, I'll give you a birthday present." "No. No. How can I accept little master's congratulatory gift?" the old demon Black Mountain hurriedly rejected. However, Su Kaienkian had already taken out a gift from her universe pouch. It was dragon armor. How could old demon Black Mountain not recognize that this was dragon armor woven from dragon scales? Su Kaienkian said, "For you." Initially, the old demon Black Mountain did not dare to accept it. However, when he saw Su Kaienkian's sincere gaze, he still accepted the dragon armor as if he was flattered. The old demon Black Mountain said gratefully, "Little master, you've given me such a precious treasure as a congratulatory gift. I'm really flattered." The old demon Black Mountain changed the topic and said, "Then I'll give little master a gift in return." The old demon Black Mountain spread out his hands, and a golden pearl surged out of his body. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were simply stunned when they saw this scene. FCK, old demon Black Mountain looks extremely sinister. Furthermore, he can release black wind and black aura. It's obvious that he's a villain. One didn't expect him to be so loyal. Furthermore, why does he have such a golden thing on him? If you ask me, whom the hell should one ask? Could this be old demon Black Mountain's demon core? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The netizens had yet to end their discussion when the old demon Black Mountain said, "This is an ascending dragon pearl. It's the gem of the southern depths koi spirit." Su Kaienkian took it without hesitation. She could feel the dragon elephant aura from this ascending dragon pearl. She also sensed this dragon elephant aura from Wang Wonking. So Su Kaienkian accepted this pearl because she wanted to give the ascending dragon pearl to Wang Wonking. "Thank you, Grandpa." Su Kaienkian thanked him. The old demon Black Mountain shook his head and said, "Although the ascending dragon pearl is very precious, I have no fate with it. It's useless to keep it." Although the old demon Black Mountain was being polite, could it really be useless? It was unknown how many demons coveted the ascending dragon pearl. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream conversed again. An ascending dragon pearl koi fish. I thought of the story of the fish leaping over the dragon gate. Everyone has heard of this story. A koi fish jumped over the dragon gate and transformed into a dragon. I didn't expect this old demon Black Mountain to be so generous. Rather than saying that he's generous, it's better to say that he's really shameless. The netizens all knew that the old demon Black Mountain was not an ordinary demon. It was as if he would not leave the 3 Stars Cave unless the Western Demon Realm was destroyed. Minutes later, a black wind swept into the 3 Stars Cave. Su Kaienkian appeared in the 3 Stars Cave unscathed. At this moment, the demon-eating flower had already burped. It was obvious what she had done in the past 20 minutes. Old demon Black Mountain, at least you know what's good for you. The 6-eared macaque said to the old demon Black Mountain. Little monkey, You can't to grandpa, Su Kainkian said. The six-eared macaque nodded. The old demon Black Mountain looked at the mess in the cave, and was not angry or emotional. He only felt that they deserved it. It was the same for his sworn brother, the Black Python Spirit. He had clearly tried his best to persuade him, but the Black Python Spirit refused to listen. What could he do? At this moment, the long-armed king obediently arrived at the Three Stars Cave. Great Cave Master, what should we do? The long-armed king did not lament the death of the Black Python Spirit. He just did not know how to deal with the aftermath. After all, those demons were all here to celebrate his birthday, but they were all dealt with by Su Kainkian and the others. If word got out, where would the old demon Black Mountain put his face? It doesn't matter. The old demon Black Mountain planned to continue hiding until the end of time, until the other demons died. Although the old demon Black Mountain's demon Tao was not strong, he was able to live to 7 years old because of his ability to survive to the end. An hour and a half later, after bidding farewell to the old demon Black Mountain, Su Kainkian left the Three Stars Cave. She headed to the next check-in point. Inside the mobile RV, the six-eared macaque asked curiously, Master, where is the next check-in point? Su Kainkian said, Ghost Axe Mountain JJ. Chapter 420 Chapter 420 The Demon-Eating Flower is definitely a beauty. Chapter 420 The Demon-Eating Flower is definitely a beauty. Sister Kainkian, I'm so full that one won't think of eating for 2 to 3 days. The demon-eating flower said honestly. The six-eared macaque said, Little martial ant, if you put it that way, it seems that the shadow pig and I have starved you for 3 days. The demon-eating flower said, One don't know why, but my appetite has been so big recently. I didn't eat so much in the past. Actually, neither the six-eared macaque nor shadow pig knew the truth. However, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were smart for once. That's because you have the heartbone necklace on you. That's a symbol of your desire to eat. That's right. The more you eat, the stronger you are. Furthermore, the demon-eating flower specializes in eating demons to grow. That heartbone necklace is simply a perfect match for the demon-eating flower. For some reason, one keep feeling that if the demon-eating flower completes its human form, it will be very beautiful. I can tell, she has a beautiful appearance. But her body is purple and green. She really doesn't look good. The netizens were looking forward to the demon-eating flower turning into a human. How beautiful could she be? However, the netizens were even more curious about how strong the demon-eating flower was now. Most of the demons in the Three Stars Cave were killed by the demon-eating flower. Rather than saying that they were destroyed, it was more like they were eaten by the demon-eating flower. Moving forward, 3 days later, 20 days had passed since Su Kainkian had been teleported to the Western Demon Realm Otherworld Instance Dungeon. However, Su Kainkian did not feel lonely, nor did she miss home. Rather than saying that she missed home, it was more accurate to say that she wanted to play. Furthermore, Su Kainkian would send 1,000 live voice transmissions to Wang Wonking and the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen from time to time. When she was bored, she could even play jungle in the mobile RV. There were also the demon-eating flower, six-eared macaque, and the shadow pig accompanying her. How could she be bored? However, the six-eared macaque was always on the lookout. From time to time, he would go dozens of miles ahead or hundreds of miles away to scout the situations ago. Now, Su Kainkian had already completed 20 check-ins, on 5th of them. Wang Wonking was even better. She had already clocked in 24 times, and was now heading to the 25th checkpoint. There were still 10 chosen ones who had entered the Western Demon Realm with Su Kainkian, including Su Kainkian and Wang Wonking. Dong Jiani was still alive. The other chosen ones were also living well. Not only that, but Dong Jiani had also clocked in 16 times. There was also another chosen one who had completed 16 check-ins. It wasn't Qin Jiaxia, Huang Yushai, Zhang Nanchuang, or Liu Kaiming, but chosen one no. 19. Mo Gpoo. His name sounded very arrogant, but in fact, he was really stable, and his strength was quite impressive. At the moment, Moji Piao had already clocked in 16 times. The other chosen ones had also completed more than 7 check-ins. Part of the reason why they completed the check-ins so quickly was because their check-in points coincided with Su Qianqian's and Wang Wangqing's. In other words, Su Qianqian and Wang Wangqing's previous check-in point was their current check-in point. Therefore, they were scoring a bargain at the back. Ghost Axe Mountain. This place was barren. Not even a blade of grass grew here. However, there was actually a large group of demons in such a desolate place. When Su Qianqian arrived at Ghost Axe Mountain, this large group of demons came out to welcome her. They came out to welcome her, not chase off. They were waving their flags as they welcomed Su Qianqian and the others. Brother Monkey, what's wrong with these demons? The shadow pig asked in confusion. The six-eared macaque said, it's because of what happened to us in the 3 Stars cave previously. That's why the demons in a radius of 5 kilometers know our strength. That's why they don't dare to provoke us at all. Furthermore, they have to welcome us with great fanfare. They are afraid that we'll get angry and kill them all. The shadow pig recalled that many demons had gathered when they attended the old demon Black Mountain's birthday banquet in the 3 Stars cave. Moreover, there were dozens of demons. They were all demon kings from various mountains within tens of thousands of kilometers. In the end, they were all killed by the demon-eating flower, shadow pig, and 6-eared macaque. Hence, the names of Su Qianqian and the others were a huge deterrent. My lords, the demons of our Ghost Axe Mountain have already prepared a banquet to welcome you. It was a pheasant spirit who spoke. Then let's go eat. Su Qianqian did not stand on ceremony. Since the demons of Ghost Axe Mountain had greeted her so warmly, she would definitely not be polite. If Su Qianqian was unwilling, the demons of Ghost Axe Mountain would be uneasy. After all, if she did not appreciate it, it'd mean that she wanted to destroy them. After a meal of eating and drinking, Su Qianqian left Ghost Axe Mountain in satisfaction. As for the demons of Ghost Axe Mountain, they put on reluctant expressions and respectfully sent Su Qianqian and the others off. In the mobile RV, the 6-eared macaque said, Master, the demons will probably welcome us warmly at the next few check-ins. That's great, Su Qianqian said. The 6-eared macaque said. Of course. The 6-eared macaque didn't want to cause trouble. Either. There was no need for him to go to a check-in point to fight the demons. There, however, the 6-eared macaque knew that it was impossible for the journey to the west to be so smooth. After all, on the way west, they would encounter some very powerful demon kings who had extremely powerful Dharma treasures. They were not so easy to deal with. The 6-eared macaque asked curiously, Master, where are we going to clock in next? Shanking Cave. Shanking Cave appeared in Su Qianqian's mind. She did not know what kind of place Shanking Cave was or what demons were there. However, Su Qianqian did not think too much about it. She only knew that if she clocked in 3 more times, she would be able to clock in on the same route as Wang Wangqing. This was what Wang Wangqing had told her. Su Qianqian was very attentive to what Wang Wangqing said. As long as it was someone who treated Su Qianqian well, Su Qianqian would remember their words. However, Su Qianqian did not remember a single word that those people she wasn't interested in had said. The demon-eating flower asked, Sister Qianqian, can we play a checking game with Sister Wangqing soon? Su Qianqian nodded and started counting. That's right. We're just short of 1, 2, and 3 clock-in points to play the checking game with Sister Wangqing. At this moment, the 6-eared macaque and shadow pig were elated. It was not because there would be a beauty like Wang Wangqing accompanying them in the future, but because with Wang Wangqing around, the journey west would be even safer. This referred not only to checking in on the way west, but also to the matter that the 6-eared macaque had been thinking about. Chapter 421 Chapter 420 Wabuzan-year-old black chicken spirit. Great nourishment. Chapter 420 Wabuzan-year-old black chicken spirit. Great nourishment. This was because the 6-eared macaque was more confident that he could obtain the Rui Jingu Bang needle form in the dragon palace. The 6-eared macaque was also interested in other Dharma treasures. However, What he needed the most now was naturally a suitable weapon. Moreover, Su Kainqian had told him about the Ri Jingu Bang needle form of the Dragon Palace. From the six-eared macaque's point of view, Su Kainqian had learned about it from Journey to the West. Therefore, the six-eared macaque would follow the instructions in the Heavenly Book 1 and obtain Ri Jingu Bang needle form. He would kill the Monkey King and become the great sage equal to heaven. The six-eared macaque followed Su Kainqian all the way to the west without hesitation. The shadow pig did not have so many thoughts. He only wanted to repay the favor, so he accompanied Su Kainqian all the way to the west. After that, he wanted to accompany the brocade fur rat spirit for the rest of his life. Su Kainqian started to fiddle around in the room alone. The demon-eating flower did not disturb her. Perhaps she felt that Su Kainqian was going to sleep, so she did not disturb her. The day ended. Shanking Cave was actually halfway up Ri Mountain. What a big hole. What kind of demon lives here? Su Kainqian asked. The six-eared macaque said. It should be a big bird demon. Big bird demon. The demon-eating flower salivated. The six-eared macaque said. Little martial ant, since the big bird isn't here, there's no need to wait. We should leave this place in a hurry and go to Master's next check-in point. Su Kainqian suddenly pointed at Ri Cave entrance. What a big bird. It's pitch black. What kind of bird is this? Then, the six-eared macaque, demon-eating flower, and shadow pig all looked over. The big bird they saw was actually a chicken. A blackbin chicken spirit. Brother monkey. This is probably a great black chicken spirit that has lived for more than 1,000 years. The shadow pig said. Sister Kainqian. Just as Ri demon-eating flower was about to speak, rose Su Kainqian. She saw this blackbin chicken spirit speak. You can't escape. As soon as these words were spoken, the six-eared macaque asked, is this blackbin chicken spirit tired of living? This blackbin chicken spirit flapped its wings in Ri air, and glared at Su Kainqian and the others with a fierce gaze. Then, it said, you're squatting on my wife Jay. Don't even think about living. The six-eared macaque immediately thought of another eye. Ooh-year-old chicken demon, shadow pig said. So the old demon empty nest we met at Fudushan was your wife? Actually, one only ate a little. The rest was eaten by little martial ant. As soon as these words were spoken, they made the blackbin chicken spirit even angrier. The six-eared macaque had to admit that shadow pig was really good at pulling hatred. 1,000-year-old black pheasant is a great supplement. The shadow pig also had a strong appetite. It's nor enough that you ate my wife, but you still want ro eat me dream on. As it spoke, the feathers on the blackbin chicken spirit shot towards the shadow pig like an arrow. The shadow pig blocked it with the nine-toothed rake. Even if it was 1,000-year-old blackbin chicken spirit, it was only a LV 32 demon. However, the blackbin chicken spirit in midair did not choose to escape. They saw it install a strange thing on its rooster crown. Then, it seemed to crow. When that sharp voice entered the cave, it actually made the entire Shanking Cave tremble. The vibration wave was extremely strong. The six-eared macaque had not expected that the blackbin chicken spirit would still have such a trick up its sleeve. Rustle. In an instant, the demon-eating flower extended her hands and grabbed the blackbin chicken spirit in Ri air. Countless thorns grew on the demon-eating flower's arms. Every thorn pierced into the blackbin chicken spirit. This was a massage to prepare ingredients for cooking in advance. Crack! The big blackbin chicken spirit immediately fell and was paralyzed. Then, Su Kainqian, the six-eared macaque, and shadow pig all came to the bottom of the cliff. Crack! The demon-eating flower directly broke the neck of the blackbin chicken spirit, causing it to kick the bucket. Sister Kainqian, we can eat chicken again. One still want to eat that stewed chicken. 11. As the demon-eating flower spoke, she drooled. It was not difficult to see that after the demon-eating flower ate the stewed chicken once, the taste lingered in her mind. Su Kainqian opened the Heavenly Dao coin shop. She found a talking astronomical pot. Su Kainqian spent 300 Heavenly Dao coins to exchange for this astronomical pot. Hey, my master, don't tell me you're using me to stew chicken. I can accept sounds from 1,000 miles away. Before the astronomical pot could speak, It was placed on the fire by the shadow pig. Oh my god. It hurts. The astronomical pot was still howling. However, after turning red, astronomical pot seemed to have fainted. However, Su Kankian had originally picked this pot to stew chicken. As for the other uses of the astronomical pot, it was not important. An hour or so later, a rich fragrance wafted out of the astronomical pot. Master, this pot is very useful. It can actually stew the blackbin chicken spirit so fragrant. The shadow pig drooled as he added the firewood. The shadow pig was naturally a foodie. However, he was still inferior to the demon-eating flower. Little white pig, are you done? The demon-eating flower asked impatiently. Little martial ant, it will be done after stewing for another 2 hours. The shadow pig said. The six-eared macaque was not interested in food, and he was even less interested in eating demons. After all, the six-eared macaque was nor a glutton, and he could not rely on eating to increase his strength. If the six-eared macaque could increase his strength by eating, then the six-eared macaque might eat even more madly than the demon-eating flower. Time passed quickly. More than 2 hours passed. Su Kankian was already full after eating a bowl of stewed blackbin chicken. The six-eared macaque only took a sip of soup before he went around to look for other fruits and wild vegetables. Even though six-eared macaque was a demon, he still liked to eat fruits and vegetables more. He was unlike the shadow pig, who ate meat and vegetables with equal gusto. However, the demon-eating flower had already placed her head in the astronomical pot. As for table manners, one simply couldn't look at her directly. In a few minutes, the demon-eating flower actually finished a large pot of stewed blackbin chicken. The demon-eating flower actually did not burp, which meant that she was nor full yet. With the appetite of the demon-eating flower, she would probably have to eat 3 elephants to be full. After eating and drinking their fill, they naturally continued forward. This time, the six-eared macaque did not ask Su Kankian where the next check-in point was. Su Kankian told the six-eared macaque. After all, the six-eared macaque would always ask this question, so Su Kankian was used to it. Every time they moved forward, six-eared macaque would ask the same question. Little monkey, the next checkpoint is the Twin Bridges. Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque frowned. Obviously, the six-eared macaque knew what kind of place Su Kankian was going to for the 23rd check-in point. Master, can we take a detour? Chapter 422 Chapter 422 Are there really a gold horn and silver horn on Flat Peak Mountain? Chapter 422 Are there really a gold horn and silver horn on Flat Peak Mountain? The six-eared macaque felt uneasy. We can't take a detour, Su Kankian said. Hearing this, the shadow pig asked, Brother monkey, what is the Twin Bridges? Is it very dangerous there? It's very dangerous, but there's no demon blocking it, the six-eared macaque said, and continued, the Twin Bridges are also known as the balancing bridges. Only by maintaining a balance on both sides can one cross the bridge. The shadow pig asked, Brother monkey, is it measured by weight? It's not weight. I'm not sure what it is, either. I've heard that no one has been able to cross the Twin Bridges. The six-eared macaque said honestly. The shadow pig said, Brother monkey, it's okay even if you fall into the river. I'm very good at swimming. You'll definitely be able to let Master cross the river smoothly. The six-eared macaque said, Little pig bro, below the Twin Bridges is not a river, but a bottomless abyss. The demon-eating flower asked, Little monkey, are you afraid of the bottomless abyss? The six-eared macaque said, Little martial ant, you might not know this, but there's a mysterious power in the bottomless abyss. Once you fall in, you won't be able to come back up. As soon as these words were spoken, the shadow pig was shocked. At this moment, the shadow pig also knew why the six-eared macaque wanted to take a detour. If they could not cross the bridge, wouldn't that be equivalent to death? Little flower, little monkey, and little white pig, Su Kankian said. Hearing this, the six-eared macaque and shadow pig were shocked. However, they knew that Su Kankian was determined, so it was useless to say anything. Let's go. After Su Kangqian finished speaking, she moved the RV towards her destination again. The six-eared macaque was still talking to the shadow pig about the twin bridges. The twin bridges are not balancing weight. That means that it has a lot to do with strength. The six-eared macaque said, "Brother monkey, if we go together, and Master and the demon-eating flower take another bridge, will we be able to keep balance?" The shadow pig asked. The six-eared macaque shook his head, and said, "It's not that simple. The most troublesome thing is the endless abyss under the twin bridges." Actually, the six-eared macaque had already assumed they'd fall from the twin bridges. But how would he deal with it when he fell? This was what the six-eared macaque was thinking about. The shadow pig asked, "Brother monkey, is there really no way to cross the bridge?" The six-eared macaque said, "I'm not sure either. At the moment, we can only trust Master." The shadow pig nodded, and said, "Yes, I believe in our Master and little martial ant." The six-eared macaque and shadow pig had not thought of any way to deal with it. They could only wait until that moment and believe in Su Kangqian and the demon-eating flower. If they really failed, they would make plans when the time came. At this moment, Su Kangqian used 1000 live voice transmission. "Sister Wonking, where are you now?" Su Kangqian asked. Wang Wonking immediately replied, "I just completed the 25th check-in. I'm heading to the 26th check-in point, Flat Peak Mountain. I'll wait for you there." "I've heard of Flat Peak Mountain," Su Kangqian said. Wang Wongking's tone was very gentle, like the voice of a big sister next door. "There's a place called Flat Peak Mountain in the journey to the west." "Really, I've heard of it before," Su Kangqian said, and continued, "What demons are there on Flat Peak Mountain?" "One don't remember," Wang Wongking said. "There are two demon kings, Gold Horn and Silver Horn, in the Lotus Cave in Journey to the West. I remember that they were very powerful. Only the little monkey walked out." Su Kangqian even chatted with Wang Wongking about the Journey to the West. Wang Wongking said, "That's right. The two demon kings, Gold Horn and Silver Horn, have very powerful Dharma treasures." "Sister Wonking, wait for me. I'm going to the twin bridges now. It's the 23rd, Su Kangqian said. Su Kangqian had calculated it before, so she knew very well that after 3 more check-ins, she could play the game of check-in trial with Wang Wongking. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were also discussing the check-in point Flat Peak Mountain. Could there really be Gold Horn and Silver Horn? How could there not be, since it's Flat Peak Mountain? It might not only have Gold Horn and Silver Horn, but also Bronze Horn and Iron Horn. Haha. What I'm more curious about is, if there are really two demons, Gold Horn and Silver Horn, on Flat Peak Mountain, do they also have the golden cloth rope and purple gold-red gourd? If there really is, it will be very difficult for Su Kangqian and the others to deal with it. The netizens came to a conclusion through the Heavenly Dao livestream and the conversation between Su Kangqian and the Chosen Ones. That was, from the 25th checkpoint, the demons they encountered would become stronger. Furthermore, those powerful demons had even more powerful Dharma treasures. The next day, the two chains crossed a huge hole, and there was actually an endless abyss below. The twin bridges were actually an iron chain bridge. "Little flower, let's go this way. Little monkey and little white pig, go on the other side." With that, Su Kangqian was the first to step onto the chain on the right side of the twin bridges. Because the chain was bigger than her 2 feet, it was not untenable. However, when she stepped on the chain, it began to shake violently. The two chains were not far apart, only about 10 meters apart. The demon-eating flower followed Su Kangqian's footsteps and walked up the chain. At the same time, the six-eared macaque and shadow pig also stepped onto the chain on the left. At first, the chains were still shaking violently. However, after taking 3 steps, the chain was as hard as a rock. Not only did they stop shaking, but they also seemed to be attracted by something. Unknowingly, Su Kangqian had walked to the center of the twin bridges. It was the same for the demon-eating flower, six-eared macaque, and shadow pig. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig found it unbelievable. Why was it so stable? Brother Monkey. What's going on? The Shadow Pig asked. The six-eared macaque said, maybe we passed the test of the twin bridges. Or maybe the test hasn't started yet. The six-eared macaque believed that they were only halfway across the twin bridges, and the other half was the most dangerous. However, Su Kankian walked very lightly on the twin bridges, and she did not feel afraid. Perhaps it was because Su Kankian was very bold to begin with, so she would not be afraid of heights. There was no need to worry about the demon-eating flower. She felt that she would not fall because of the shaking of the chain. After all, the demon-eating flower could wrap around the chains and walk. Less than 10 minutes later, Su Kankian and the others actually passed the twin bridges without any mishaps. The six-eared macaque and Shadow Pig found it unbelievable, and looked back at the twin bridges. Brother Monkey, it's not as scary as you say, the Shadow Pig said. The six-eared macaque frowned, and his eyes lit up. It was obvious that the six-eared macaque knew what was going on. The Shadow Pig immediately asked, Brother Monkey, did you understand what's going on? The six-eared macaque replied, I understand. Brother Monkey, what happened? Chapter 423 Chapter 423 Old Pig's Belly Can Really Support a Ship. Chapter 423 Old Pig's Belly Can Really Support a Ship. The Shadow Pig could not understand at all. After all, the six-eared macaque had been terrified of the twin bridges in the beginning. Moreover, the six-eared macaque had not been confident at all. He could only trust Su Kankian. The six-eared macaque said, the twin bridges are a magic treasure that can read minds. Upon hearing that, the Shadow Pig became even more puzzled. Brother Monkey, can you explain in detail? The Shadow Pig asked. The six-eared macaque said, to be able to successfully cross the twin bridges, people have to trust each other. If one doesn't, another, they won't be able to pass. Hearing this, the Shadow Pig immediately understood. I see, the Shadow Pig said. Brother Monkey, what you said is that the twin bridges can read minds. It means that they can understand, if we trust each other. Yes, the six-eared macaque replied. If it had been other demons, they would not have been able to do this. However, among the chosen ones, Su Kankian and Wang Wonking could do it. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream had to know very well what kind of person Wang Wonking was. After crossing the twin bridges, the six-eared macaque asked, Master, what's the next check-in point? It's in the Weak Water River, Su Kankian said. Weak Water. The six-eared macaque obviously knew this place. The Shadow Pig asked, Brother Monkey, what's wrong? The demon-eating flower asked. That's right. Little monkey, why do you always look so frightened? Su Kankian also said, Little monkey, you don't have to be so anxious. The six-eared macaque squeaked. It was indeed anxious. He was so anxious that he was panicking. The Weak Water River was even more dangerous than the twin bridges. The six-eared macaque said, Master, the Weak Water River is a stagnant river. It looks like it's flowing, but it's actually not moving. Furthermore, this weak water is the only river in the Western demon realm that can dissolve all things. The other demons keep a respectful distance from this river. However, the six-eared macaque knew that Su Kankian's check-in point was in the Weak Water River. So there was no other way. They could not bypass the Weak Water River. Su Kankian seemed to have thought of something, and sent a 1,000 live voice transmission to Wang Wonking. Sister Wanking, I'm going to the Weak Water River to clock in. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Wonking started to respond. The Weak Water River. Huh. Wang Wonking also thought of something. Hearing this, Su Kankian said, Sister Wonking, is there a Weak Water River in Journey to the West? Wang Wonking said, That's right. The pixie in Journey to the West used to be Marshal Canopy, who was in charge of 100 Xianyanya Celestial Soldiers 0 in the Heavenly Palace. He once fought with monstrous demons for several days and nights in the Weak Water River and finally won. Therefore, Pixie is not afraid of the Weak Water River. Su Kankian nodded and said, I see. I understand. Su Kankian said to the Shadow Pig in front of her, Little white pig, you can bring us across the river. As soon as these words were spoken, the Shadow Pig's eyes widened in surprise. The six-eared macaque asked. Master, did Martial Ant say that? Su Kainqian said. Yes. Sister Wonking just told me that Pigsy was not afraid of the weak water river during the journey to the west. The shadow pig was still in disbelief. He was actually not afraid of the weak water river. Even the six-eared macaque couldn't believe it. Not only them, but the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream did not believe it. Su Kainqian is the one who is the most immersed in the story. The Western Demon Realm is clearly not the journey to the west. And Shadow Pig is not Pigsy. Pigsy is not afraid of weak water river. But does that mean Shadow Pig isn't afraid of it either? In the journey to the west, Pigsy had been Martial Canopy in his previous life. He had been an immortal. What's a Shadow Pig in the Western Demon Realm? Even if he overlapped with Pigsy's setting and obtained the nine-toothed rake, can it really be the same? I also suspect that it's impossible for the Shadow Pig to be safe in the weak water river. It might even melt. According to what the six-eared macaque said, the weak water river is the same as the weak water river in the journey to the west. It means that it can also melt everything. I don't believe that the Shadow Pig can cross the weak water river. Most of the netizens did not believe that the Shadow Pig could cross the weak water river. However, the Shadow Pig believed Su Kainqian's words without a doubt. It was not blind belief. The Shadow Pig had his own feelings. The Shadow Pig had a strong feeling that he could cross the weak water river. Because of this strong feeling, the Shadow Pig believed Su Kainqian's words. Since the Shadow Pig believed her, the six-eared macaque would not say anything. He could only tell the Shadow Pig to be careful. After all, the six-eared macaque was still very concerned about the Shadow Pig's life. Only half a day had passed. Su Kainqian and the others arrived at a dark green riverbank. They looked at the river that seemed to be flowing, but there were no water patterns. There were no fish in the river, not even other creatures. The six-eared macaque took a drop of water from the river and placed it on the Shadow Pig's finger. Do you feel it again? The six-eared macaque asked carefully. The Shadow Pig shook his head and said, Brother Monkey, one don't feel anything. Why don't one try it? The six-eared macaque immediately stopped him. No. The Shadow Pig walked to the weak water river and actually put his hand down. Just as he let go, a grasshopper in front of him jumped into the water and immediately dissolved. When the six-eared macaque saw this scene, he was also shocked. However, when he saw that the Shadow Pig had already placed his hand in the weak water river, there was still nothing unusual. Master is right. At this moment, the six-eared macaque realized that Su Kainqian was right. The Shadow Pig was really not afraid of the weak water river. Then, the Shadow Pig had already dived into the river and said to Su Kainqian, Master, 111 bring you there. With that, the Shadow Pig lay flat on the water and said to Su Kainqian and the demon-eating flower, 111 bring Master and little Martial Ant across the river first. Su Kainqian and the demon-eating flower sat on the Shadow Pig's stomach without any hesitation. Needless to say, the Shadow Pig's stomach could really support them like a boat. Little white pig, your stomach is so comfortable. Like a big balloon. Su Kainqian didn't jump up. The demon-eating flower was also very quiet. The Shadow Pig was not small. It weighed more than 500 kilograms. Although it was not as big as the Pig King, it was bigger than ordinary pigs, especially the big belly of the Shadow Pig. About 10 minutes later, Su Kainqian had already arrived at the other side of the weak water river. Master, I'm going to pick up Brother Monkey. The Shadow Pig swam back. The Shadow Pig was good at swimming. He could swim in the water for a few days and nights without getting tired. Sister Kainqian, he can be a boat in the future. The little white pig's stomach is so big, the demon-eating flower said. Yeah. At this moment, the 25th check-in point appeared in Su Kainqian's mind. Chapter 424. Chapter 424. The Arrogant Six-Winged Celestial Horse Demon. Chapter 424. The Arrogant Six-Winged Celestial Horse Demon. Another 10 minutes passed. The six-eared macaque also appeared on the other side of the weak water river. Little white pig, you're amazing. Su Kainqian praised the Shadow Pig. The Shadow Pig smiled shyly and said, one didn't know that I had this ability. It was all Master's prophecy. The six-eared macaque asked. Master, where is the next check-in point? Su Kainkian said. Celestial Horse Peak. The six-eared macaque said. Master, I've heard of Celestial Horse Peak. It said that there's a Celestial Horse King there. He has a pair of very special wings that can split into 6 wings. Is that a 6-winged celestial horse? It sounds domineering. One wonder how strong it is, the shadow pig said. The six-eared macaque said. It's not strong, but it's not easy to deal with. Su Kainkian had already walked into the mobile RV with the demon-eating flower. Little monkey. Little white pig. Come in. Su Kainkian waved her hand. Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque did a somersault and appeared on the moving RV, while the shadow pig entered the RV. As soon as the shadow pig entered, he was pulled by the demon-eating flower to play jungle. As for Su Kainkian, she was doing her homework, and looked very satisfied. Reality proved that Su Kainkian was really living very comfortably in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. This was the difference between a chosen one with powerful strength and a chosen one with ordinary strength. The weak chosen ones had already bought their farms. Those weak chosen ones would die even if they hugged Su Kainkian's thigh tightly. Su Kainkian was not their nanny. Even a nanny could not protect them at all times. However, among the surviving chosen ones, other than Wang Wongking, the other 8 chosen ones were also hugging Su Kainkian's thigh. To be precise, they were hugging Su Kainkian and Wang Wongking's thigh. After all, most of their current check-in points were cleared by Su Kainkian and Wang Wongking. Su Kainkian and Wang Wongking had already dealt with them, so the others naturally wouldn't encounter too much danger. Just like the White Cave Grotto, Five Finger Mountains, Shepan Mountain, and so on, these checkpoints were basically not dangerous. Therefore, it was easy for those chosen ones to clock in at these places. However, they had to have a certain level of strength. It did not mean that there was no danger at the check-in points, or rather on the way to the check-in point if they did not have strength. They would die if they encountered small demons. At this moment, Wang Wongking was still waiting for Su Kainkian on the way. She did not go straight to Flat Peak Mountain. Instead, she would wait for Su Kainkian's arrival on the path they had to pass before heading to Flat Peak Mountain together. From the completion of the 25th check-in trial, all the chosen ones were on the same check-in route. Hence, Wang Wongking naturally waited for Su Kainkian on the way. Then, she would carry out the next check-in trial with Su Kainkian. The next day, noon, Celestial Horse Peak. Other than the strange rocks and steep cliffs, there was nothing special about this place. However, this place was filled with demonic aura. There had to be many demons. An excited smile appeared on Su Kainkian's face. Sister Kainkian, you seem to be very happy, the demon-eating flower asked. Su Kainkian said. Little monkey said that there's a 6-winged celestial horse here. Sister Kainkian, do you want to subdue the 6-winged celestial horse? The demon-eating flower asked. Yes. I want to ride a horse. A horse that can fly? Su Kainkian said. The 6-eared macaque originally thought that Su Kainkian was so happy because she wanted to meet Wang Wongking. After all, after completing the check-in at Celestial Horse Peak, the next check-in point was exactly the same as Wang Wongking's. Master, I'll lure them down. If they don't leave the mountain, I'll destroy their nest, said the 6-eared macaque. Little monkey, don't be so rash. The horse will be angry. Su Kainkian said. Master, let me go up the mountain first. The shadow pig said. I'm honest. One won't lie to them. They will go down the mountain. Su Kainkian said. One want to go up the mountain too. With that, Su Kainkian left the mobile RV where it was. She probably didn't want this mobile RV anymore. The main reason was that the mobile RV couldn't fly over the cliff. Nor could it be stored in her universe pouch. Moreover, a mobile RV only cost about 100 heavenly Dao coins. To Su Kainkian, who had more than 100 heavenly Dao coins, this was just a drop in the ocean. Moreover, Su Kainkian had already changed 3 mobile RVs. The demon-eating flower hugged Su Kainkian and said, Sister Kainkian, 111 Bring you up the mountain. The demon-eating flower's hands kept extending towards the cliff. The teeth that grew out of her legs were tightly attached to the crack in the stone. The demon-eating flower walked on the cliff, every step very stable, as they were LV. 40 demons. It was not a problem for the shadow pig and six-eared macaque to reach the peak. Little did they know that Su Kainkian could fly. However, Su Kainkian had never flown once in this dungeon. However, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream knew that Su Kainkian could fly in the air. This was not groundless, but an indisputable fact. However, the demon-eating flower did not let Su Kainkian take the risk. What if she lost control? Soon, in less than 4 minutes, on a cliff hundreds of meters high, Su Kainkian and company had just come up when they realized that a large group of demons had appeared in front of them. Many of these demons had wings, and some looked like humans. Chicken soup. The demon-eating flower immediately thought of stewing chicken soup. After all, the taste of the chicken soup had already been deeply imprinted in the demon-eating flower's mind. Why are you trespassing on Celestial Horse Peak? The person who spoke was actually a horse-faced demon, but a pair of retracted wings grew on his back. Celestial Horse King, my master intends to invite you to travel west. The six-eared macaque said to the Celestial Horse Demon. The Celestial Horse Demon put on an arrogant posture, and said, "Do you have the ability?" The six-eared macaque said, "Celestial Horse King, it's your honor to be invited by my master." The six-eared macaque was right. As long as they followed Su Kainkian, be it demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts, it was a great honor. The solitary mountain's ghost queen in the eerie world, the blue cat devilish creature in the devilkind world, and so on had all obtained great gains by following Su Kainkian. Therefore, the six-eared macaque was right, not to mention other alternate worlds. Just in this western demon realm, the six-eared macaque and shadow pig had also gained a lot by following Su Kainkian all the way to the west. The celestial horse demon said to the six-eared macaque, "What if I'm not willing? Are you going to force me?" The six-eared macaque seemed to have understood the meaning behind his words. The six-eared macaque said to Su Kainkian, "Master, this celestial horse king is testing your wits." Chapter 4555 Chapter 4555 The six-eared macaque was actually played like a monkey. Chapter 425 The six-eared macaque was actually played like a monkey. The shadow pig asked, "Brother monkey, is this celestial horse king testing master's wits or is he sincere?" "Wits," the six-eared macaque said. Su Kainkian asked, "What is wits? One have a villa at home. I bought it with money." Dad was very happy at that time. When she said this, Su Kainkian's face was also filled with pride. However, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream did not think much of it. That's true. At that time, one foolishly thought that Su Yon was a father who lived off his daughter and took the Heavenly Dao coins that his daughter had obtained to buy a house and a car. What happened in the end? I shouldn't have believed what you said back then. If I had known, I would have come out to protect him at that time and get involved with him. Then, I would have really soared into the sky. What a pity. This is fate. Don't force it. Speaking of which, although Su Yang is not interested in money, his 5-year-old daughter can earn money to buy a villa and a luxury car. If one were Su Yang, I would be very happy too. The netizens naturally understood why Su Yang would be so happy. What made him happy was not how much money Su Kainkian had earned, but the fact that Su Kainkian had immediately bought a house and a car after earning money so that her father would not have to work so hard. This was a truly considerate little girl. The netizens also realized that a super big shot like Su Yang was still trying his best to become stronger. Hence, the netizens were not jealous of Su Yang. They only admired him. He was clearly so strong, but he still risked his life to become stronger. How many people could do it? Not to mention anything else. Almost everyone would have quit long ago if they had had trillions of dragon coins. After all, they would not be able to finish it in thousands of lifetimes. So why would they have to work so hard? In the Western Demon Realm, Celestial Horse Peak, the six-eared macaque said, "Master, To put it simply, it depends on whether you have the ability to subdue the celestial horse king. Su Kainqian nodded and said, I understand. Then, Su Kainqian took a few steps forward and took out a bottle of milk from her universe pouch. I'll treat you to milk. The moment that was said, the demons were stunned. Even the celestial horse demon was dumbfounded. However, in the next moment, the celestial horse demon was actually laughing wildly. The other demons also laughed. Before the laughter stopped, the celestial horse demon raised his hand and made the demon stop laughing. Who do you think 1 a.m. you want me to submit to you with just a bottle of milk? Then, the celestial horse demon said, Let's go. It was obvious. The celestial horse demon rejected. Su Kainqian was not discouraged. Nor was she sad. Forget it if you don't want it. With that, Su Kainqian drank the bottle of milk in front of the celestial horse demon. Su Kainqian actually did not force the celestial horse demon. Nor did she threaten him. Little flower. Little monkey. Little white pig. Let's go. We're going to play the check-in game with Sister Wan King. Su Kainqian turned around and said to the demon-eating flower, Six-eared, macaque, and shadow pig. Wait. Suddenly, the celestial horse demon stopped Su Kainqian. Then, the six-eared macaque thought to itself that Su Kainqian was actually playing hard to get. Did he think that this was Su Kainqian's wit? However, in the eyes of the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream, this was more like bargaining in the market. Su Kainqian turned to look at the celestial horse demon. Su Kainqian had yet to speak. The celestial horse demon spread its 6 pairs of wings, looking very cool. However, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream could not help but complain. Audition online. Shouldn't it be cuckoo dazzledance? Could it be that this celestial horse demon is going to improvise? Webaster. Prepare the music. Phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens. I guess the celestial horse demon must have prepared the lime cue. Just as the netizens were enjoying themselves, a demonic wind swept up. In fact, the celestial horse demon was flapping its wings, stirring up a violent wind. As the celestial horse demon flew into the air, he said to Su Kainqian and the others, Did I allow you to leave? If you don't leave your treasures behind today, none of you can leave alive. As soon as these words were spoken, they shocked the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream. Holy shide. Is this celestial horse demon that ferocious? Why do I feel like he's courting death? He's just a LV 35 demon. Does he really think that he can deal with Su Kainqian and the others? The demon-eating flower can kill all the demons here by herself, let alone Su Kainqian and the others. This celestial horse demon is really a FC king fool. The netizens did not expect this celestial horse demon to come up with a double twist. Moreover, he had turned into a fool. He's too arrogant. The 6-eared macaque squeaked twice, and then said to Su Kainqian, Master, let me deal with him. After saying that, the 6-eared macaque did a somersault and started fighting with the celestial horse demon in the air. Su Kainqian and the others looked at the sky. The 6-eared macaque did a roundhouse kick, but it did not kick the celestial horse demon. How strange. Brother Monkey's kick was clearly aimed at the celestial horse king, but why didn't it hit? The shadow pig believed that although the celestial horse demon was not very strong, and was only LV 35, his dodging ability was surprisingly powerful. He could even dodge the 6-eared macaque's roundhouse kick. The demon-eating flower said, Sister Kainqian, little monkey can't hit him. The demon-eating flower could also tell that the 6-eared macaque's 3 attacks did not hit the celestial horse demon. The demons on Celestial Horse Peak looked smug, and were still shouting, The king is awesome. The king is mighty. Your Majesty. Kill this damn monkey. Your Majesty. You're the best. Wow. Awesome. The demons kept cheering for the celestial horse demon, but the demon-eating flower could not stand it anymore. Of course, it was not because the demon-eating flower could not stand the faces of these demons, but because she could not stand the high and mighty attitude of the heavenly horse demon. It was rare for Su Kainqian to treat the celestial horse demon to milk. However, the celestial horse demon did not care at all. Instead, He wanted to force Su Kangqian and the others to hand over their treasures. Such a celestial horse demon naturally made the demon-eating flower very angry. Swoosh! At that time, the six-eared macaque did a somersault in midair and landed on the ground. The six-eared macaque, who was fighting the celestial horse demon in the air, actually did not have the upper hand at all. It was as if it had been played like a monkey. Although the six-eared macaque was a demon monkey, the feeling of being played like a monkey by a celestial horse demon was too uncomfortable. How could the six-eared macaque tolerate this? The six-eared macaque was so angry that he was squeaking. His fur was standing on ends. Weren't you very impressive just now? Demon monkey, haha. The celestial horse demon flapped his wings, and his laughter became even more savage. Chapter 426 Chapter 426 Sun Wukong. Pixie. Jinkyuasu. Chapter 426 Sun Wukong. Pixie. Jinkyuasu. How was it not impressive anymore? The celestial horse demon's words were not as simple as provoking the six-eared macaque. He also knew that it was not that easy to kill the six-eared macaque. This meant that the celestial horse demon had yet to get serious, which meant that he still had a backup plan. Little flower. Shoot him down. Su Kangqian knew that the demon-eating flower had a bow made of dragon bones and dragon tendon. Will do, the demon-eating flower said, and added, Sister Kangqian, I've wanted to do this for a long time. With that, the demon-eating flower took out a bow and arrow. However, the celestial horse demon in the air looked fearless. I have a wind evasion pearl, not to mention a bow and arrow. Even your fist can't hit me. The celestial horse demon revealed his dharma treasure. However, the demon-eating flower did not seem to take the celestial horse demon's words to heart. Sister Kangqian, ill fire then. Then, the demon-eating flower released the bow. The demon-eating flower was quite strong. Although the bow required the force of tens of thousands of kilograms to pull, it was a piece of cake for a LV 40 demon like the demon-eating flower. Swoosh! An arrow shot out. The speed of the arrow was extremely fast, looking as if it carried a destructive force. Then, the celestial horse demon's expression froze. He did not expect the power of this bow to be so great. In the eyes of the celestial horse demon, the arrow was like a beam of golden light. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream seemed to be watching who is shooting the sun through Su Kangqian's livestream. What a terrifying arrow. Celestial horse demon can't dodge it. Doesn't he have a wind evasion pearl? I'm not sure. While the netizens were still discussing, they saw the celestial horse demon put the wind evasion pearl in his hand in front of him. The wind in front of him spread to both sides, forming a circle to avoid the airflow. However, the arrow pierced through the wind evasion pearl. Crack! The wind evasion pearl shattered. The celestial horse demon's eyeballs were about to fall out. How could he have expected that the arrow shot by the demon-eating flower could actually shatter his dharma treasure? The wind evasion pearl. Not only that, that arrow was still piercing through the celestial horse demon's head at lightning speed. Bang! The celestial horse demon fell from midair and landed heavily on the mountaintop. Then, the demons on the mountaintop were terrified. They were like birds that were frightened by the twang of a bow, and they fled in all directions. The demon-eating flower did not pursue the victory. After all, she only had 207 arrows made of dragon bones. After using them, they'd be gone. Therefore, the demon-eating flower had to use them sparingly. She would do her best not to use the arrows, but when it was time to use them, she would naturally not be stingy. Sister Kangqian, that big pot. The demon-eating flower thought of stewing this celestial horse demon. Su Kangqian also immediately exchanged for an astronomical pot from the Heavenly Dao coin shop. As long as there were enough Heavenly Dao coins, she could exchange for treasures indefinitely. On the other side, the six-eared macaque and shadow pig looked very shocked. Brother monkey. One really didn't expect that the bow and arrow made from the bones of the whale dragon king would be so terrifying. The shadow pig said. The six-eared macaque said, after all, it's a bow made of a dragon. Actually, the most terrifying thing isn't the bow, but our little marshal. Aunt? The shadow pig nodded and said, yes. Little martial ant's arrows are really accurate. Moreover, she can draw such a powerful bow. The six-eared macaque said. Perhaps our little martial ant is an expert at using bows and arrows. The shadow pig asked. Brother monkey, are you still thinking about the Jingu Bang needle form of the dragon palace? I've never given up, said the six-eared macaque. At this moment, Sukankian waved at the six-eared macaque and shadow pig, signaling them to come over. As for why Sukankian called them over, it was definitely because she wanted them to stew this celestial horse demon. Sukankian had originally planned to subdue the celestial horse demon. Since the celestial horse demon did not agree, Sukankian did not force him. However, this celestial horse demon was pushing his luck. To be precise, he was being overbearing. Hence, Sukankian did not have a good impression of him, and she did not like him either. Sukankian said, I remember now. I haven't given you names yet. The six-eared macaque asked. Do we have names in Journey to the West? Sukankian nodded. That's right. Little monkey, your name is Sun Wukong. Sukankian turned to the shadow pig and said, Little white pig, your name is Pigsy. Sun Wukong. Pigsy. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig looked at each other. Haha, my name is Pigsy. Im Sun Wukong. Im Sun Wukong. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig were as happy as 8-year-old children. J. Wukong. Beiji Q. Stew this horse. Little flower is drooling. Sukankian actually wanted to try horse meat. Master, I'll go get it now. I'll go too. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig were in a very good mood. At this moment, the demon-eating flower walked over. Sister Kankian, I want a name too, said the demon-eating flower. Sukankian tilted her head. She did not know the name of the demon-eating flower. I don't know. Looking at the demon-eating flower's aggrieved expression, Sukankian used 1000 live voice transmission to chat with Wang Wonking. Sister Wonking, give little flower a name. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Wonking replied, Little flower. She's a flower demon that specializes in eating demons. Since she's a flower demon, 111 think about it. Wang Wonking fell into deep thought. After a while, Wang Wonking said, Little flower isn't immortal Beihua. But let's take part of that name, and let's call her Jinghuasu. Just like a flower immortal in a mirror. How about this name? Jinghuasu. Nice. Sukankian nodded. Sukankian turned to the demon-eating flower and said, Little flower, you have a name. Your name is Jinghuasu. But I will still call you little flower. Alright. I have a name. I'm the 101st flower, immortal 0. My name is Jinghuasu. The demon-eating flower was very happy. She was even happier than the six-eared macaque and the shadow pig. Thank you, Sister Kankian. Thank you, Sister Wonking. I have a name now. The demon-eating flower repeated the name Jinghuasu dozens of times. Sister Wonking. Well, look for you after dinner, Sukankian said. Alright. I'll wait for you on the way. Wang Wonking's voice was as gentle as ever. Just by listening to her voice, one knew that Wang Wonking was a good wife and mother material. Time flew by. More than 3 hours later, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. It was time to continue traveling west. However, the 26th checkpoint was naturally Flat Peak Mountain. Let's go. We're going to meet up with Sister Wonking and play the check-in game of Journey to the West together, Sukankian said. Chapter 427. Chapter 427. She had the thoughts of being Sukankian's stepmother. Chapter 427. She had the thoughts of being Sukankian's stepmother. At this moment, there were only 8 chosen ones left in the Western Demon Realm. 2 more chosen ones kicked the bucket. They were chosen 1 no. 24 and chosen 1 no. 25. They had been sucked dry by a 1,000-year-old tree spirit at the same time. They were literally sucked dry. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream were still discussing this matter. It's all because of beauty. They've been holding it in for more than half a month. It's rare to meet such an enchanting tree spirit. In the end, they couldn't control themselves and were sucked dry. Don't you know that demons are very cunning? You don't know this. This is the price to pay for being unable to control your impulses. Even powerful chosen ones could not resist some temptations sometimes. If they played too many peak games, it was inevitable that they would fail. If one didn't want to fail, he had to be extremely strong. In the Western Demon realm, at the intersection of two rivers, there was a path that led straight to Flat Peak Mountain. Wang Wonking stayed here for more than 3 days. Wang Wonking looked at the moving RV behind her, and immediately knew that Su Kaienqian had arrived. It did not mean that Su Kaienqian was the only one who could exchange for a mobile RV. However, only Su Kaienqian could have arrived so quickly. It was impossible for the other chosen ones to complete 25 check-in trials. Except for Wang Wonking. Of course. The moving RV stopped in front of Wang Wonking. Su Kaienqian immediately came out of the mobile RV. Sister Wonking. After Su Kaienqian walked out, the demon-eating flower walked out. Sister Wonking. We meet again. At the same time, the six-eared macaque and shadow pig greeted Wang Wonking. Greetings. Martial Ant. You guys are so early. Wang Wonking had originally thought that Su Kaienqian would have needed a few more hours to arrive here. Su Kaienqian said, one didn't go anywhere else halfway. If it weren't for the sake of traveling, Su Kaienqian wouldn't have used a mobile RV. After all, she did not want to miss out on other novel things. Sister Wonking, why didn't you use a mobile RV? Su Kaienqian asked. Wang Wonking said bluntly, the mobile RV can't bring me to my destination. I still need to find my own way. I don't even know the destination, so one naturally can't use it. Moreover, exchanging for the mobile RV requires a lot of heavenly Dao coins. I don't have any heavenly Dao coins now. In fact, Wang Wonking still had her 3 heavenly Dao coins. However, 3 heavenly Dao coins could not be exchanged for LV10 treasure like the mobile RV. In addition, there were many drawbacks to a moving RV. Although it could move on a strange mountain path, it would be instantly destroyed when encountering demons. Not only that, but the mobile RV could not cross a river or go up a cliff. Most importantly, as Wang Wonking had said, they could not go to their destination automatically. A moment later, Su Kaienqian and the others crossed the river on the shadow pig's stomach. On the other side of the river, Su Kaienqian exchanged for a mobile RV again. When using the heavenly Dao coins, Su Kaienqian was not stingy at all. After all, a mobile RV only cost 100 heavenly Dao coins. Su Yong had told Su Kaienqian that the heavenly Dao coins would let her have a better experience in the otherworld instance dungeons. Basically speaking, every time Su Kaienqian went to a check-in point, she had to exchange for a mobile RV. She even had to change cars midway. To Su Kaienqian, moving RVs were just tools. The tools were definitely for use, not for decoration. Inside the mobile RV, Wang Wonking finally understood how comfortable it was for Su Kaienqian to be in the otherworld instance dungeon. The demon-eating flower was playing jungle with the shadow pig. The six-eared macaque stood guard on the roof of the car. Su Kaienqian also came to play jungle from time to time. How was this a trial? It was clearly a car trip. Moreover, the moving RV was completely immune to bumps on the road. Su Kaienqian was playing with Wang Wonking now. Although it was called playing, Wang Wonking was actually teaching Su Kaienqian. Although Su Kaienqian was very active, she seemed to be very focused on her studies. Kaienqian, you can understand second year's books now. Wang Wonking was sure that she had not seen wrongly. In Su Kaienqian's study materials, there were many for second and third year students. Su Kaienqian nodded and said, Dad and Sister Gongshuang teach me. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream immediately could not remain calm. Didn't they say that she was going to attend kindergarten? Why would she even learn the knowledge of the second and third grade? What the FCK? Su Kaienqian is also a top student. I thought that Su Kaienqian was the same as my child in terms of studies. I didn't expect that. I couldn't tell, either. After all, Su Kaienqian has always been playing. Who would have thought that she was so terrifying that she had already learned the knowledge of the second and third grade? At this rate, how could the netizens not think that Su Kaienqian could finish learning high school knowledge at the age of 10? or even university knowledge. The netizens also realized that Su Kankian had found a teacher in the Otherworld Instance dungeon. Although Wang Wonking had yet to graduate from Xiaoyu University, with her ability, it was easy for her to get a teacher qualification certificate. Moreover, Wang Wonking was very suitable to teach students because not only was she patient, but she was also very gentle. Every student liked such a teacher. 2 hours later, Su Kankian did not continue to study. However, the knowledge that Su Kankian had learned in these 2 hours was equivalent to what a student attending a month of classes at school would learn. Su Kankian was playing with the demon-eating flower again. Wang Wonking looked out of the window. Actually, her heart was in turmoil. She was not thinking about this Otherworld Instance dungeon trial, but about Su Kankian and Su Yang. She was very curious because she was wondering who Su Kankian's biological mother was. Also, who was Su Yang, and how terrifying was Su Kankian's potential. Of course, potential not only in terms of learning, but also in terms of strength. She had to admit that Su Kankian was becoming more and more popular with her. However, when she thought of this, Wang Wongking's face could not help but blush. As for what Wang Wongking was thinking, only she knew. Wang Wongking covered her face and muttered to herself, "Why would one have such thoughts?" Wang Wongking did not understand why she suddenly thought of becoming Su Kankian's stepmother. Was it because Su Kankian made her like her too much, or was it because Su Yang was too powerful? Or was it because she wanted to know more about Su Yang and Su Kankian? No matter what the reason was, it was undeniable that she did have such thoughts. "Sister Wongking, we're here." The moving RV stopped. Su Kankian immediately came out of the mobile RV. She looked at the mountain in front of her that was filled with demonic kai, and could not help but feel excited. However, the six-eared macaques and shadow pig's expression became very solemn. This was because they could sense that the demons on Fiat Peak Mountain were not inferior to them. Wang Wonking immediately came out of the mobile RV. Chapter 428 Chapter 428 There's really Ultraman fighting mythical beasts. Chapter 428 There's really Ultraman fighting mythical beasts. Wang Wonking also discovered that Flat Peak Mountain in front of her was really filled with demonic aura. "Master, there's danger." The six-eared macaque frowned. He then said, "Master, let me go to Flat Peak Mountain with Beiji to investigate the situation." "Okay." Su Kankian nodded in agreement. "Master, wait here for a moment." 111 Go up now. The six-eared macaque would not let Su Kankian take this risk. Although Su Kankian was very strong, the six-eared macaque knew that demons were not so easy to deal with. Furthermore, there were many more cunning demons than him. Of course, the six-eared macaque did not want anything to happen to Su Kankian. Otherwise, how could he go to the Dragon Palace? And after that, how could he obtain the Rui Jingu Bang needle form? Finally, how could he kill the Monkey King? How could he become the great sage, heaven's equal? Therefore, the six-eared macaque would rather suffer more than let Su Kankian take a little risk. Wang Wonking seemed to be able to tell that the six-eared macaque was so loyal for a special reason. However, she did not know what it was. Of course, he did not attack Su Kankian. After all, Wang Wonking could tell that the six-eared macaque cared a lot about Su Kankian's life. It was probably because only Su Kankian could help him. At this moment, Su Kankian, Wang Wonking, and the demon-eating flower were waiting at the foot of the mountain. Of course, Su Kankian wouldn't just sit there quietly. She was currently picking wild fruits with the demon-eating flower. These were all free fruits. Moreover, the wild fruits she picked tasted different. "Little flower, there are 2 more on top of your head." As Su Kankian spoke under the tree, the demon-eating flower went up the tree to pick fruits. Wang Wonking was observing her surroundings. After a while, Su Kankian plucked more than 10 fruits. "Sister Wonking, this is for you." Su Kankian politely handed a relatively large fruit to Wang Wonking. "Thank you." Kankian Wang Wonking thanked her. She did not feel very hungry along the way. After all, she would not feel hungry if she did not eat for 10 days to half a month. Even if she did not eat for 2 to 3 months, She would not starve to death, but she would feel uncomfortable. After all, she was also made of flesh and blood. It was just that she had a strand of Trukai. That was why her consumption was extremely low. Of course, the aging of the face would also be dozens of times slower. Perhaps when Wang Wonking was in her 70s or 80s, she would only look like she was in her 30s or 40s. This was a great temptation for cultivators, especially for girls who were even more drooling. Sister Kainkian, this bit of fruit is not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. I want to go there to pick it. With that, the demon-eating flower walked over. It's only been a few days since we last met, but little flower is already taller than me. Wang Wonking took a deep breath. A few months ago, the demon-eating flower had been only a little flower demon younger than Su Kainkian. It had only been 4 months. But she had actually grown so tall. She was not slender and elegant, but really tall. However, Wang Wonking could also tell that the demon-eating flower was a beauty. Little flower grows so quickly, Su Kainkian said. You'll call Dad and ask. When the 6-eared macaque and shadow pig went to investigate the situation on Flat Top Mountain, and when the demon-eating flower went to pick wild fruits, Su Kainkian thought about talking on the phone. Su Kainkian pressed the dial button of the pink turtle child's smartwatch. Wang Wonking was the most familiar with the pink turtle children's smartwatch in Su Kainkian's hand. This was because she was the one who had bought this pink tortoise smartwatch for Su Kainkian. Beep beep. The moment the call went through, Su Kainkian asked, "Hello, Daddy." "Kainkian, Daddy is here." The voice coming from the pink turtle child's smartwatch was as calm as ever. With a hint of concern, "Daddy, Sister Wonking is by my side," Su Kainkian said. "I understand," Su Yong said. Su Kainkian continued, "Daddy, what kind of demon is Little Flower?" As soon as these words were spoken, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were also very curious. They only knew that the demon-eating flower was a flower demon that specialized in eating demons. However, they did not know what kind of demon the demon-eating flower was. Su Yong said, "The demon-eating flower is a very ancient demon that dates back to the desolate era of the demon world. They can achieve immortality by devouring themselves." "Wow! Little Flower is so powerful." Su Kainkian was shocked. Some demons are indeed very powerful. It's not just demons. In other alternate worlds, some demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts are also extraordinary, Su Yong said. These words naturally piqued Su Kainkian's curiosity. "Daddy, I want to hear your story," Su Kainkian said. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Wonking was stunned. So Su Yong had been telling Su Kainkian stories about demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts? Su Yong said. "When you come back, Daddy will tell you again." "All right," Su Kainkian nodded. Then, she also asked, "Dad, what dungeons are there in the other alternate worlds?" Su Kainkian's understanding of Otherworld Instance Dungeon started from the 3rd Otherworld Instance Dungeon, the Island of Wild Beastmen. She slowly began to understand the 5 Otherworld Instance Dungeons. These words immediately aroused the curiosity of the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream. They also wanted to know if there were any other Otherworld Instance Dungeons with a 7-star difficulty coefficient or above. After all, they had only learned about the 6-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon and the 7-star Otherworld Instance Dungeon 2 months ago. However, they only knew about the Netherworld Hell and the current Otherworld Instance Dungeon, the Western Demon Realm. As for the other Otherworld Instance Dungeons with a difficulty level above 5 stars, they had little idea. Actually, Wang Wonking, who was listening to Su Kainkian and Su Yong's conversation, was also very curious about the Otherworld Instance Dungeons. "Kainkian, can you ask your father if there are any other Otherworld Instance Dungeons with a difficulty level above 7 stars?" Wang Wonking asked. Upon hearing this, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream gave Wang Wonking a thumbs up. Obviously, the netizens were quite interested in Otherworld Instance Dungeons with a difficulty level above 7 stars. The netizens also knew that Su Yong's strength was at least at the supreme level. which was above LV 60. He definitely knew about Otherworld Instance dungeons with a 7-star difficulty factor or higher. Su Kainkian asked, Dad, one want to know about more powerful Otherworld Instance dungeons. Upon hearing this, Su Yong said casually, there's a dungeon that's even stronger than the Western Demon Realm. It's in the monster world. There are towering monsters that are hundreds of meters tall, lava monsters that have lived under a volcano for tens of millions of years, and various mythical beasts that can control elements. There's also Ultraman. In the Heavenly Tao livestream, when the netizens heard this, they were shocked. Is there really Ultraman fighting mythical beasts in the monster world? Damn. There's also a towering monster that's hundreds of meters tall. Is this a higher level Otherworld Instance dungeon? Is it that terrifying? Chapter 429, Chapter 429 There's really an immoral dungeon. Chapter 429 There's really an immoral dungeon. The netizens felt that the 5 alternate worlds were millions of times stronger than the blue planet. At this moment, Wang Wangking was also shocked. She did not expect that there would really be such monsters that only existed in her imagination in the monster world. Daddy, is there more? Su Qingqian clearly hadn't heard enough. The more Su Yong spoke, the happier the netizens were. After all, every word Su Yong said about the Otherworld Instance dungeon was shocking and eye-opening. Yes, there's an interesting Otherworld Instance dungeon in the Devilkind world. It's similar to a magical version of the Three Kingdoms, Su Yong said. Su Kainqian asked, Magical Three Kingdoms? Su Yong said, yes. Kainqian hasn't learned the history of the Three Kingdoms yet. You can get Sister Wangking to teach you when the time comes. Alright, Su Kainqian nodded. At this moment, Wang Wangking was stunned again. It was not enough for Ultraman to fight mythical beasts, but there was also a magical version of the fight for hegemony from the Three Kingdoms. However, when Wang Wangking thought about it carefully, how could this Otherworld Instance dungeon not be a demonized version of Journey to the West? In Wang Wangking's opinion, there were definitely more unexpected Otherworld Instance dungeons among the 5 alternate worlds. More than 4 months ago, Wang Wangking's understanding of the Otherworld Instance dungeon had been the same as others. She had thought that it was a purgatory on Earth. However, new understanding of the Otherworld Instance dungeon seemed to have completely overturned her worldview. Wang Wangking seemed to be more curious about the unknown mystery and the powerful Otherworld Instance dungeons. However, those without strength would naturally not be able to survive if they were chosen by the Heavenly Tao system. It was still a nightmare that could not be erased. However, to powerful chosen ones, the Otherworld Instance dungeon was an extremely magical place. First of all, after completing the Otherworld Instance dungeon trial, not only could they obtain the Heavenly Tao's rewards, but they could also obtain magical powers as enhancement. This allowed the chosen ones to step into a higher domain. What was the point of living? Of course, it was not to wait for death, but to pursue one's dreams. Only with a dream could one realize their talents and understand the truth. If there was no pursuit, then living would be equivalent to waiting for death. Even if one died in pursuit, he would not hesitate. What was important was not the outcome, but the process of pursuit. After all, what one recalled was the process. What one enjoyed was the outcome. Daddy, is there anything else? Su Kainqian asked again. Su Yang asked, Kainqian, what world's Otherworld Instance dungeon do you want to know about? Immortal Su Kainqian said. Su Yang laughed and said, Immortal dungeon? There really is one. At that instant, the Heavenly Tao livestream exploded. What? Did I hear wrong? Immortal dungeon? FCK. He's really a god. What kind of Otherworld Instance dungeon is that? The netizens had goosebumps from the shock. Wang Wangking clenched her fists. She wanted to maintain her composure, but she could not. She seemed to have thought of something, but she did not react for a long time. If what Su Yong said was true, and there was really an immortal dungeon, did that mean that demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts also had immortals? However, it was definitely not that simple. The Heavenly Tao livestream was still in an uproar. FCK. Could there really be a so-called heavenly court? Perhaps there really is. Think about it. It said that cultivators can ascend to become immortals. If this is true, then it's only natural that immortal dungeons really exist. Right. What kind of otherworld instance dungeon is that? It's over. My worldview is about to collapse. The netizens seemed to have sensed that there were only things that they could not think of in the otherworld instance dungeon. Nothing was impossible. At this moment, Su Kainqian's eyes flickered with a lively expression. Dad, the otherworld instance dungeons are so novel. Su Kainqian said. That's right. But Kainqian, don't forget to study now. When you grow up, you have to support me in my old age. You're my only daughter. Su Yong sounded like he was trying his best to persuade her. However, how could Wang Wonking not tell that Su Yong wanted Su Kainqian to surpass him? If Su Yong really nurtured Su Kainqian into an existence that surpassed him, then he could really be carefree. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream also understood from Su Yong's words that he wanted Su Kainqian to surpass him. Su Yong is already a super big shot. How can she surpass him? Doesn't that mean that Su Yong's real goal is to nurture Su Kainqian into an immortal? Well, if Su Kainqian really becomes an immortal, then Dragon Country will just be a cloud of smoke. Right. My worldview can't be overturned anymore. The netizens felt that Su Yong had always been paving the way for Su Kainqian. It was not impossible for her to surpass her father. After all, Su Kainqian was only 5 years old, but her current strength had already reached LV 48 or 49, which was transcendental. Perhaps after this otherworld instance dungeon trial ended, Su Kainqian could reach the strength of a celestial. Then, she would not be far from Su Yong's supremacy strength. Others might not be able to do it, but Su Yong was paving the way for Su Kainqian. It was not impossible. However, Su Yong was only 23 years old now. He told his 5-year-old daughter, Su Kainqian, that he wanted her to support him when he retired. Wasn't this a little too early? Moreover, as long as Su Yong was unwilling, why would he need to retire? However, how could it not be a joy in life to be cared for by his daughter? Fellow netizens, why do one feel that this super big shot, Su Yong, seems to be very lazy? You call a suprema level big shot a salted fish. Is there such a possibility? Su Yong knows the upper limit of his potential. It's like he can't become an immortal. He then entrusted his dream to his descendants. In other words, he entrusted his dream of becoming an immortal to Su Kainqian. You don't say? One think there's a high chance. The netizens felt that if not for this, why would Su Yong nurture Su Kainqian to be so powerful? Now, the people from the Shenzhou Institute would already never be able to catch up to her in their lifetime. However, Su Yong seemed to think that it was far from enough. However, Su Yong did not do anything to others. After all, Su Yong did not force Su Kainqian. It was just to guide her. This was like putting a book in front of her. Whether she read it or not depended on Su Kainqian. Su Yong only said that this book was very good. The netizens recalled that Su Yong had once told Su Kainqian that the otherworld instance dungeon was a place similar to an amusement park. It was novel and fun. And what happened? That was indeed the case. Wang Wonking also thought of this. However, to Su Kainqian, this was all because Su Yong doted on her. The call ended. From this call, the netizens understood Su Yong even more. However, Wang Wonking understood one more thing that the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream did not. Chapter 430 Chapter 430 Wukong and Beiji were captured by demons. Chapter 430 Wukong and Beiji were captured by demons. She recalled Su Kainqian's words, the greatest father in the world. From this, she understood that it was not because Su Yong was not strong enough, but because he doted on Su Kainqian too much. That was why he placed his hopes on Su Kainqian. The day ended. More than an hour had passed. The 6-eared macaque and shadow pig had yet to return. Something might have happened. Wang Wonking said, Sister Wonking, are you saying that Wukong and Beiji were captured by demons? Su Kainqian asked. Wang Wonking nodded, and said, most likely. In Wang Wonking's opinion, although Flat Peak Mountain was huge, It was odd that the six-eared macaque and shadow pig had not returned after 2 hours. After all, it was just probing, not going deep into the tiger's den. Therefore, Wang Wonking guessed that the six-eared macaque and shadow pig were either captured or subdued by demons. However, this was Flat Peak Mountain. According to the overlap of Journey to the West, there might really be 2 demon kings, Gold Horn and Silver Horn. However, these 2 demon kings might really have 2 dharma treasures, the golden cloth rope and the purple gold-red gourd. Especially the purple gold-red gourd. It could absorb demons. As long as a demon responded, the purple gold-red gourd's master could put the demon into the purple gold-red gourd. Wang Wonking said. One was careless. Sister Wonking. What's wrong? Su Kangqian asked. Wang Wonking said. My guess is that there are really 2 demon kings, Gold Horn and Silver Horn, on Flat Peak Mountain. They might really have the purple gold-red gourd and the golden cloth rope in their hands. Then, Wang Wonking said, if one had told the six-eared macaque and shadow pig in advance, they would have been fine. In fact, it was not that Wang Wonking was careless. Who would have thought that there were really 2 demon kings on Flat Peak Mountain? Who would have thought that they really had the 2 dharma treasures, the golden cloth rope and the purple gold-red gourd? If Wang Wonking had known that there were 2 demon kings, Gold Horn and Silver Horn, on Flat Peak Mountain, she would definitely have reminded the other 2. However, Wang Wonking was not sure at the moment. Kangqian, I'm going up the mountain, Wang Wonking said. Sister Wonking, one want to go too, Su Kangqian said. Wang Wonking said, alright, we're both chosen ones. We have to complete the check-in trial on Flat Peak Mountain, Wang Wonking continued. However, Kangqian, you have to be careful. If a demon holds the purple gold-red gourd and calls your name, absolutely don't reply. You will be put inside by that dharma treasure. I understand. Su Kangqian nodded. Wang Wonking looked around again, but there was no sign of the demon-eating flower. Where did Little Flower go? Wang Wonking frowned. Su Kangqian said. Little Flower is over there. Su Kangqian pointed to the right side of Flat Peak Mountain. Then let's climb the mountain from the right, Wang Wonking said. Alright, Su Kangqian replied, and then followed Wang Wonking to the right. About minutes later, Su Kangqian and Wang Wonking saw the demon-eating flower, who was still picking fruits. She plucked one and put it in her mouth. Little Flower. Wang Wonking called out for the demon-eating flower. The demon-eating flower immediately walked over. Little Flower, Little Monkey and Little White Pig were captured by demons. Su Kangqian said. Then let's save the little monkey and the little white pig now. Sister Kangqian. Sister Wonking, the demon-eating flower said. She said that she was going to save the 6-eared macaque and shadow pig. In fact, the demon-eating flower wanted to eat demons. After all, these wild fruits were far from enough to fill the stomach of the demon-eating flower. At the top of the mountain, a cave appeared. There were no demons patrolling around the cave. This is the Lotus Cave. Right. Wang Wonking also deduced that this cave might be the Lotus Cave according to the setting of Journey to the West. However, the demonic aura in the cave soared. Sister Kangqian, what should we do now? Su Kangqian asked. Wang Wonking said. Let's first confirm if the 6-eared macaque and shadow pig are still alive. Then, we'll investigate what demons are in the cave and what their dharma treasures are. Sister Wonking, you'll go in and take a look, said the demon-eating flower. I want to go too, Su Kangqian said. Wang Wonking pondered for a moment. She was not afraid of alerting the enemy, but she thought that Su Kangqian and the demon-eating flower might start a massacre. At the end of the day, those demons might have captured the 6-eared macaque and shadow pig. If they were forced into a corner, they might kill the 6-eared macaque and shadow pig. Kangqian, Little Flower, you listen to me, Wang Wonking said. If we rush in rashly and fight those demons, the little monkey and the little white pig might be killed by them. After all, even a rat will bite when forced into the corner. Su Kangqian asked. Then, Sister Wonking, how should we save the little monkey and the little white pig? Wang Wongking said. I have an idea. Su Kanqian and the demon-eating flower both put on serious expressions. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were also watching seriously. They knew that Su Kanqian would listen to Wang Wongking. Wang Wongking said, let's create a diversion first to lure them out. Then, we'll pretend to escape and sneak into the cave to check the situation. If the six-eared macaque and the shadow pig are really put into the purple gold-red gourd, we'll replace them. With that, Wang Wongking took out one of her Vajra gourds. Upon hearing this, Su Kanqian seemed to immediately understand. Sister Wongking, I understand, Su Kanqian said. As for the demon-eating flower, she looked confused. Sister Wongking, I don't understand. The demon-eating flower said. Wang Wongking said, it's fine if you don't understand. You lure the demons to the left. 111 lure the demons to the right. Then, Kanqian will quietly enter the lotus cave. After checking, we'll meet here. Su Kanqian nodded, and the demon-eating flower followed suit. Then let's begin. With that, the demon-eating flower and Wang Wongking arrived outside the lotus cave. Bang! Wang Wongking waved her hand, and a strong wind blew into the cave. There was an extremely intense commotion in the lotus cave. After a while, a large group of demons came out of the lotus cave. Sure enough, among the group of demons, there were really two demons with golden horns and silver horns. What kind of demon is this? How dare you? Before the golden-horned king could finish speaking, he was punched by the demon-eating flower. At this moment, Wang Wongking also punched the silver-horned king. There was no room for negotiation. The demon-eating flower ran to the left, while Wang Wongking ran to the right. Chase. Under the lead of the two demon kings, Gold Horn and Silver Horn, two groups of demons chased after the demon-eating flower and Wang Wongking to the left and right, respectively. However, at this moment, Su Kanqian had already walked into the lotus cave. She wanted to see if the six-eared macaque and shadow pig were imprisoned in the lotus cave. Chapter 431 Chapter 431 Do you dare to acknowledge me calling you? Chapter 431 Do you dare to acknowledge me calling you? On the mountain top, Wang Wongking stopped in her tracks. She looked at the purple gold-red gourd on the golden horn king's waist. Wang Wongking casually waved her hand, stirring up a huge gust of wind. In the violent wind, Wang Wongking actually completed the switch. After the violent wind stopped, Wang Wongking disappeared. However, in the lotus cave, Su Kanqian really saw the six-eared macaque and shadow pig being tied up by a golden rope. Master, the six-eared macaque was sure that he wasn't seeing things. The shadow pig also saw Su Kanqian. How do I undo it? Su Kanqian asked. The six-eared macaque said, only the owner of the golden cloth rope can undo it. Little monkey, little white pig, you're so stupid, Su Kanqian said, and added, you were caught by demons. The six-eared macaque's face turned red. He was speechless. The shadow pig said, it's all my fault for falling for it. Who knew that the golden horn king had such a powerful dharma treasure? I only responded and was caught. Then, Brother Monkey was caught in order to save me. Master, leave quickly. Their dharma treasures are very powerful, said the shadow pig. Su Kanqian nodded. All right, I'll leave now. With that, Su Kanqian really walked out of the lotus cave without looking back. The remaining the six-eared macaque and shadow pig were stunned. Master left. The shadow pig was very regretful, but there was nothing he could do. In the shadow pig's opinion, if Su Kanqian did not leave, she would also be caught. About minutes later, the demons of Lotus Cave returned dejectedly. The two demon kings, Gold Horn and Silver Horn, came in front of the six-eared macaque. Speak, are they reinforcements sent by you? Monkey the golden-horned king asked angrily. The six-eared macaque rolled his eyes. He knew the answer, but the six-eared macaque didn't say anything. Big brother, why don't we kill them? The Silver Horn King said. This won't do. If we kill the six-eared macaque and shadow pig, we won't be able to lure out their companions. The Golden Horn King knew that the six-eared macaque and shadow pig were still useful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed alive until now. Big Brother has a brilliant plan. As soon as the Silver Horn King finished speaking, another gust of wind swept into the Lotus Cave. There was another intense commotion in the Lotus Cave. FCKU. Golden Horn said to the demons, "Let's go out and bring the six-eared macaque and shadow pig up." Like this, the six-eared macaque and shadow pig were brought out of the cave by the demons. Outside the Lotus Cave, Su Kainqian, Wang Wongking, and the demon-eating flower were all here. They actually did not choose to escape this time. Kainqian, did you remember everything I told you just now? Wang Wongking asked. Su Kainqian nodded and said, "Sister Wongking, I remember. Little demons, let go of the little monkey and the little white pig, or it'll take you in." With that, Su Kainqian took out the purple gold red gourd. Hearing this, the Golden Horn King subconsciously looked at the purple gold red gourd on his waist. "Why do you have the exact same purple gold red gourd?" the Golden Horned King asked. Su Kainqian said, "Because mine is a real purple gold red gourd, and yours is a fake purple gold red gourd." As soon as these words were spoken, the group of demons actually burst into laughter. "Haha, so silly. She actually said that our Golden Horn King's purple gold red gourd is fake. Hers is the real one." I'm really dying of laughter. There can't be two real purple gold red gourds in this world. Hers is definitely fake. She used a fake purple gold red gourd to fool us. Even a fool can tell. They are the fools. These demons were still laughing. "Golden Horn King, since you say that my purple gold red gourd is fake, then..." Su Kainqian looked at Wang Wongking. Wang Wongking added, "Since you suspect that our purple gold red gourd is fake, as long as you admit that this is our purple gold red gourd, let's make a bet." "Why should I believe you?" the Golden Horn King said. Su Kainqian said, "My name is Su Kainqian. This is my name." As soon as these words were spoken, the Gold Horn King and Silver Horn King began to converse. "Big Brother, are they cheating?" the Silver Horn King asked. The Golden Horn King said, "They wouldn't dare. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig are still in our hands. Moreover, only you can untie that golden cloth rope of yours." "Big Brother, what you said makes sense. I don't think they will dare to play tricks." The Silver Horn King nodded. At this moment, the Golden Horn King said to Su Kainqian, "I admit that it's your purple gold red gourd, but how do you want to bet? If you lose, give me the golden cloth rope." Su Kainqian said, "No problem." The Silver Horn King agreed. Wasn't it just the ownership of the Dharma treasure? Furthermore, the Silver Horn King also felt that Su Kainqian's purple gold red gourd could not be real. Su Kainqian said, "My name is Su Kainqian. If you call me, you'll dare to answer. If one call you, do you dare to answer?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" The Golden Horn King was certain that the purple gold red gourd in Su Kainqian's hand was fake, so he was naturally not afraid. "Then you can call me first," Su Kainqian said. The Golden Horn King took out his Dharma treasure and shouted at Su Kainqian, "Su Kainqian, do you dare to answer my call?" "Chem. I'm here," Su Kainqian replied. However, the purple gold red gourd did not take Su Kainqian in. The Golden Horn King continued to call out with a puzzled expression, "Su Kainqian." "I'm here," Su Kainqian replied again. "Your name isn't Su Kainqian." The Golden Horn King was exasperated. He thought that Su Kainqian was lying. Su Kainqian shook her head and said, "No, I'm just called Su Kainqian. This is the name my father gave me." "Then it's impossible for you not to be taken in by my purple gold red gourd," the Golden Horn King said angrily. Su Kainqian giggled. "That's because your purple gold red gourd is fake." Golden Horn King. As for the Silver Horn King and the demons, they were stunned. "Big Brother, why isn't it working?" the Silver Horn King said. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." The Golden Horn King shook his head vigorously. Su Kainqian said, "Then if I call you Golden Horn King, do you dare to answer?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" The Golden Horn King looked at the purple gold red gourd that Su Kainqian raised and said, "I'm here." Swoosh! In an instant, a magical force directly put the Golden Horn King into the purple gold red gourd. This time, all the demons panicked. However, The golden cloth rope that bound the six-eared macaque and shadow pig was put away by Su Kian. After all, the Golden Horn King had lost. Since he had lost, the ownership of the Dharma treasure naturally belonged to Su Kian. The Silver Horn King knew that he had been tricked, but it was too late. It turned out that he was the fool. Now, the six-eared macaque and shadow pig were very angry. When they saw the surrounding demons, they attacked fiercely. Boom! Chapter 432 Chapter 432 Two stepmother candidates appeared. Chapter 432 Two stepmother candidates appeared. Crack! The six-eared macaque killed them one by one, not giving these demons any chance of survival. The shadow pig did not stand on ceremony. He vented his anger on this group of demons. As for the demon-eating flower, she had already tied the demons up. Clearly, the demon-eating flower wanted to stew them. If demons ate humans, then humans could also eat demons. Along the way, Su Kian had eaten a lot of demons. Perhaps in Su Kian's eyes, demons could be eaten. As it turned out, they were indeed edible, and they were very delicious. No matter what, many demons were animals that had become spirits. Whether stewed or roasted, they tasted good. Especially when roasted, they tasted like beef and were crispy. The two kings, Gold Horn and Silver Horn, were put into the purple gold-red gourd. However, the purple gold-red gourd was already in Su Kian's hands. Not only that, Su Kian also obtained the purple gold-red gourd and the golden cloth rope. The golden cloth rope might not be a particularly powerful Dharma treasure. However, the purple gold-red gourd was different. Sister Wonking, there's no movement inside. Su Kian shook the purple gold-red gourd in her hand. Wang Wonking guessed. It seems that this purple gold-red gourd Dharma treasure can really melt demons inside. It might form a kind of paste. Right. Su Kian took a sniff and felt that it didn't smell too good. Sister Wonking, can you smell it? Su Kian asked. Wang Wonking also took a sniff. There was an indescribable smell. This smell is strange. It's like rotten eggs. Wang Wonking and Su Kian did not want to drink this so-called nectar. How could Su Kian not know about rotten eggs? Sister Kian, one want to drink. The demon-eating flower walks to Su Kian's side. Su Kian handed the purple gold-red gourd to the demon-eating flower. Little flower, you might have diarrhea, Su Kian said. The demon-eating flower said, one like the smell of rotten eggs. No way. It's so smelly. Su Kian glared at the demon-eating flower with big eyes. At this moment, in the Heavenly Tao livestream, the netizens were speeding again. This demon-eating flower is a promising talent. Haste. Rotten eggs. Haha, strawberries are the most suitable. What are you talking about? Why don't one understand a word? If possible, these fickle netizens would also rush forward with the demon-eating flower. Although the demon-eating flower was a flower demon, when it came to things she ought to have, she very clearly had them zero. At night, Su Kian exchanged for another mobile RV. The shadow pig was not in the mobile RV, but outside. He and the six-eared macaque were keeping watch outside the moving RV. In the demon world, it was improper for men and women to contact each other's It was very important. After all, this thought of the demon world was quite similar to ancient times. Furthermore, the person sleeping in the mobile RV was Su Kian. It was good to have a mobile RV. There was a big bed that was enough for Su Kian, Wang Wonking, and the demon-eating flower to sleep together. Su Kian slept in the middle. Wang Wonking slept on the side near the door, and the demon-eating flower slept in the innermost corner. However, they were not sleepy. Even if they weren't sleepy, they had to sleep. After all, sleep had its benefits. Sleeping could allow one to grow up quickly. Sleeping could make one look radiant. When one woke up, one would be in high spirits. Little flower, you smell so good, Su Kian said. The demon-eating flower said, Sister Kian. One released the fragrance of the jasmine flower. Wang Wonking asked, do you still know how to release many types of flower fragrances? The demon-eating flower replied, yes. Yes. There are many types of flower fragrances on my body. There's the fragrance of bees and butterflies, the smell of flowers, and the very poisonous fragrance of flowers. There are too many of them. One can't count them. Wang Wonking said. Then you're really a magical flower demon. Haha, the demon-eating flower laughed. The demon-eating flower asked Wang Wonking, Sister Wonking, you and Sister Kainqian come from the same world. It's very fun. There. Right, there must be a lot of delicious food. Right. Wang Wonking did not answer immediately. Instead, she thought that if the demon-eating flower appeared on the blue planet, the humans would panic completely. After all, not only did the demon-eating flower eat demons, but she also ate humans. Of course, even if Wang Wonking slept in the same bed as the demon-eating flower, she did not feel uneasy. Su Kainqian quickly replied, No, the food here is better. The demon-eating flower asked Su Kainqian, Sister Kainqian, can one see your father? Sure. Su Kainqian nodded in agreement. Demon-eating flower smiled and said, That's great. For some reason, Wang Wonking, who was listening at the side, felt that the demon-eating flower had ulterior motives. However, Wang Wonking really could not understand. A demon-eating flower that was only 4 years old actually matured so early. Perhaps one really couldn't tell how mature a demon was with just its age. Little flower, don't tell me you like Kainqian's father, Wang? Wonking asked. Yes, one like Kainqian's father, the demon-eating flower said without hiding anything. Su Kainqian said, One like daddy too. Wang Wonking slowly heaved a sigh. How could she not know that the demon-eating flowers and Su Kainqian's feelings for Su Yang were completely different? The demon-eating flowers was a love between a man and a woman. Su Kainqian, on the other hand, loved her family. Sister Wonking, don't tell me you like Kainqian's father, the demon-eating flower asked Wang Wonking. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Wonking suddenly felt a burst of heat, and her pretty face subconsciously blushed. Wang Wonking was too embarrassed to answer the demon-eating flower's question. It was impossible for Wang Wonking not to have a good impression of Su Yang. However, she had not even met Su Yang before. How could she say that she liked him before seeing him with her own eyes? Even disregarding the fact that she hadn't seen him before, she knew that she did not have the right to like Su Yang. I don't think so. Wang Wonking sounded a little uncertain. My father is super good, Su Kainqian said. Su Kainqian actually didn't object. Actually, she still didn't understand the relationships between a man and a woman. Even a teenage girl would be ignorant of the relationships between a man and a woman. Therefore, a 5-year-old human girl could not understand this kind of relationship either. However, demons were an exception. Although the demon-eating flower was only 4 years old, she was a demon. In terms of maturity, she was already comparable to Wang Wonking. Speaking of which, Wang Wonking was the same as Yu Fuxu. Although she was already more than 20 years old, she was the kind of girl who had never been in a relationship. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream seemed to have discovered something. It's here. The two stepmother candidates slept in the same bed as Su Kainqian. It's just candidates. This little sis is also one. Stop dreaming. What little sis, you don't even have the right to wash Su Yang's pants. The netizens knew that even the demon-eating flower and Wang Wonking were far from qualified to become Su Kainqian's stepmother. Chapter 4533 Chapter 4533 The Scorpion Demoness in the Peepa Cave. Chapter 433 The Scorpion Demoness in the Peepa Cave. Next day, outside the moving RV, the 6-eared macaque asked, Master, Martial Ant, where is your next check-in point? Peepa Cave. Su Kainqian was the first to answer the 6-eared macaque's question. Wang Wonking added, In the Peepa Cave. Now, Su Kainqian and Wang Wonking's check-in locations were already on the same route. The other chosen ones would also align with them from the 25th check-in point. They would have the same check-in points as Su Kainqian and Wang Wonking. At this moment, Wang Wonking supplemented Su Kainqian's knowledge about the journey to the west. There's also a Peepa Cave in Journey to the West, and it's located on Venom Mountain. Wang Wonking said. Then, Sister Wonking, what demons are there in Peepa Cave? Su Kainqian asked. Wang Wonking said, "There's a scorpion demoness. Her nose can spit fire. Her mouth can spit fog. Her tail is poisonous. And her divine power is very strong." Wang Wonking did not know if Peepa Cave was on Venom Mountain. If there was really a Venom Mountain, would there really be scorpion demoness in the Peepa Cave? Although the Western Demon Realm overlapped with the Journey to the West, the Journey to the West was not the Western Demon Realm. If it was really the scorpion demoness, was she really as beautiful as a flower? Was she really vicious? And was she really omnipotent? However, Wang Wonking was not too wary. After all, she already had 2 Dharma treasures on her, especially the Vajra ring, which suited her very well. Moreover, Wang Wonking also liked this Vajra ring that could stretch and contract. Su Kainqian also had a Dharma treasure. Even without the Dharma treasure, Su Kainqian and the others could still deal with the scorpion demoness. However, the further they went, the more difficult it was to deal with the demon kings they encountered. On the way, Su Kainqian, Wang Wonking, and the demon-eating flower were all in the RV's room. The shadow pig had just come down from the roof when he was pulled over by the demon-eating flower to play jungle. Meanwhile, Wang Wonking was teaching Su Kainqian. Wang Wonking seemed to have become Su Kainqian's tutor. Moreover, it was the kind that was taught for free. However, why would Wang Wonking care? After all, Wang Wonking was the kind of person who valued her career and dreams more than money. Therefore, people like Wang Wonking were only suitable to work and not to be bosses. However, although Wang Wonking was not cut out for business, she would not be short of money now. When a person had settled their food and clothing, they would pursue a higher standard of living. However, there would also be more and more worries. After all, when a person was hungry, there was only one problem, and that was the problem of how to eat their fill. However, after eating, one would think of many things, such as how to earn money. Now, Wang Wonking no longer had any worries about money, but she still had many worries. She also had desires. However, Wang Wonking was more composed. Now, some of the other chosen ones were still alive, such as Dong Jiani. Currently, there was only one problem, and that was to think about how to complete the trial, unless something unexpected happened. Su Kainqian and Wang Wonking led the way. As they followed Su Kainqian and Wang Wonking's path, the danger level naturally decreased, but it was impossible to have a smooth journey. After studying for 2 hours, Su Kainqian started playing in the mobile RV again. For a 5-year-old girl, studying for 2 hours a day was already enough. Besides, it didn't matter even if Su Kainqian didn't study. After all, there was no need for her to work so hard when she was in kindergarten. However, she, who loved to learn, had already begun to learn the knowledge of the 3rd grade. By the time she entered the 1st grade of primary school, she would probably have already learned all the lessons for the 6 years of primary school. Wang Wonking was also very surprised. Su Kainqian was only 5 years old, but she could already read most of an article. In arithmetic, whether it was adding, subtracting, multiplying, or dividing, it was not a problem for her. Has she been enlightened since she was 5 years old? Wang Wonking slowly heaved a sigh of relief. Other children would only develop intelligence when they were at least 7 years old. Enlightenment was the development of the brain. Memory would also become very terrifying. If Wang Wongking's guess was correct, Su Kainqian should have developed intelligence 3 months ago, and learned the knowledge of the 1st and 2nd grade in 3 months. Not only that, at this rate, she might be able to master high school knowledge in 2.5 years. Wasn't she a little prodigy? However, how could a little prodigy compare to a transcendental? Furthermore, in another 2.5 years, Su Kainqian might already be a celestial. This was Wang Wongking's evaluation of Su Kainqian, but it was only a conservative guess. Wang Wonking thought that Su Yang was only about 23 years old. In that case, Su Yang already had a daughter when he was 18 years old. Since his daughter was so smart, Su Yang would not be stupid either. Since he wasn't stupid, it was easy for him to get into a university. However, Su-young did not go to university. Therefore, Wang Wonking guessed that Su-young might have already been training in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon before he turned 18. However, what shocked Wang Wonking was that Su-young could possess the strength of a supreme in just 5 years. If Su-young was not the chosen one, what was she? Of course, Wang Wonking did not think that she was above everyone else just because she was in university. What a person achieved depended on their strength. However, it was undeniable that university students did have an additional path to success, and it was easier to cross some thresholds. Wang Wonking felt that she had not learned much in university. However, she had gained a lot of life experience in university. As for her major's knowledge, she really didn't use it at all. How could university not be a kind of trial? However, the current Wang Wonking no longer wanted to join the Shenzhou Institute, but she still wanted to study the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. This was her dream from the beginning. However, Wang Wonking's plan could not keep up with the changes. Now, she actually had such great strength that she could deal with the LV-40 demon. Wang Wonking could not deny that Su Kainqian and Su-young had completely changed her. Wang Wonking was definitely happy about this change. After all, Su-young had brought her to an unprecedented height, allowing her to come into contact with a domain that she could not reach. In the past, the day ended. 2 days later, Venom Mountain. Master, we have already arrived at Venom Mountain, the six-eared macaque said. Master, let me go to Venom Mountain to scout. Little monkey, don't get captured by demons, Su Kainqian said. Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque's face turned red in embarrassment. To him, it was simply a humiliation to be taken prisoner by the 2 demon kings. Master, don't worry, I won't fall for it again. After saying that, the six-eared macaque somersaulted up the mountain. Chapter 434 Chapter 434 Su Kainqian's group photo. Chapter 434 Su Kainqian's group photo. The shadow pig said, Master, martial ant. Little martial ant. I'm going to hunt some wild beasts. Sure, Su Kainqian said, and added, Little white pig, don't be captured by demons. The shadow pig smiled and said, Master, don't worry. This time, I won't fall for it easily. Su Kainqian, Wang Wonking, and the demon-eating flower stayed where they were. Su Kainqian and Wang Wonking were not in a hurry. It had only been 23 days. In this Otherworld Instance Dungeon, the deadline was to complete the check-in trial within a year. Currently, Su Kainqian and Wang Wonking had both clocked in 26 times. Soon, they could undergo the 27th check-in trial in the Peepa Cave on Venom Mountain. Therefore, there was more than enough time. The demon-eating flower and Su Kainqian looked around for something new and fun, as well as delicious food. Wang Wonking was recording some strange things with a pen. After all, Wang Wonking wanted to study the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. She was a chosen one. So wasn't this a heaven-sent opportunity? Therefore, she would definitely not let go of this chance. As for what she recorded everything she had seen and heard in the Western Demon Realm, as well as all kinds of doubts, so that she could study them in the future. After recording for a while, Wang Wonking took out her phone. There was no signal or internet in the Otherworld. Kainqian, little flower. Wang Wonking called out to Su Kainqian and the demon-eating flower not far away. Hearing this, Su Kainqian and the demon-eating flower immediately arrived in front of Wang Wonking. Sister Wonking, what's wrong? Su Kainqian asked. The demon-eating flower looked at the phone in Wang Wonking's hand, and asked, Sister Wonking, what is this? Su Kainqian rushed to answer. This is a phone. You can make calls and watch videos. Su Kainqian's words clearly confused the demon-eating flower. She did not understand a single word. Wang Wonking said, the scenery here is very beautiful. Shall I take a photo for you? Su Kainqian immediately nodded. Okay. The demon-eating flower was still dumbfounded. Su Kainqian pulled the demon-eating flower onto a rock. Su Kainqian sat down. As for the demon-eating flower, she sat on the rock like Su Kainqian. Snap. The shutter flashed. Alright. Come and take a look, Wang Wonking said. Su Qian jumped down from the rock and came to Wang Wangqing's side. She looked at herself and the demon-eating flower on the phone screen. Then, she said, "I'm too cute. Little flower is also beautiful." Su Qian praised herself, not forgetting to praise the demon-eating flower. The demon-eating flower was still in a daze. Wang Wangqing did not know how to explain. "I've got it." Wang Wangqing thought of how to explain it to the demon-eating flower. "Little flower, this is a Dharma treasure of our world. It could freeze this scene just now and then form an image to store in this Dharma treasure," Wang Wangqing said. As soon as these words were spoken, the demon-eating flower nodded as if she understood. Then, she said, "Is it so magical?" Next, the demon-eating flower asked Su Qian, "Sister Qian, the photo you showed me previously came from this, right?" "Yes." Su Qian nodded. "I'm so smart," the demon-eating flower said narcissistically. Su Qian said, "Little flower, let's take a few more photos." Snap. Wang Wangqing took dozens of photos of Su Qian and the demon-eating flower. This was not enough. Wang Wangqing, Su Qian, and the demon-eating flower also took a few photos. Wang Wangqing was also very happy. She even set her photo as a wallpaper for her phone. To her, this was something incomparably precious. The demon-eating flower said, "Sister Wangqing, I'll climb a tree." With that, the demon-eating flower extended her hands and hung on the tree. Wang Wangqing immediately took a photo of her. The demon-eating flower had completely let go. There were all kinds of strange poses. In the Heavenly Tao livestream, the netizens frowned. "It's really satisfying. The other chosen ones are still struggling to survive. There's really no comparison. If I had such powerful strength, one wouldn't just be traveling. I would also enjoy the taste of all kinds of demons." Haha. Me too. The netizens looked at Su Qian's and Wang Wangqing's live broadcast, and realized that they were really playing. Forget about Su Qian. Even Wang Wangqing was the same. Although they were training in the Otherworld instance dungeon, they had the right to enjoy it. If they were strong enough, this trial would be a simple game. Even if it was a living hell, there was no need to spend every second inside in fear. However, Su Qian had always been training in the Otherworld instance dungeon by playing games. Was it infuriating? Actually, if anyone had a super big shot father like Su Yang, they could also make the Otherworld instance dungeon trial a simple game. On the spot, in a villa in the Dragon Country, Lin Gongchuan sat alone on the sofa and watched the Heavenly Tao live broadcast. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. "She grew up so quickly," Lin Gongchuan exclaimed. She knew that Su Qian's potential was extremely terrifying. But when she saw it with her own eyes, she still could not suppress the shock in her heart. Lin Gongchuan suddenly had mixed feelings. There was an indescribable feeling in her heart. It was hard to describe this feeling. It included happiness, hope, and sadness. About 10 minutes later, at the foot of Venom Mountain, the six-eared macaque was back. The shadow pig had also returned. The shadow pig hunted two ferocious beasts. They looked like lions and tigers. Could they be lions and tigers? Su Qian and the demon-eating flower actually asked the six-eared macaque and shadow pig to take a photo together. Of course, Wang Wangqing was among them. At this moment, the six-eared macaque began to report the situation to Su Qian. "Master, I saw a cave on the eastern mountain. That should be Peepa Cave. And there are no demons in it." The six-eared macaque continued. "I've patrolled the nearby mountains, but I didn't see any demons." "Then let's go to the Peepa Cave," Su Qian said. Hearing this, the shadow pig carried the two ferocious beasts and followed behind Su Qian. The demon-eating flower looked at the two ferocious beasts, her gaze never leaving them, ever since she knew that roasted meat would taste better. The demon-eating flower rarely ate demons raw, and ferocious beasts were no exception. The six-eared macaque was planning to let the shadow pig roast meat in the cave. After eating, they'd go to the next check-in point. The six-eared macaque didn't want to waste time. After all, he needed to find the Dragon Palace quickly and obtain the Rui Jingu Bang needle form. Without a suitable weapon, He could not unleash his true strength at all. In the cave, although this place was empty, it was obvious that demons lived here. However, the strange thing was that no demons seemed to have returned to live here for a long time. Perhaps the demons living here had been killed somewhere. That was very likely. Chapter 435 Chapter 435 It's very reasonable for the scorpion demoness to use scorpion poison. Right. Chapter 435 It's very reasonable for the scorpion demoness to use scorpion poison. Right. The shadow pig immediately dealt with the ferocious beasts. The six-eared macaque asked Sukankian, "Master, where is the next check-in point?" When Sukankian saw how anxious the six-eared macaque was, she said, "Little monkey, don't be so anxious. He'll tell you." The six-eared macaque said, "Master, I'm getting anxious." Sukankian said, "The next checkpoint is Banana Ridge." Banana Ridge. The six-eared macaque frowned. "Brother monkey, do you know this place?" the shadow pig asked. The six-eared macaque shook his head and said, "I don't know where Banana Ridge is, but I've heard of Banana Ridge." The six-eared macaque continued, "There's a treasure in the Banana Ridge called Banana Leaf Fan. That banana leaf fan is quite powerful. It can stir up a gust of wind and blow people tens of thousands of miles away. Although it's exaggerated, that banana leaf fan is really powerful." The shadow pig asked, "Is there a group of banana spirits in the Banana Ridge?" The six-eared macaque shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but I heard that there's a banana princess in this Banana Ridge. She's very beautiful. It's said that the bull demon king has a crush on her." Upon hearing this, Sukankian seemed to have thought of something. Sukankian looked at Wang Wonking. Wang Wonking nodded and told Sukankian about the journey to the west. In the journey to the west, the person who had the Dharma treasure, the banana leaf fan, was Princess Iron Fan. She was also the wife of the bull demon king. Later, she gave birth to a child called Red Boy. The bull demon king and Sun Wukong were sworn brothers. The six-eared macaque was shocked. To the six-eared macaque, Journey to the West was like a heavenly book that could predict the future. "Master, I know what to do," said the six-eared macaque. Actually, the six-eared macaque's idea was to become sworn brothers with the bull demon king. Since they were sworn brothers, he definitely could not offend Princess Iron Fan. Furthermore, the six-eared macaque had long planned to become sworn brothers with the bull demon king. After all, the six-eared macaque's previous principle was to rely on himself at home and on his brothers when he went out. Wang Wonking said to the six-eared macaque, "Journey to the West only has a high overlap with the settings of the Western demon realm." The six-eared macaque said, "Martial ant, I understand." The six-eared macaque was very smart. He understood that as long as he did not deviate from the main storyline of the journey to the West, there would not be too many changes. Therefore, he might not become sworn brothers with the bull demon king. "Master, there's a demon." As soon as the six-eared macaque finished speaking, a beautiful woman holding a pipa appeared in front of Sukankian and the others. At a glance, this was the scorpion demoness. As for her pipa, it was definitely a Dharma treasure. "How dare you take my territory?" The scorpion demoness was furious. She did not expect someone to occupy her territory. Wang Wonking said, "We thought that there were no demons here, so we started a fire here to cook. Well, leave after we're done eating. You're here, and you still want to leave." From the beginning, the scorpion demoness had already sized up Sukankian and the others. She was not afraid at all when facing 3 demons above LV 4-0 and 2 humans. It could only be said that this scorpion demoness was very powerful, so she was not to be outdone when facing Sukankian and the others. The six-eared macaque said, "You demoness, do you really want us to kill you? We don't know how'll get rid of him yet." As soon as the scorpion demoness finished speaking, she released sorcery. A scorching aura spewed out of the scorpion demoness nose. 2 flames overlapped and struck the cave. However, Wang Wonking waved her hand and extinguished the violent wind. "I didn't expect a human like you to have such power, but it's still not enough for me to see." The scorpion demoness did not intend to let Su Kainqian and the others leave. Correct. She wanted to kill Su Kainqian and the others. She might even eat Su Kainqian and the others. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream started talking. What a charming scorpion demoness. I can charge. 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 Your sister? This scorpion demoness seems to be very powerful. Perhaps the six-eared macaque and the shadow pig are not her match. But Su Kainqian and Wang Wangking are both here. The netizens felt that no matter how powerful the scorpion demoness was, she could not compare to Su Kainqian and the others. However, for the scorpion demoness to be so arrogant, it meant that she was really very strong. She was much stronger than the demons they had encountered previously. Furthermore, she had a Dharma treasure on her. Therefore, it was not easy to kill the scorpion demoness. Master, let me fight her for 300 rounds. The six-eared macaque launched a kick. However, the scorpion demoness dodged it with a divine dragon tail swing. Moreover, the six-eared macaque was caught by the scorpion demoness tail. Outside the cave, the six-eared macaque and the scorpion demoness started fighting. Su Kainqian did not make a move. Wang Wangking was the same. If the six-eared macaque was really defeated, then Su Kainqian and Wang Wangking would naturally take action. Crack. In the forest, white smoke rose everywhere. There was no sign of the scorpion demoness at all. However, the six-eared macaque could clearly sense where the scorpion demoness was. Amidst the white smoke, the sound of punches and kicks kept coming. However, after dozens of exchanges, the white fog in the forest dissipated. You demoness! You're quite strong. It's time for me to get serious. The six-eared macaque planned to use all his strength to fight the scorpion demoness. However, the scorpion demoness had an arrogant look on her face. She said to six-eared macaque, "You crazy monkey. You are not worthy of me getting serious." In the exchange just now, the scorpion demoness really did not get serious. After all, she was holding the pipa, and had yet to use her hands. Therefore, this scorpion demoness was very strong. Wang Wangking felt that the six-eared macaque couldn't take down this scorpion demoness. It could only be said that the current six-eared macaque was not powerful enough. If the six-eared macaque had been very powerful, he would not have been captured by the two demon kings, Gold Horn and Silver Horn. However, it would not be easy for this scorpion demoness to kill the six-eared macaque, even though the scorpion demoness had yet to use her hands and use her Dharma treasure. It was still very difficult to kill the six-eared macaque. Rustle. Meanwhile, smoke rose from the forest. However, the smoke that appeared this time was purple. Obviously, it was poisonous gas. It was the scorpion poison. She was a scorpion demoness, so it was very reasonable for her to release scorpion poison. Master, I've already roasted it. Do you want me to help Brother Monkey and deal with the scorpion demoness together? The shadow pig could more or less tell that six-eared macaque could not take down the scorpion demoness. He might even be forced to retreat. All right, Su Kainqian nodded. Hearing this, the shadow pig held the nine-toothed rake and rushed into the poisonous fog. Bang! Chapter 436 Chapter 436 The Vengeful Six-Eared Macaque. Chapter 436 The Vengeful Six-Eared Macaque. In the poisonous fog, the six-eared macaque and shadow pig worked together to deal with the scorpion demoness. Little pig bro, we have to end this quickly. This scorpion poison is quite strong, said the six-eared macaque. The shadow pig immediately replied, Got it, Brother Monkey. The six-eared macaque and the shadow pig knew very well that the longer they fought with the scorpion demoness in this purple, poisonous gas, the harder she would be to deal with. After all, the scorpion poison could affect the six-eared macaque and shadow pig. One think I can detoxify this poison, the demon-eating flower said. Wang Wangking asked, Can you still detoxify it with your body? The demon-eating flower nodded, and said, Yes, I can also detoxify it. Wang Wangking heaved a sigh of relief. She had underestimated the ability of the demon-eating flower. In her opinion, not only had she underestimated the demon-eating flower, but she had also not expected it to be a moving antidote. Demon, bang. They had only exchanged a dozen moves when the six-eared macaque kicked the scorpion demoness away. The surrounding purple poisonous gas dissipated. So insidious. The scorpion demoness was fighting the six-eared macaque and the shadow pig in the poisonous fog. The six-eared macaque took advantage of the fact that the scorpion demoness was pinned down by the shadow pig's nine-toothed rake, and immediately kicked her away. The scorpion demoness, who had been kicked away, fell heavily to the ground. Brother monkey. The shadow pig immediately rushed over. It was the same for the six-eared macaque. This was called taking your life while you were sick. However, the scorpion demoness held the pipa and started playing. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig stood still. Is it a sound wave? However, Sukainkian, Wangawonking, and the demon-eating flower in the distance were not affected by the sound wave. No, that's not a sound wave. At first, Wang Wonking thought that it was a sound wave that could still one's mind. Wang Wonking waved her hand. Dark clouds covered the sky, and it started to rain. Seeing this, the scorpion demoness looked at Wang Wonking with a ferocious gaze. Who are you? The scorpion demoness looked at Wang Wonking, but Wang Wonking did not answer. As for the scorpion demoness, she said fiercely, just you wait. One won't let you off. With that, the scorpion demoness fled and disappeared. The six-eared macaque and the shadow pig had just recovered from their paralysis. Brother monkey, what's going on? The shadow pig asked. However, the six-eared macaque shook his head and said, I'm not sure. Either. Martial Ant should know. As he spoke, the six-eared macaque and shadow pig came to Su Kenkian together. Master, we were too careless and didn't dodge. We fell for the scorpion demoness trick. The six-eared macaque had suffered consecutive defeats, and it didn't feel good. However, the six-eared macaque knew very well that from the 26th checkpoint onwards, the demons they encountered were very powerful. Furthermore, they had Dharma treasures. They were not easy to deal with. However, he had suffered repeatedly like this. He had to feel very bitter. The six-eared macaque asked Wang Wonking, Martial Ant, do you know what kind of magical power that scorpion demoness Dharma treasure has? The six-eared macaque and shadow pig had recovered from their paralysis precisely because of Wang Wongking's rain summoning spell. Wang Wongking guessed, I think it's a Dharma treasure that quickly spreads the poison in the body and increases the strength of the poison. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig didn't quite understand. The six-eared macaque pondered for a moment before asking, Martial Ant, do you mean that one and little pig bro were poisoned by the scorpion demoness? And the scorpion demoness played the pipa to augment the poison in our bodies to the extreme. Yes. Wang Wonking nodded. The six-eared macaque then asked, then how did Martial Ant know that rainwater can detoxify the poison? Wang Wonking shook her head and said, the rain can silence the surrounding poisonous fog, so you won't be constantly corroded by the poisonous fog. No matter how powerful that Dharma treasure is, it can't paralyze your bodies without the poison. The shadow pig said, Martial Ant is really amazing. One admire you so much. The six-eared macaque said to Su Kenkian, Master, that scorpion demoness ran away and even threatened us. Should we chase after her? Su Kenkian said, little monkey, little white pig, stop chasing. Wang Wonking said, Kenkian is right. If you chase after that scorpion demoness and can't deal with her, it won't help. Moreover, that scorpion demoness will definitely return and want to catch us off guard. The six-eared macaque asked, Martial Ant, could it be that the scorpion demoness went to get reinforcements? Wang Wonking nodded gently and said, that's very likely. In Wang Wongking's opinion, if the scorpion demoness did not call for reinforcements, it would be impossible for her to deal with Su Kenkian and the others. The six-eared macaque didn't say anything. He felt that he was not strong enough, so he had worries. If he had been stronger, how could the scorpion demoness have escaped? How could he have been defeated? The shadow pig said, Brother monkey, when that scorpion demoness comes again, one and you must kill her. The six-eared macaque remained silent. Of course. Wang Wonking could tell that the six-eared macaque had suffered a deep blow. Little monkey. Master is here. You don't have to worry. Su Kankian actually comforted the six-eared macaque. The shadow pig did not feel discouraged. After all, the shadow pig had suffered a lot. Of course, it was not referring to the journey west. Instead, he had already lived very bitterly when he was still in Gao village. If not for the brocade fur rat, he probably would not have been able to survive at that time. However, the shadow pig had also relaxed and lived relatively calmly. However, the six-eared macaque was a classic dilemma. If he couldn't let go, he couldn't get over it. He felt like he was taking revenge for the smallest grievance. To put it bluntly, he was holding grudges. This time, the scorpion demoness had caused the six-eared macaque to suffer a huge loss. If there was a chance, the six-eared macaque would definitely beat the scorpion demoness to death. Kankian, let's eat. Look, little flower is so hungry that she's crying, Wang Wongking said. When Su Kankian looked at the demon-eating flower, the latter's disappointment tears flowed also out of the corners of her mouth. The demon-eating flower did not eat secretly, nor did she eat first. It was mainly because she had a huge appetite. She would only eat when Su Kankian and the others were full. Only then could she finish it all in one go. Little flower, let's eat. Although Su Kankian would not be hungry, she still had to eat. Su Kankian and Wang Wongking had already started eating. Wang Wongking did not have a big appetite to begin with, so she only accompanied Su Kankian to eat a small piece of meat. However, the demon-eating flower was different. After the others took their portions, the demon-eating flower directly opened her bloody mouth. Even though the demon-eating flower's eating manner was a little ugly, she did not hide because of this. The shadow pig walked out of the Peepa cave with a piece of roasted meat, and handed it to the six-eared macaque. Brother monkey, don't be aggrieved. Eat some. Next time, you'll definitely kill that scorpion demoness with you, the shadow pig said. The six-eared macaque said stubbornly. One have to get the Ri-Jingu Bang needle form. Chapter 437 Chapter 437 is the thunder attracting technique, so easily mastered. Chapter 437 is the thunder attracting technique so easily mastered. More than an hour later, Su Kankian and the others left the Peepa cave. The mobile RV drove along the rocky mountain road without any bumps. The main thing was that the mobile RV could automatically avoid obstacles and move according to the owner's consciousness. And the destination that Su Kankian had locked onto was the 28th checkpoint, the Banana Ridge. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig sat on the roof of the moving RV. They needed to observe their surroundings at all times. After all, the scorpion demoness would not let the matter rest. Moreover, it was only a matter of time before she called for reinforcements. Su Kankian and the others naturally would not wait at the Peepa cave for the scorpion demoness to bring reinforcements. As long as the scorpion demoness came, they would kill her directly. They wondered what kind of reinforcements the scorpion demoness would bring. However, in the world of demons, connections were very complicated. Although it was not said that one side was in trouble and the other side was providing support, they were more or less related. Even the six-eared macaque had some demons as sworn brothers. 2 days later, they had yet to reach their destination. The western demon realm was extremely vast. It wasn't like the distance between check-in points was the same. Su Kankian was not in a hurry. In the past 2 days, other than studying, Su Kankian had been playing. When she was done playing, she would eat and sleep. Wang Wongking was the same. She spent 2 hours every day tutoring Su Kankian. The rest of the time was spent taking notes, eating, and sleeping. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig had always been on the lookout. The demon-eating flower was also very relaxed. Other than eating, she slept. Master, the six-eared macaque called out. Su Kankian, who was still playing jungle with the demon-eating flower, immediately asked, Little monkey, what's wrong? The six-eared macaque, who was on the roof of the house, said, The scorpion demoness has brought reinforcements. With that, the moving RV stopped moving. Intense demonic chi permeated the surroundings. More than 100 demons appeared on the mountains on both sides. However, The demons blocking the moving RV were the scorpion demoness, a centipede spirit, a pangolin spirit, a toad spirit, and a bat spirit. How dare you bully my fourth sister? Second brother. Why are you talking nonsense with them? Just kill them all. 3 demons and 2 humans. The human girl seems delicious. Big brother. We can't underestimate them. Especially that human. She can summon the wind and rain. It's just summoning the wind and rain. Your 5th sister has a jade rui. The scorpion demoness had actually brought 4 powerful demons. The 6-eared macaque could tell at a glance that these 5 demons were no weaker than LV 40. Furthermore, each demon had their own Dharma treasure. Crazy monkey. Can you still be arrogant now? The scorpion demoness was also very vengeful. After all, the 6-eared macaque had kicked her previously. The 6-eared macaque squeaked and said, "Come on, let's fight one anon." If the 6-eared macaque did not kill this scorpion demoness, he would really be too ashamed to face Sukainkian. The 6-eared macaque had a strong sense of self-esteem. The centipede spirit, who looked like a talented person, said to scorpion demoness and the others, "Second brother, third brother, 5th sister, whom are you going to deal with?" There was no doubt that the scorpion demoness wanted to fight the 6-eared macaque. The pangolin spirit said, "I want to deal with that pig demon. I want to deal with that flower." The bat spirit said, "Then I'll deal with her." The toad spirit pointed at Wang Wonking. The centipede spirit said, "You guys are quite loyal. Leave the delicious food to me." The centipede spirit stared at Su Kainkian. He knew that Su Kainkian had to be very delicious. Even if she was a human, the other demons were like onlookers. Actually, they were here to cheer. After all, these LV 20-30 demons were really unable to fight the 6-eared macaque and the others. Kainkian, don't be injured by that centipede spirit. They are all demons with poison, Wang Wonking said. Su Kainkian nodded and said, "I understand." Of course, Su Kainkian was not afraid of these demons. They started fighting. The first to fight were the 6-eared macaque and scorpion demoness. Then, it was the shadow pig and pangolin spirit. The demon-eating flower also fought with the bat spirit. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were all watching Su Kainkian's and Wang Wonking's livestream. The centipede spirit must be the most powerful among these 5 demons. Back then, Su Yong said that no one in the Western demon realm was Su Kainkian's match. However, Su Kainkian is still young, and doesn't know how to fight at all. I think so too. Su Kainkian can defeat the centipede spirit. But it shouldn't be that easy. Wang Wonking is different. She's getting stronger and stronger. I reckon it won't take her even 10 minutes to deal with that toad spirit. While the netizens were talking, Wang Wonking and the toad spirit started fighting. With a flick, the toad spirit headed straight for Wang Wonking. At the same time, venom shot out from the toad spirit's back like raindrops endlessly. However, with a wave of Wang Wonking's hand, a violent wind she stirred up blocked all the poison. Vajra ring. Go! Wang Wonking raised her hand, and a Vajra ring flew out from her wrist. It immediately trapped the toad spirit. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the toad spirit's body and burned it alive. Is that all? The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream did not expect Wang Wonking to kill the toad spirit so easily. They thought that Wang Wonking would fight with the toad spirit for a long time. In the end, she killed the toad spirit in less than 3 moves. The surrounding demons looked terrified. They had already guessed that the strongest among Su Kainkian and the others was not the demon-eating flower or the 6-eared macaque, but rather Wang Wonking. Sister Wonking is so awesome. When Su Kainkian saw Wang Wonking make a move, it was simply like flowing water. She killed the toad spirit in a few moves. Third brother. After big brother kills her, I'll avenge you. The centipede spirit immediately revealed its true form. A huge centipede that was thicker than a water tank and 8 meters long was opening its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Su Kainkian alive. Su Kainkian followed suit and waved her hand, immediately causing a gust of wind to repel the centipede spirit. As Su Kainkian raised her hand, a bolt of lightning descended. The lightning actually struck the centipede spirit accurately. Compared to the lightning that Wang Wonking attracted, its power was at least 5 times stronger. The centipede spirit was about to spit out a pearl to block the lightning, but it was too late. Boom! In an instant, the lightning that brought with it the power of thunder directly turned the centipede spirit into charcoal. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were completely shocked. This was because not only was Wang Wonking's spell imitated by Su Kainqian to perfection, but its power was also several times stronger. Is it so easy to master the thunder-attracting technique? Chapter 438 Chapter 438 You crazy monkey. You don't care about martial virtue. Chapter 438 You crazy monkey. You don't care about martial virtue. That depends on whose daughter it is. That's right. Su Kainqian is Su Yong's daughter. But who is Su Yong? He's a super big shot. A LV-45 demon was killed just like that. By the way, have you guys realized that this is Su Kainqian's path to the 28th check-in? Why did she encounter a LV-45 demon? Who knows? Why care so much? Most of the netizens would not think about this problem. After all, they were not in the Western demon realm to participate in the trial. At this moment, Wang Wonking went to help the Shadow Pig. With the Shadow Pig's current strength, he really could not defeat the pangolin. As for the demon-eating flower, she ate the bat spirit in one bite. How terrifying was her digestive system. Stones, leaves, and sand were all child's play. Anything poisonous would not affect her even if it was carelessly stuffed into her mouth. The 6-eared macaque was still fighting the scorpion demoness. As for the other demons, they fled. Swoosh! Suddenly, the 6-eared macaque entered the scorpion demoness' stomach. He was stirring the scorpion demoness. The scorpion demoness immediately revealed her true form. Others saw her rolling back and forth on the ground. You crazy monkey. You don't care about martial ethics. The scorpion demoness did not expect the 6-eared macaque to have such a sinister move. Not only could he transform, but he could also transform into a bee. When the scorpion demoness was in unbearable pain, the 6-eared macaque pierced the scorpion demoness' stomach. In the scorpion demoness' stomach, not only were her intestines already knotted, but her internal organs had also been pierced. Do you think you'll continue to fall for your trap? The 6-eared macaque said. You think only you can scheme against me. Just as the scorpion demoness was about to turn around and escape, the 6-eared macaque tore the scorpion demoness apart. Crack! The 6-eared macaque tore crazily. After a while, the scorpion demoness was torn into pieces by the 6-eared macaque. Elsewhere, Martial Ant. His armor is really hard. Even my 9-toothed drake can't hurt this pangolin spirit, the Shadow Pig said. The sturdier something is, the more afraid of fire. Wang Wonking waved her hand, and flames enveloped the pangolin spirit. The scales on the pangolin spirit's body became extremely hot. In about 30 seconds, the pangolin spirit was burned alive by Wang Wonking just like that. The battle was over. It couldn't be said to be simple. It could only be said to be too easy. The scorpion demoness, centipede spirit, pangolin spirit, toad spirit, and bat spirit were not worth mentioning in front of Su Kainqian and Wang Wonking. The demon-eating flower walked to the pangolin spirit. She opened her mouth and swallowed the charred corpse of the pangolin spirit. After chewing twice, the demon-eating flower spat out a pile of scales and bones. Chicken-flavored, crunchy. The demon-eating flower ate the corpses of the scorpion demoness, centipede spirit, pangolin spirit, toad spirit, and bat spirit. After all, the demon-eating flower specialized in eating demons. The stronger the demon she ate, the stronger she became. In fact, unknowingly, the demon-eating flower's strength was already quite terrifying. She was at least LV-46. Wang Wonking's strength was the same. The main reason why Wang Wonking's strength had increased so much was because she had obtained dragon essence. At this moment, Wang Wonking was thinking about something. She used a pen to calculate something on paper. 25 chosen ones. 75 different check-in points. After 25 check-ins, the demons we encountered were all above LV-40. Wang Wonking was thinking about how many chosen one could survived. How many times had the surviving chosen ones clocked in? How many times had every chosen one clocked in at different points? She could vaguely sense that at least half of the 100 check-in trials were conducted by all the chosen ones. One had to know that in the Otherworld instance dungeon of the Western Demon Realm, the chosen ones had to clock in 100 times. However, it did not mean that every chosen one had to clock in 100 times. Instead, there had to be 100 different instances of chosen ones clocking in. However, only by completing a clock-in checkpoint could a new clock-in location appear. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream also knew that the chosen ones had to complete 100 check-in points in the Western Demon Realm within a year. This is not easy to calculate. There are too many things to calculate. It's impossible for Wang Wangking to calculate, unless she knows how many times each chosen one has clocked in. It's mainly because of the dead chosen ones. Whether that counts is another matter. Isn't some data emperor coming out to analyze at this time? The netizens knew that there were many data emperors in the Heavenly Dao's livestream who had specially made specific statistics. Actually, a few aspects were enough. First, they would calculate how many times each chosen one had clocked in. The repeated clocking could only be counted as one. Moreover, at the first 25 check-ins, there would be a chosen one every 4 times. The check-ins would coincide. The biggest question was whether the dead chosen one's clock-ins counted. This was another big problem. However, most of the netizens felt that those were definitely included. After all, the check-in trail wouldn't stop just because some of the 25 chosen ones died. The netizens knew very well that if the 25 chosen ones did not die, they only needed to clock in 25 times. After all, they had clocked in 75 times without repeating. Wang Wangking had not been calculating only now. From the beginning, she had already calculated these things. We should be able to complete the check-in trial soon. Although Wang Wangking had never seen other chosen ones, she had only met Su Qian once in the previous 25 check-ins. This was already 49 times. If she added the 3 times they had clocked in, it would be 52 times. The number of times the other chosen ones clocked in had not been counted. Moreover, all the chosen ones might have clocked in more than 70 times. Or even more than 80 times. Or even more than 90 times at a place where they did not clock in repeatedly. The 6-eared macaque and shadow pig already found it very troublesome to deal with the demons here. Moreover, along the way, Su Kangqian and the others had experienced nearly a month of check-in trials. The daily itinerary of the moving RV was not small. It have already circled the blue planet more than once. The Western Demon Realm was even larger than the blue planet. More than 3 hours later, Su Kangqian and company continued heading to the Banana Ridge. The 6-eared macaque sat on the roof of the moving RV. The shadow pig played jungle with the demon-eating flower. Wang Wangking was tutoring Su Kangqian. Haha. 1-1. The demon-eating flower had played jungle for so long, but she had actually only defeated the shadow pig once. Sister Wangking. Is the check-in trial almost over? Chapter 4539. Chapter 4539. Next checkpoint. Flaming Mountains. Chapter 439. Next checkpoint. Flaming Mountains. Su Kangqian definitely didn't calculate it. She sensed it. Wang Wangking said, "One don't know, but one guessed the process should be about 2/3 completed." Su Kangqian only nodded and stopped asking this. About 3.5 hours later, Su Kangqian and company arrived at the Banana Ridge. Next checkpoint. The Flaming Mountains. In Su Kangqian's and Wang Wangking's mind, the same clock-in point appeared. Sister Wangking. One know the Flaming Mountains. Su Kangqian said, and continued, are we going to use the banana leaf fan to extinguish the flames of the Flaming Mountains? Before Wang Wangking could reply, a large group of demons appeared in front of her. Furthermore, they were all banana spirits. As for how many there were at least I. Uo, do you have a banana leaf fan? Lend it to me. Su Kangqian asked the group of banana spirits. As soon as these words were spoken, a disdainful voice came from the group of banana spirits. I haven't even thought of letting you go, but you actually dare to borrow the banana leaf fan from me. At this moment, an evil spirit that looked like a banana tree appeared in Su Kangqian's eyes. Are you the banana princess? Su Kangqian asked. Since you know my name, why would you dare to borrow the banana leaf fan from me? The banana spirit asked. Su Kangqian repeated. It's just a loan. I'll return it to you. I can lend it to you, but you have to leave your lives behind. The banana spirit said to Su Kangqian. How could Wang Wangqing not know that this group of banana spirits would not let her and Su Kangqian off? Therefore, this battle had to be fought. However, Wang Wangqing did not attack immediately. She was also worried about the banana spirit's Dharma treasure. After all, the six-eared macaque had said that the banana princess had a Dharma treasure like the banana leaf fan. Furthermore, the banana leaf fan could stir up an extremely powerful wind that could send demons flying thousands of kilometers. Even if it was exaggerated, it could not be ruled out that the banana leaf fan was really powerful. Only if they had a Dharma treasure like an air-freezing bead might they be able to deal with the banana leaf fan. However, the banana princess didn't seem to have any intention of using the banana leaf fan on Su Kangqian and company. After all, the banana princess wanted to kill Su Kangqian and company, not send them flying. Unless the banana princess was no match for Su Kangqian and company, why would she use the banana leaf fan? Is there no room for negotiation? Wang Wangqing asked. The banana princess said. It's not that there's no room for negotiation. Hand over your Dharma treasures to me, and you can leave. The banana princess knew that Wang Wangqing and company definitely had Dharma treasures on them. After all, the banana princess had seen a Vajra ring on Wang Wangqing's wrist. Actually, Wang Wangqing not only had the Vajra ring, but also the Vajra gourd and the purple cloud mirror. However, when Wang Wangqing said that there was room for negotiation, she wasn't referring to whether they should leave or not. Instead, she was talking about borrowing the banana princess banana leaf fan. Su Kangqian was whispering to the six-eared macaque. The six-eared macaque nodded. Master, one understand. What Su Kangqian said to the six-eared macaque was about the journey to the west. How did they get the banana leaf fan from banana princess? Seeing this, the banana princess spread her hands, and a fan that looked like a banana leaf appeared in her hand. It was definitely the banana leaf fan. I'll give you another chance. Do you want to hand over your Dharma treasures or die here? Of course. The banana princess wouldn't immediately use the banana leaf fan. She gestured for the banana spirits of the banana ridge to attack Su Kangqian and the others. If she could not defeat Su Kangqian and company, the banana princess would naturally use the banana leaf fan Dharma treasure to send Su Kangqian and company flying. They made their move. A large group of banana spirits attacked Su Kangqian and the others. However, the banana princess immediately realized that something was amiss. Just as she was about to speak, the six-eared macaque entered her stomach. Then, everyone saw the banana princess rolling on the ground. Do you want to lend the banana leaf fan? Su Kangqian looked at the rolling banana princess on the ground. I'll lend it to you. It's just a loan. Please return it to me after you use it, said the banana princess. Okay. Su Kangqian actually nodded in agreement. When Su Kangqian took the banana leaf fan, she said, "Open your mouth and let little monkey come out." The six-eared macaque immediately came out of the banana princess' mouth. Wang Wangqing did not expect Su Kangqian to obtain the banana leaf fan so easily according to the plot of Journey to the West. Yes, Wang Wangqing knew that the six-eared macaque knew the 72 transformations. However, it was very difficult for the six-eared macaque to do this alone. After all, the banana princess was not weak. However, the banana princess did not expect Su Kangqian and the others to be so powerful. That was why the six-eared macaque had an opportunity. Su Kangqian and company left the banana ridge with the banana leaf fan. However, the banana princess and the banana spirits in the banana ridge were filled with anger. It was obvious that they would not let Su Kangqian and the others off easily. However, without the banana leaf fan, they were no match for Su Kangqian and the others. Princess, what should we do now? Why don't we chase after them? Who knows if they will return the banana leaf fan? Princess, we can't let them take away the banana leaf fan like this. How could the banana spirits not know that the banana leaf fan was the treasure of the banana ridge? It was also because of the banana leaf fan that the other demons did not dare to deal with the banana spirits in the banana ridge. The banana princess said, "They will return it. It's meaningless if they don't. It's not only my agreement with her, but also the agreement with the banana leaf fan." The banana princess added, "A portion of the brothers and sisters. Follow them. The rest of you, follow me to accumulated Thunder Mountain." As soon as these words were spoken, the other banana trees froze. "Princess, you can't." "That's right, princess. Now that you don't have the banana leaf fan, the bull demon king won't be polite to you. He will definitely force you to marry him. That old cow has always wanted to eat your tender grass. You can't follow him, princess. You can't sacrifice yourself." The banana spirits dissuaded the banana princess earnestly. The banana princess said, "That old bull is actually quite good. He's also so powerful." Then, the banana princess said, "Actually, I just want to kill with a borrowed knife." This was the banana princess plan. She'd suggest killing Su Kainkian and the others before marrying the bull demon king. However, the banana princess was going to take advantage of the bull demon king, Su Kainkian, and the others weakening each other. She didn't tell the other banana spirits about this, because she was afraid that her plan would be leaked. Furthermore, the banana princess had deliberately said that to make the banana spirits feel sympathy and reluctance. This was the only way to deceive the cunning bull demon king. Chapter 440 Chapter 440 Next checkpoint. The skyscraping cave. Chapter 440 Next checkpoint. The skyscraping cave. Inside the mobile RV. Sister Wonking, did you see any other chosen ones? Su Kainkian asked. Wang Wonking shook her head and said, "Other than you, I didn't see any other chosen ones." Why? Su Kainkian asked. Wang Wonking said, "Because we're clocking in early. They are probably still behind." Wang Wonking asked, "Kainkian, why did you suddenly talk about the other chosen ones?" Su Kainkian said, "I'm wondering if they are very afraid." Wang Wonking was silent for a moment before saying, "They are indeed very afraid, just like me back then." Su Kainkian asked, "Sister Wonking, I don't understand." Wang Wonking knew that Su Kainkian did not understand anything, because Su Kainkian had experienced so many otherworld instants, dungeons, and had yet to experience despair and fear. Naturally, she did not know that the other chosen ones were still afraid. Wang Wonking exhaled and said slowly, "Actually, the moment the person chosen by the heavenly Tao system became a chosen one, a life and death trial has already begun." Wang Wonking said, "The chosen ones who can't complete the trial will be eliminated." "I know." Su Kainkian nodded. Wang Wonking smiled and said, "Actually, you saved many chosen ones. You just didn't realize it yourself." Speaking of which, out of the 7 otherworld instance dungeons that Su Kainkian entered, the chosen ones who came out alive with Su Kainkian were basically saved by Su Kainkian, except perhaps Yu Fuxu. Wang Wonking continued, "Saving people is not a responsibility, an obligation, or a duty. It's a favor, loyalty. Just like the first time you saved me, I've always been very grateful to you." Su Kainkian smiled and said, "Hee hee. One like Sister Wonking too." Wang Wonking said, "There are a total of 25 chosen ones this time. We don't know how many will survive, but we'll open the way in front, and they'll clock in at the back. This has already minimized the danger. This is also you helping them," Su Kainkian said. "Then Sister Wonking has also helped them." "That's right." Wang Wonking nodded. Wang Wonking changed the topic. "Kainkian, are you interested in the Dragon Country's history?" As soon as these words were spoken, the netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream immediately understood why Wang Wonking said that. "I remember Su Yang saying that there's an otherworld instance dungeon above 8 stars. It's a devilized version of the 3 kingdoms. Right. I understand now. Perhaps Su Kainkian will be chosen by the Heavenly Tao system next time and sent to the devilized version of the 3 kingdoms for trials." Is Wang Wonking so attentive to Su Kainkian? Looks like she wants to be Su Kainkian's stepmother. Actually, Wang Wonking will be a good wife and mother who takes care of her husband and children. Yes. This kind of girl is the most suitable to marry. However, the netizens knew very well that the current Wang Wonking would not be just a good wife and mother. Because she was too strong, she reached a height that they could not reach before they noticed. Moreover, Wang Wonking was not short of money, and was so strong, the men in Dragon Country might not be worthy. In a day and a half, the scorching aura spread for hundreds of kilometers. The mountains in front of them were actually ignited with a raging fire, just like a bonfire that was magnified thousands of times. Su Kankian held the banana leaf fan in her hand and fanned it forward. The strong wind actually cleared a path. The flames ahead were all extinguished. What a powerful Dharma treasure. Su Kankian had never thought of taking it for herself. After all, she had said that she was only borrowing the banana leaf fan. It was not that she would not return it. The flames have stopped, Su Kankian said. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig carefully looked ahead, and said, Master, the path ahead probably won't burn for a few days. I know. Su Kankian turned to Wang Wonking, and said, Sister Wonking, let's return the banana leaf fan to her. Wang Wonking nodded, and said, There's a group of banana spirits behind us. With that, a group of banana spirits really appeared behind Su Kankian. Su Kankian handed the banana leaf fan to one of the banana spirits. Thank you for the banana leaf fan, Su Kankian said. The six-eared macaque, who was watching from the side, knew that although Su Kankian was trustworthy, she was too naive. However, the six-eared macaque also admired Su Kankian's naivety. If Su Kankian was no longer naive, what fun would there be in childhood? Brother Monkey, I have a feeling that the banana princess won't let us off easily, said the shadow pig. The six-eared macaque said, The banana princess alone can't bring any danger to Su Kankian. Brother Monkey, do you mean that the banana princess will call for reinforcements? The shadow pig asked. The six-eared macaque nodded, and said, Yes, that's most likely the case. The banana princess has suffered such a huge loss. She can't let it go just like that. She's not like you, little pig bro, who can endure in a situation and have a bright future. The six-eared macaque thought about it from another perspective. If he suffered such a huge loss, he would definitely not let it go just like that. As the king of Banana Ridge, the banana princess definitely wouldn't let the matter rest. The shadow pig really did not care. He was the kind of demon who could endure hardships and swallow his anger. The banana leaf fan is very strong, but it has a huge weakness. There's nothing to be afraid of. The shadow pig said, That's right. Our masters and martial ant spells can easily deal with the banana spirit. One wonder what kind of powerful reinforcements that banana princess will bring. That was what the six-eared macaque was worried about. The shadow pig said, I don't know what demons are here. Brother Monkey, do you know? I'll ask Master where the next check-in point is. With that, the six-eared macaque followed Su Kankian's footsteps and walked into the Flaming Mountains. In less than half an hour, they walked out of the Flaming Mountains. Su Kankian opened the Heavenly Dao coin shop again and exchanged for a mobile RV. This mobile RV was good at everything, except that it could not fly. The six-eared macaque immediately asked Su Kankian, Master, where is the next check-in point? A new check-in point appeared in Su Kankian's mind. At the same time, a new check-in point appeared in Wang Wonking's mind. Su Kankian said, Little monkey, the next check-in point is the skyscraping cave. When the six-eared macaque heard the word skyscraping cave, he was shocked. Then, the six-eared macaque said to Su Kankian, Master, the skyscraping cave is the residence of that bull demon king. Coupled with Su Kankian and Wang Wonking's previous journey to the west, six-eared macaque deduced the truth. Chapter 4:41 Chapter 4:41 The Bull Demon King of the Accumulate Thunder Mountain Skyscraping Cave. Chapter 441 The Bull Demon King of the Accumulated Thunder Mountain Skyscraping Cave. It was very likely that the banana princess had gone to the skyscraping cave to get reinforcements. If she really got the bull demon king, it would be really difficult. In the six-eared macaque's opinion, the bull demon king was omnipotent, and had many dharma treasures. Moreover, he was extremely powerful. They might not be able to deal with him. Of course, the six-eared macaque did not think that the Bull Demon King could defeat Su Kainqian. However, he was afraid that the Bull Demon King would scheme against them. How could he not understand the principle of deception in war? Kainqian. In the journey to the west, the skyscraping cave is the Bull Demon King's home. Wang Wangking said. Su Kainqian said, "It's the Bull Demon King's house." Although Su Kainqian did not know about the skyscraping cave, she knew about the Bull Demon King. Sister Wangking, is the Bull Demon King powerful? The demon-eating flower asked. I'm not sure. Either. Wang Wangking shook her head. The six-eared macaque said, I've heard of the Bull Demon King. He's very capable. He's not a good person. Then he must be very powerful. When the demon-eating flower said this, she drooled. Correct. She was greedy. The more powerful a demon was, the more she'd like to eat it. Sister Kainqian, the Bull Demon King must be very delicious. The demon-eating flower said, Beef is delicious. Su Kainqian said. Su Kainqian thought of the food that Lin Gongchuan had made for her. There was stir-fried beef. Coincidentally, when Wang Wangking spent the night at Su Kainqian's house, they had stir-fried beef for dinner. Sister Gongchuan's culinary skills are excellent. If possible, one want to learn from her. Wang Wangking said with emotion. In Wang Wangking's opinion, Lin Gongchuan was a very perfect girl. Not only was she very beautiful, but she was also knowledgeable and proficient in cooking and various life skills. Wang Wangking also knew that Lin Gongchuan was interested in Su Yang, but she understood that Lin Gongchuan admired and respected Su Yang. This made her unable to tell if Lin Gongchuan liked Su Yang or just admired him, but it was undeniable that Lin Gongchuan was the ideal wife in the hearts of millions of men. She could go up to the hall and down to the kitchen. In the mobile RV, Wang Wangking was tutoring Su Kainqian. The demon-eating flower played jungle with the shadow pig. The six-eared macaque was sitting on the roof of the car. At this moment, the six-eared macaque was thinking that the demons they encountered were getting stronger and stronger. Perhaps he would be able to go to the Dragon Palace soon. He wanted to get the Rui Jingubang needle form even in his dreams. In the six-eared macaque's opinion, only after attaining the Rui Jingubang needle form could he have a fateful battle with the Monkey King. If he won, he could become the great sage, heaven's equal. At this moment, two chosen ones completed 20 check-ins. One was Dong Jiani, and the other was Liu Kaiming. The other chosen ones had also completed more than 15 check-in trials. Dong Jiani and Liu Kaiming met on the way to Ghost Axe Mountain. Chosen 1 No. 22. Huang Yushai. And Chosen 1 No. 23. Kinjiaxia. Also met. The reason why they were able to clock in so easily and did not die was mainly because Su Kainqian and Wang Wangking had opened the way for them at the check-in points in front. On average, they were at 5 checkpoints. It was as if they had given them one. Of course, it could not be ruled out that they were very powerful. If one did not have enough strength, they would have long kicked the bucket. For example, Wu Zhiliang, Du Jing, and Mo Jipiao. These 3 chosen ones had all died a few days ago. Currently, only Su Kainqian, Wang Wangking, Dong Jiani, Liu Kaiming, Zhang Nanchuang, Kuo Chuang, Huang Yushai, and Qin Jiaxia were left. Other than Su Kainqian and Wang Wangking, Liu Kaiming's strength was definitely not lower than LV 45. He was definitely a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator. As long as the 6 chosen ones passed the first 25 check-in points, they would be on the same check-in road as Su Kainqian and Wang Wangking from the 26th check-in point onwards. To put it bluntly, their next check-in trials would be very easy. The possibility of death would also decrease greatly. Perhaps the survival rate of this Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial would break the record of all the Otherworld Instance Dungeons. Most of the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were watching Su Kainqian and Wang Wangking's livestream. After all, the other chosen ones only needed to complete the check-in trials at the back. There was nothing to see, unless they caught up to the number of times Su Kainqian and Wang Wangking clocked in. However, All of them seemed to be as smart as rats. Furthermore, they had also discovered the secret of the trial in the Otherworld instance dungeon. It's hard to imagine that Su Kankian's self-control is so strong. That's right. A 5-year-old child can actually study for 2 hours every day. This is not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing is that she learns so quickly. Wang Wangking only taught her once, and she already learned it. It's really different when you're 5 years old. The netizens could not deny that Su Kankian was definitely considered a little prodigy in terms of studies. What they didn't know was that Su Kankian also learned other knowledge very quickly. Wang Wangking had a deep understanding of it. Back then, when Wang Wangking taught Su Kankian how to skate and swim, Su Kankian learned it after being taught once. From then on, Wang Wangking knew that Su Kankian's learning ability was quite shocking. Although Su Kankian had a super big shot like Su Yong for father, there was no end to learning. As long as one was still alive, they had to constantly learn. If one kept to himself, you would only be mocked by the times. The day ended. A day later, Accumulated Thunder Mountain. The moving RV stopped at the foot of Accumulated Thunder Mountain. The 6-eared macaque and shadow pig said to Su Kankian, "Master, one and little pig bro will go and test the waters first." Su Kankian nodded and said, "Little monkey, little white pig, don't be captured by demons." The 6-eared macaque replied seriously, "Master, don't worry. One won't fall for it again." "Me neither." The shadow pig nodded. With that, the 6-eared macaque and shadow pig immediately ran up the mountain. Wang Wangking looked up the mountain. In the lofty mountains around Song, an extremely strong demonic aura spread. Wang Wangking could feel that the bold demon king in Accumulated Thunder Mountain's skyscraping cave was definitely very powerful. He was several times stronger than the demons they had encountered before, or even dozens of times stronger. "Sister Wangking, is the bold demon king very big?" The demon-eating flower drooled as she spoke. The demon-eating flower thought of the stir-fried beef that Su Kankian mentioned. It had to be very delicious. Wang Wangking said, "I don't know. He might really be huge. Dozens of feet tall. That's enough for me to eat a big meal." The demon-eating flower could no longer suppress her restless heart. Wang Wangking said, "We'll know when the 6-eared macaque and shadow pig return to report the situation." "All right." The demon-eating flower nodded. At this moment, Su Kankian pressed the dial button on the pink turtle child's smartwatch. Obviously, she wanted to call Su Yong. Chapter 4 Puff 42 Chapter 4 Puff 42 The Bull Demon King Wants to Marry the Banana Princess. Chapter 442 The Bull Demon King Wants to Marry the Banana Princess. Beep beep. The call was answered. "Daddy, did you go home?" The first thing Su Kankian asked was actually whether Su Yong had gone home. "Daddy isn't home yet," Su Yong said. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream felt an inexplicable sense of disdain. Perhaps it was because there was a beauty in Su Yong's house that she was left alone. However, the netizens could completely understand. After all, he was a super big shot. "Kankian, when you come back, Daddy will rest for a while and bring you out to play," Su Yong said. Upon hearing Su Yong's words, Su Kankian was very happy. "All right," Su Kankian added. "You still have to bring Sister Gongchuan along." "Well, bring Sister Gongchuan along," Su Yong agreed. Su Kankian added, "Don't treat Sister Gongchuan as heir." "Yes, Daddy want," Su Yong replied again. Su Kankian continued, "You have to bring Sister Wangking along too." "Sure. She still has to come to our house," Su Yong said. "Daddy, Little Flower also wants to see you. Is that okay?" Su Kankian asked. "All right. Daddy will listen to Kankian." Su Yong agreed again. "Daddy is the best." Hee hee. Su Kankian giggled. How could the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream not know that Su Yong doted on his daughter? However, for some reason, Su Kankian seemed to be picking a stepmother. However, the netizens were not fools. How could they not tell that Su Yong was not interested in them? The netizens sighed. Is this the realm of a super big shot? Sigh. If I could marry Lin Gongchuang and Wang Wangking, I'd gladly lose 10 years of my life. 10 years, I'd gladly lose 50 years from my lifespan. Brother, you're really ruthless. The netizens were not just saying that. If it was really possible, they would not hesitate. 10 minutes later, the call ended. Although they only talked about some daily topics, and they did not talk about the Otherworld Instance Dungeon, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream still discovered a secret. They learned that Su Yang could enter 5 alternate worlds at will, including the fact that he could enter the Western Demon Realm. However, the netizens could not understand what Su Yang was busy with. However, the netizens guessed that Su Yang might also be conducting trials in higher-level dungeons in the 5 alternate worlds. Everything Su Yang did was definitely to pave the way for Su Kainqian's future. Thus, the netizens came to a conclusion. Su Yang might have experienced the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trials that Su Kainqian had experienced. Otherwise, how would Su Yang know that there were so many dungeons in the 5 alternate worlds? At this moment, the 6-eared macaque and Shadow Pig returned. The 6-eared macaque and Shadow Pig had gone back and forth for about half an hour. Master, there really is a bold demon king in the skyscraping cave of Accumulated Thunder Mountain, the 6-eared macaque said. At this moment, the demon-eating flower also came over. Then, she asked, Little monkey, is that bull demon king very tall? How tall is he? As the demon-eating flower spoke, she drooled. The 6-eared macaque nodded, and said, Little martial ant, I've never seen the bull demon king in his true form. He's now in the form of a minotaur, about 3 meters tall. The 6-eared macaque turned to Su Kainqian, and said, It's very lively in the skyscraping cave of Accumulated Thunder Mountain. Many demons have come. It seems like they are holding a banquet. A banquet? Is the bull demon king getting married? It was Wang Wonking who asked this question. The 6-eared macaque nodded, and said, Most likely. I was far away, so I couldn't see clearly. At this moment, the Shadow Pig said, Brother Monkey, my ears are rather sharp. I vaguely heard something about the banana princess. The banana princess, Wang Wonking asked with a frown. The Shadow Pig shook his head, and said, Martial ant, I don't know more. Wang Wonking said, Maybe one know. Upon hearing this, Su Kainqian and the others looked at Wang Wonking. Wang Wonking said directly, My guess is that the bold demon king of the skyscraping cave is really going to marry someone. Furthermore, the person he's marrying is very likely to be the banana princess. Martial ant, did you already know that the banana princess would marry the bull demon king? The 6-eared macaque asked. Not really. Wang Wonking shook her head, and analyzed. Previously, we borrowed the banana princess banana leaf fan, but she only let a group of banana spirits follow us. Why didn't she personally follow us for such an important banana leaf fan? The demon-eating flower asked. Why? Wang Wonking said, Because she has more important things to do. Sister Wonking, I still don't understand. The demon-eating flower shook her head. Wang Wonking analyzed it in detail again. Think about it. We offended the banana princess. If she doesn't trust us, why doesn't she follow us personally? That can only mean that she didn't believe we would return the banana leaf fan to begin with. Not only that, but the banana princess also wants to kill us for our Dharma treasures. The 6-eared macaque said, I didn't expect that the banana princess to not give up. Wang Wonking said, She must have taken a fancy to the Dharma treasures we have. This is only secondary. The main reason might be that she wants to eat Kainqian. At the mention of eating Su Kainqian, both the 6-eared macaque and Shadow Pig felt deep understanding. After all, Su Kainqian had a very strange attraction that made the demons have a strange thought. They felt that eating Su Kainqian could let them increase the strength of their demon Dao. The moment Wang Wonking said that, the 6-eared macaque and Shadow Pig looked at the demon-eating flower in unison. However, the demon-eating flower shook her head repeatedly, and said, I want eat Sister Kainqian. Wang Wonking did not say that the demon-eating flower wanted to eat Su Kainqian. However, the 6-eared macaque and Shadow Pig still had such a grudge against the demon-eating flower. Even though Su Kainqian was not a demon, if even other demons wanted to eat Su Kainqian, Did that not mean that the demon-eating flower would also have such thoughts? Really? If Sister Kankian is gone, I will be very sad. The demon-eating flower recalled that her first friend was Su Kankian, and they had been together all the way. Perhaps the demon-eating flower really had such desires. But when she thought of how happy she was with Su Kankian, she could really suppress her desires. Wang Wonking said, "Six-eared macaque, shadow pig, she won't do this. Kankian is the most important to her. Little flower want." Su Kankian said. Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque and shadow pig looked away from the demon-eating flower. Wang Wonking said, "Even if the banana princess had the banana leaf fan, should not be our match. Therefore, if she doesn't want to let us off, what can she do?" The six-eared macaque and shadow pig immediately understood. Chapter 443 Chapter 443 The six-eared macaque and shadow pig fighting the bull demon king. Chapter 443 The six-eared macaque and shadow pig fighting the bull demon king. The banana princess needed the bull demon king's strength to kill Su Kankian and the others. There was no need to ask why the banana princess was willing to use her lifelong happiness in exchange for benefits and revenge. Demons were not like humans who cared about the relationship between men and women. It was better to talk about benefits than to talk about feelings with demons. "Master, that bull demon king is here to deal with us. Furthermore, there are many demons coming this time. Are we going to the sky scraping cave now?" the six-eared macaque asked. "Yes." Su Kankian nodded. She definitely had to go. Not only did she have to go, but she also had to go to the banquet. They were afraid that the bull demon king would come to deal with Su Kankian and the others before the banquet started. Wang Wonking said, "The other demons are fine. They won't participate. Our enemies are only the bull demon king and banana princess." After some discussion, Su Kankian and the others immediately went to the skyscraping cave. It was only that Su Kankian wanted to eat at the banquet, while the demon-eating flower wanted to eat the bull demon king. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig were thinking about how to deal with the bull demon king. If they could not defeat the bull demon king, how could they retreat? Wang Wonking wondered how strong the bull demon king was, and if she could deal with him. Everyone went to the skyscraping cave with different thoughts. Outside the skyscraping cave, demons went to deliver congratulatory gifts to the bull demon king. The liveliness of a demon's wedding was no less than a human's wedding banquet. Furthermore, the bull demon king was one of the top demons in the western demon realm. It was even more lively when Su Kankian and the others appeared outside the skyscraping cave. It immediately attracted the attention of Ale the demons. "Who are they?" "3 demons and 2 humans. It's King Six-Eared." "Who's that pig demon? He looks very strong. The demon-eating flower is also so powerful. Could it be that they treat those 2 humans as a wedding gift?" "Not bad. A beauty and a little girl. That little girl seems to be very extraordinary. Why do I have a strange feeling that she's very delicious?" These demons were discussing Su Kankian and company, but no demons came forward to talk to them. Rumble. Suddenly, an intense commotion came from the cave. Following that, a demon with black-brown fur and a bull head walked out of skyscraping cave. "It's you." When the bull demon king spoke, he seemed to emit a domineering aura. The other demons actually felt reverence. Just then, the banana princess, who was wearing a red wedding attire, also walked out of skyscraping cave. Unknowingly, Su Kankian and company had already been surrounded by the demons of skyscraping cave and the evil spirits of the banana ridge. "Husband, it's them," the banana princess said aggrievedly. "They were the ones who bullied me." Hearing this, the bull demon king's body trembled, and a powerful demonic aura spread from his body. Clearly, the bull demon king was angry. "You guys are really bold. You even dare to bully my wife. If one don't kill you today, how can one still have the face to appear in the western demon realm?" The bull demon king spread his hands, and a metal rod appeared in his hand. Clearly, the banana princess had exaggerated in front of the bull demon king. The demon-eating flower said to Su Kankian, "Sister Kankian, is he delicious?" Su Kankian said, Stir-fried beef is delicious. As soon as these words were spoken, the Bull Demon King was completely furious. How could he not know that the conversation between the demon eating flower and Su Kaienkian was humiliating him? The demons who came to congratulate them knew that Su Kaienkian and company were doomed. I've seen bold people, but I've never seen anyone who isn't afraid of death. They are courting death. Isn't that so? Is the Bull Demon King someone they can offend? They are really arrogant. They even dare to bully the Bull Demon King. Let's see how the Bull Demon King deals with them. The other demons that did not belong to the Bull Demon King had no intention of attacking. Of course, if the Bull Demon King needed them, they would help him deal with Su Kaienkian and the others without hesitation. However, in the eyes of these demons, the Bull Demon King was so powerful that there was no need for other demons to take action. Brother Monkey. The Shadow Pig approached Six-Eared Macaque and said, "This Bull Demon King is even stronger than us. It looks like he's at LV 47 or 48. I'm afraid even Martial Ant and Little Martial Ant won't be able to deal with him. We can't let Master and Martial Ant and Little Martial Ant fall into danger." The Six-Eared Macaque needed to borrow Su Kaienkian's power to go to the Dragon Palace and obtain the Ri Jingu Bang needle form. Previously, the Six-Eared Macaque had thought of becoming sworn brothers with the Bull Demon King. However, in the Six-Eared Macaque's opinion, even if he became sworn brothers with the Bull Demon King, the Bull Demon King wouldn't help him go to the Dragon Palace to obtain the Ri Jingu Bang needle form. Moreover, Wang Wonking had also told the Six-Eared Macaque that even if he killed the Bull Demon King in the Western Demon region, he would not eventually enter the main storyline of the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. During the journey to the West, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, relied on his own strength to go to the East Ocean Dragon Palace alone and obtain the Ri Jingu Bang needle form. "I can deal with you myself." The Bull Demon King was going to show off. He thought that he could make the Banana Princess fall in love with him even more by relying on his own strength to deal with Su Kaienkian and company. The Bull Demon King was an affectionate demon, but it was not difficult to see that he was very prideful. Not only that, but he was also a little stupid. To put it bluntly, he was single-minded. However, the Bull Demon King was powerful enough. Otherwise, the other demons would not be so respectful to him. "Master, let me try with Little Pig Bro." The Six-Eared Macaque and Shadow Pig were no match for the Bull Demon King even if they joined forces. However, the Six-Eared Macaque wanted to fight with the Bull Demon King and know how strong he was. Su Kaienkian, the demon-eating flower, and Wang Wonking all agreed. Most importantly, Wang Wonking also wanted to know how powerful the Bull Demon King was and what Dharma treasures he had. If they rushed forward like this, what if they were caught off guard by the Bull Demon King? After all, it was the Bull Demon King. Currently, it was the strongest demon Su Kaienkian and company had encountered in the Western Demon Realm. Beside the Bull Demon King, the Banana Princess' eyes emitted a cold light. Her hope was that the Bull Demon King, Su Kaienkian, and the others would fight to the death, and she would reap the benefits. Not only did the Banana Princess want to kill Su Kaienkian and the others, but she also wanted to devour everything the Bull Demon King had obtained. After all, the current Banana Princess was already the Bull Demon King's wife. If the Bull Demon King died, then as his wife, the Banana Princess naturally had the right to annex everything in the skyscraping cave. At this moment, the Six-Eared Macaque and Shadow Pig were already fighting with the Bull Demon King. Chapter 4, Pa 44. Chapter 4, Pa 44 Su Kaienkian is the ultimate finale. Chapter 444 Su Kaienkian is the ultimate finale. The Six-Eared Macaque and the Shadow Pig used all their abilities from the beginning. They did not dare to hold back anything. That was a battle with the Bull Demon King. How could the Six-Eared Macaque and Shadow Pig not go all out? Dust flew in the surroundings, and waves swept up. All the demons were very self-aware, and retreated more than 100 meters. Some hung on trees, some hid behind rocks, and some even jumped into the water. How can King Six-Eared and that Shadow Pig defeat the Bull Demon King? In less than a round, King Six-Eared and the Shadow Pig will definitely lose. The Bull Demon King hasn't even used his true strength. I remember that the Bull Demon King's law embodiment of heaven and earth is very powerful. But I've never seen it with my own eyes. I wonder if 111 have the chance to see it today. The demons completely treated this battle as the Bull Demon King's personal show. As expected, the six-eared macaque and the shadow pig were sent flying by the Bull Demon King in less than 10 moves. This was before the Bull Demon King even got serious. The demon-eating flower was on. An extremely strange smell was emitted from the demon-eating flower. When this smell spread to the surroundings, it made people feel psychedelic. Was it hallucination or reality? They actually saw a flower bloom around the demon-eating flower. Under the rhizome, it kept absorbing the surrounding nutrients. As the flower bloomed, a group of demons appeared. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig knew very well that these were the black-bellied flood dragon, Dragon King, and the other demons they had killed along the way. This was an innate ability of the demon-eating flower. She could reproduce the demons she had eaten through her flowers. However, the demons could only last until the flowers withered. Dragon King, black-bellied flood dragon, 1,000-year-old demon. What is the ability of the demon-eating flower? She's a flower demon. How can she be so terrifying? Boom! In an instant, the Bull Demon King became larger. It was his law embodiment of heaven and earth that made him huge. The Bull Demon King suddenly became as big as a mountain. Let's see how he'll crush you. The Bull Demon King stepped on the demon-eating flower. The Dragon King, black-bellied flood dragon, and the other demons in the form of flowers immediately rushed to meet him. However, they still could not stop the Bull Demon King's pressure. Crack! In an instant, everything under his feet was crushed. The Bull Demon King raised his right foot and stepped towards the demon-eating flower. Seeing this, the six-eared macaque and shadow pig immediately came over to help the demon-eating flower. The six-eared macaque braced himself with both hands. The shadow pig was also using his nine-toothed rake to push against the Bull Demon King's feet. It's so heavy. The six-eared macaque almost fainted. Brother monkey, I can't take it anymore. The shadow pig's entire body trembled. He had already used all his strength, but he still could not withstand it. Bang! At this moment, a huge Vajra ring bounced off the Bull Demon King's right foot. The revolving Vajra ring kept shrinking and returned to Wang Wonking's wrist. Wang Wonking walked over step by step. The Bull Demon King stared at Wang Wonking. Vajra ring. This is my little brother's Dharma treasure. Why is it in your hands? The Bull Demon King questioned. Wang Wonking had no intention of lying. She said bluntly, I killed him. As soon as these words were spoken, the Bull Demon King directed all his anger on Wang Wonking. A mere human child dares to kill my underling. The Bull Demon King held the iron rod and struck down at Wang Wonking. Because of the Bull Demon King's law embodiment of heaven and earth, the iron rod also became huge, just like a pillar that supported the sky. Bang! Wang Wonking used the Vajra ring in her hand to block the Bull Demon King's attack. However, the Vajra ring kept trembling. She could clearly feel that the Vajra ring would probably be broken if it blocked another 3 to 5 attacks. Even Dharma treasures could be destroyed. This was an indisputable fact. Wang Wonking knew that the power of the Bull Demon King's strike just now was definitely at the level of knocking a mountain and scaring a tiger. Moreover, Wang Wonking also knew that the Bull Demon King did not use his full strength. If the Bull Demon King fought with all his might, how powerful would he be? Six-eared macaque, shadow pig, little flower. Retreat first. I'll fight with him. Wang Wonking knew that the six-eared macaque, shadow pig, and demon-eating flower were no match for this Bull Demon King. If they continued to tremble, it was very likely that they would be killed by the Bull Demon King. Behind the Bull Demon King, the Banana Princess muttered to herself, It's you. If not for you, I wouldn't have been played by that crazy monkey. In the Banana Princess' opinion, Wang Wonking was the greatest threat among Su Qian and the others. However, the Banana Princess did not wish for the Bull Demon King to defeat Wang Wonking. Instead, she wanted the Bull Demon King and Wang Wonking to perish together, or at least end with both sides injured. Hearing Wang Wonking's words, the six-eared macaque, shadow pig, and the demon-eating flower immediately retreated to Su Kangqian's side. The surrounding demons looked at Wang Wangqing. I didn't expect this human woman to be so powerful. What's powerful is only her Dharma treasure. The Vajra ring? Not necessarily. If the master is strong enough, a Dharma treasure can be used to the extreme. In that case, this woman is even stronger than us. How terrifying. There's nothing to be afraid of. No matter how powerful she is, she's no match for the bold Demon King. The demons did not believe that Wang Wangqing had the strength to defeat the bold Demon King. Whoosh! In an instant, Wang Wangqing waved her right hand, immediately forming a violent wind that swept towards the bold Demon King. However, when the bold Demon King was swept by the violent wind, he only slowed down a little. Is this the best this wind can do? After becoming bigger, the bold Demon King completely disregarded Wang Wangqing's wind summoning technique. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were also shocked. Holy SHT! One, remember that Wang Wangqing's wind summoning technique can send a statue dozens of meters away. The bull demon king in the Western demon realm is really FC-king powerful. That's right. He's on a completely different level from the previous demons. Although the bull demon king is irritable, he's also extremely protective. The netizens felt that Wang Wangqing would not be able to do well against the bull demon king. After all, Wang Wangqing's strength had not reached LV 47 or 48. At most, she was at LV 46. But how long had it been? When Wang Wangqing first entered the Western demon realm, her strength had only been around LV 40. Her current strength had already reached LV 46. Perhaps, Wang Wangqing's strength had already reached LV 47. If Wang Wangqing went all out, she might be able to fight the bull demon king. Perhaps Wang Wangqing could really defeat the bull demon king. Moreover, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were not worried that anything would happen to Wang Wangqing. The reason was simple. Su Yong had already said it. Chapter 445. Chapter 445. I oppose this marriage. Chapter 445. I oppose this marriage. In the Western demon realm, no one was more powerful than Su Kangqian. Hence, Su Kangqian was the finale. The bull demon king said to Wang Wangqing, even if you have a Vajra ring that can become bigger, it can't trap me. Without a Dharma treasure like the Vajra ring, what can you use to fight me? The bull demon king knew that Wang Wangqing's most powerful Dharma treasure was the Vajra ring. However, it was also a fact that the Vajra ring could not do anything to the bull demon king. Wang Wangqing did not reply. She immediately raised her right hand. Instantly, dark clouds covered the sky, followed by a bolt of lightning that descended at lightning speed. The lightning brought with it the power of lightning and struck the bull demon king. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the bull demon king roared. The two sounds intersected, as if they wanted to tear the sky apart. Bang! Instantly, the bull demon king knelt on one knee, and supported himself with the iron rod in his hand. However, thick smoke rose from his body, as if a volcano had just been extinguished. Moreover, the bull demon king's breathing was extremely loud. After letting out a rumbling sound, the bull demon king trembled and actually stood up again. What a powerful little girl. She can actually draw heavenly lightning and injure me. When the bull demon king said this, he was actually not angry. He then said to Wang Wangqing, as long as you become my wife, I'll let you off. As soon as these words were spoken, the demons were completely shocked. What, the bull demon king wants to marry this human girl? Wouldn't that be a double blessing? That's right. The bull demon king is so powerful. It's not too much to marry two women at once. Right. Can I object to this marriage? You object. They are a perfect match. Why would a little demon like you have the right to object? The demons who objected were all demons who were on good terms with the banana spirit. Behind Wang Wangqing, the six-eared macaque and shadow pig were shocked. This bull demon king actually wants to marry martial ant. The six-eared macaque did not expect the bull demon king to develop feelings for Wang Wangqing because of the battle. How could the demons in the Western demon realm not know that the bull demon king was a typical old cow eating young grass? Furthermore, everyone knew about it. Whichever demon was good-looking, this bull demon king wanted to marry that demon. Typically, those pretty demons avoided the Bull Demon King. After all, the Bull Demon King had lived for thousands of years, and could be considered a Grandmaster-level demon. As for the other demons, they had lived for more than 100 years. In the eyes of the Bull Demon King, who had lived for thousands of years, they were naturally young grass. Moreover, how old was Wang Wangking? She was only 21 years old. Brother Monkey, we can't let Martial Ant marry the Bull Demon King. The Shadow Pig believed that if Wang Wangking married the Bull Demon King, her life would really be ruined. The Six-Eared Macaque said. The Martial Ant won't agree. The Six-Eared Macaque was certain that even if Wang Wangking died, she would never marry the Bull Demon King. Not to mention whether Wang Wangking could withstand it. Just the fickleness of the Bull Demon King made his wives grit their teeth in hatred. One had to know that the Banana Princess wasn't Bull Demon King's first wife. The Bull Demon King had married dozens of wives in his life. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream did not expect the Bull Demon King to want to marry Wang Wangking. This Bull Demon King has really become a role model for us. You can't even stand having multiple wives. However, speaking of which, the Bull Demon King is really a model of our generation. He married young and beautiful evil spirits. I also oppose this marriage. It's not even set in stone yet. Even a fool knows that Wang Wangking will definitely reject it. The netizens definitely knew that Wang Wangking would reject it. Even if Wang Wangking was a demon from the demon world, Wang Wangking would not agree. Moreover, Wang Wangking was a chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, outside Skyscraping Cave, the Banana Princess expression turned ferocious. I can't let her marry the Bull Demon King. The Banana Princess was thinking about how to get the Bull Demon King to kill Wang Wangking. In the Banana Princess' opinion, if the Bull Demon King really married Wang Wangking, she would definitely lose favor. After all, the Bull Demon King not only liked the new and hated the old, but he also cared a lot about looks. It had to be said that even the Banana Princess in human form couldn't compare to Wang Wangking in terms of appearance. It was not that Wang Wangking had a devastatingly beautiful face, but that her figure was too good. Su Qianqian knew very well. After all, Su Qianqian had been carried by Wang Wangking before, and they had even slept together. That fragrant and soft feeling was very comfortable. At this moment, Wang Wangking said to the Bull Demon King, "One refuse." As soon as these words were spoken, the Bull Demon King was stunned. As for the Banana Princess, it was as if a huge rock had been removed from her heart. The demons mocked Wang Wangking. She actually dared to reject the Bull Demon King. Looks like she won't survive. The Bull Demon King definitely won't let her off. Perhaps he won't kill Wang Wangking, but rather be her until she can't take care of herself. Then, he might force her to marry him. That's right, how can a woman targeted by the Bull Demon King escape from the Bull Demon King? Anyway, I really approve of this marriage. Although the demons were speaking against their will, they knew that they could not offend the Bull Demon King. How serious would the consequences be if they offended the Bull Demon King? That was a dead end. You're a young lady I've set my mind on. Stop struggling. Haha. The Bull Demon King actually ignored Wang Wangking's rejection. As expected, as long as the Bull Demon King had set his mind on a wife, he had to get her. Otherwise, he would definitely not let the matter rest. The Bull Demon King did not care who agreed or objected to this marriage. What a shameless old bull, the Six-Eared Macaque squeaked. Now, the Six-Eared Macaque had a very bad impression of the Bull Demon King. Previously, he had even thought of becoming sworn brothers with the Bull Demon King. If he had a chance to become sworn brothers with the Bull Demon King now, Six-Eared Macaque would definitely be unwilling. Meanwhile, the Bull Demon King said to Wang Wangking, "Your thunder-attracting technique just now was indeed impressive. But one no longer take it seriously. Little lady, you'd better submit obediently lest you hurt your body. One still have to have sex with you. Shameless." The demons could not stand it anymore. They had never seen such a shameless demon. However, the demons were just spectators. How could they have the ability to affect the situation? If they really had the ability, they would probably be even more shameless. Qianqian. Just then, Wang Wonking turned around and called out to Su Kainqian. She seemed to have something to say to Su Kainqian. Kainqian, take a closer look. With that, Wang Wonking clasped her hands tightly. No one could guess what she was doing. Chapter 446 Roaming Dragon Roar. I'll send you to the west. Chapter 446 Roaming Dragon Roar. I'll send you to the west. Whoosh! In an instant, a complete fluctuation was released from Wang Wonking's body. It was the aura of a dragon elephant. The invisible shock wave made the surrounding demons feel a strong sense of fear. They could not help but retreat dozens of meters. The bold demon king also sensed vast power coming from Wang Wonking. All the demons knew that Wang Wonking was about to use her ultimate move. They had already hidden far away, afraid that they would be implicated. However, behind the bold demon king, the banana princess revealed an eerie smile. In her opinion, Wang Wonking might really be able to fight the bold demon king to the death. If the bold demon king and Wang Wonking really suffered heavy losses, the banana princess would feel confident that she could kill Su Kainqian and the others. Of course, it wasn't that she would do it alone. As Mrs. Bull, she could command the bold demon king's lackeys to deal with Su Kainqian and the others. However, the banana princess' wish was probably going to fail. After all, the banana princess did not know that Su Kainqian was the finale. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were also very curious about Wang Wonking. What big move was she holding back? From the looks of it, it seemed to be very powerful. Suddenly, a dazzling white light shot out from Wang Wonking's hands. This was not a flash grenade. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream watched Wang Wonking's livestream without blinking. A white phantom appeared in Wang Wonking's hands. On a closer look, it was a white dragon phantom. Roar! The white dragon phantom actually emitted the power of a dragon roar. The bull demon king's pupils suddenly constricted. He immediately raised the iron rod in his hand to guard against attacks. However, the white dragon rushed into the sky and directly pierced through the bull demon king's body. The bull demon king immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of spell is this? It can actually injure my essence soul. The bull demon king's expression was extremely ferocious, but he did not seem to have fallen because of this. Wang Wonking was panting. It was obvious that the move just now had consumed a lot of Wang Wonking's energy. The six-eared macaque and shadow pig were shocked. Brother monkey, what spell did martial ant use just now? The shadow pig asked. The six-eared macaque shook his head and said, I'm not sure either, but it looks very powerful. If we were hit by this spell, we would probably die on the spot. Why hasn't that old bull fallen yet? The shadow pig did not expect the bold demon king to be so powerful. Moreover, the current Wang Wonking seemed to be exhausted, and her body was much weaker. The six-eared macaque also felt it. Wang Wonking could not use this spell again. It was not difficult for everyone to see that Wang Wonking's spell had consumed too much energy. It should be Wang Wonking's greatest killing move. However, Wang Wonking's greatest killing move could not kill the Bull Demon King. However, it injured the Bull Demon King's essence soul. What a troublesome young lady. Killing intent actually blossomed in the Bull Demon King's eyes. He did not want to kill Wang Wonking. He just thought that he had to cripple Wang Wonking. Otherwise, if he married Wang Wonking in the future, he might really be killed by her. However, wasn't the Bull Demon King thinking too much? Wang Wonking ignored the Bull Demon King and turned to Su Kainqian, who was behind her, saying, Kainqian, have you learned it? I did. After Su Kainqian nodded, she asked, Sister Wonking, what spell is that? Roaming Dragon Cry. Wang Wonking said honestly. If one were to ask Wang Wonking how she learned the spell Roaming Dragon Cry, she really could not say. After all, she had obtained the dragon essence. After fusing with it, the spell Roaming Dragon Cry slowly appeared in her mind. Actually, the wind summoning technique, the rain summoning technique, and the thunder attracting technique were all naturally in her brain. Therefore, Wang Wonking naturally could not tell how she knew the Roaming Dragon Cry. So cool. Su Kainqian liked the Roaming Dragon Cry very much. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were puzzled. It seems like Wang Wonking has imparted the roaming dragon cry to Su Kangqian. Su Kangqian learned it after seeing it once. Even so, that Su Kangqian doesn't have dragon essence or dragon elephant aura. Can she really release the roaming dragon cry like Wang Wonking? It's hard to say. Think about it. How did Wang Wonking get the dragon essence? That's right. It's Su Yang. At this moment, the netizens seemed to understand something. Since Su Yang could give Wang Wonking such a shocking opportunity, that meant that Su Yang really did not need this shocking fortune. Moreover, why did he give this shocking fortune to Wang Wonking, and not his daughter? There was only one explanation. It was naturally not because Su Yang had a good impression of Wang Wonking. It was because Su Yang and Su Kangqian did not need this shocking fortune. So why didn't they need it? Perhaps they had long exceeded this kind of luck. At this moment, Su Kangqian walked towards Wang Wonking. The Bull Demon King knew that the current Wang Wonking could no longer fight. As for the six-eared macaque, the shadow pig, and the demon-eating flower, they were not worth mentioning in the eyes of the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King looked at Su Kangqian. He did not think that Su Kangqian would also have such a terrifying killer move. The Bull Demon King took a deep breath, and the demonic chi released from his body spread in the surroundings, making people shudder. However, Su Kangqian did not feel the slightest bit of fear. The netizens finally understood why Su Kangqian was not afraid. It was not because Su Kangqian was born without fear, but because Su Kangqian was so powerful that she had never been afraid of the Bull Demon King. Why would she be afraid of someone weaker than her? At that moment, Su Kangqian followed the earlier example, and clasped her hands tightly. Suddenly, a dark purple light was released from Su Kangqian's hands. A black dragon phantom actually appeared in the light. Roar! The power of the dragon roar shook the sky. The eyes of all the demons present were about to fall out, and they were about to suffocate. Dragon? Purple black dragon? What kind of dragon is this? Why does a human girl have such strength? The demons retreated another 100 meters. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream could not believe their eyes. However, the netizens seemed to know why Su Kangqian had such a mysterious, great power. Because of Su Yang. Su Yang had to have fused the power of the true dragon with Su Kangqian. Go! Crack! The purple-black light was actually wrapped in lightning. The true dragon phantom was lifelike, and the power it brought swept through everything in front of it. If this roaming dragon cry directly hit the Bull Demon King, it would really send him to the afterlife. Chapter 447 Chapter 447 Flood Dragon Demon King of Stony Mountains Emerald Waves Lake. Chapter 447 Flood Dragon Demon King of Stony Mountains Emerald Waves Lake. Suddenly, the Bull Demon King's essence soul was destroyed. The demons fled in all directions. Even the demon lackeys under the Bull Demon King fled the scene. What? Should they stay behind to show their surprise? More like stay behind to die. Even the banana princess had fled with her tail between her legs. He's dead. The Bull Demon King was killed by Master. The Shadow Pig was extremely shocked. He did not expect his master to kill the Bull Demon King with one move. One had to know that this Bull Demon King was one of the demon patriarchs of the Western Demon Realm. Once this matter spread, it would definitely alarm the entire Western Demon Realm. The six-eared macaque said, "Our master is too mysterious and powerful." The six-eared macaque also thought that there were other mysterious and powerful forces hidden in Su Kangqian's body. Why was Su Kangqian so monstrous? There was only one explanation: her father was even more monstrous. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream suddenly became puzzled. Why do you think Wang Wonking knows that Su Kangqian can release such a powerful roaming dragon cry spell? I guess it's because Wang Wonking has the aura of a dragon elephant. There's a thing called resonance. So Wang Wonking knows that Su Kangqian has this dragon elephant power. I think there are still many mysterious powers on Su Kangqian that have yet to be revealed. That's for sure. Think about it. Who is Su Kangqian's father? He's a super big shot who's 20 levels higher than the demons in the Western Demon Realm. Do you understand what the difference of 20 levels is? One don't know. One only know that Su Yang is super awesome. The netizens actually took it for granted that Su Kankian had the power of a dragon elephant. Ever since Su Kankian carried out the trial in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon 9 Nether Demon Cave, the netizens in the Heavenly Dell livestream had already known that she had the power of demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts. Not only that, but they also knew that Su Kankian was a cultivator. The netizens believed that from the moment Su Kankian was born, Su Yong had already begun to integrate various powers into Su Kankian. Others could not do it, but Su Yong, who had the strength of a supreme, could indeed do it. Outside the skyscraping cave, it was a mess. Only Su Kankian and company were left here. The other demons had long fled. Sister Wonking. So powerful Su Kankian was actually not weak. One had to know that when Wang Wonking used the roaming dragon cry just now, she almost escaped. It could only be said that the power contained in Su Kankian was much stronger than Wang Wonking's. That's right. Kankian is really amazing. Wang Wonking's words were not to cater to Su Kankian, but from the bottom of her heart, she felt that Su Kankian was really amazing. Of course, for a 5-year-old girl, praise was indispensable. The more you praised her, the more confident she became. It was especially so because she was a child. If children cultivated confidence from a young age, they would be able to live a new life in the future. In the Western demon realm, demons who could destroy Su Kankian's confidence and make her suffer and live in fear had yet to be born. A moment later, Su Kankian and the others entered the skyscraping cave. There were many things in the skyscraping cave. However, there were no gifts. It was obvious that they had been taken away. All the Dharma treasures have been taken away. The 6-eared macaque and shadow pig did not find a single Dharma treasure in the skyscraping cave. Was it that banana princess? The shadow pig asked. The 6-eared macaque shook his head and said, "It's not just the banana princess. There are other demons. Once Bull Demon King dies, his lackeys will definitely split the Dharma treasures. Unless we die, it's impossible for the banana princess to regain control of Sky Scraping Cave's demon faction as Mrs. Bull. Brother Monkey, are we still chasing after the banana princess? The 6-eared macaque asked. There's no need to chase. The Western demon realm is so big. We still have to travel west with Master. We don't have time to chase after the banana princess. The 6-eared macaque believed that even if the banana princess had the intention to take revenge, now that even the Bull Demon King had died at Su Kankian's hands, the banana princess would be unable to kill Su Kankian and the others even if she wanted to. Furthermore, when the banana princess saw Su Kankian and company, she began to hide far away. Therefore, the banana princess would definitely hide. She might not even appear in the banana ridge. It was definitely not worth it to waste a lot of time and energy to kill a banana princess. What the 6-eared macaque felt uncomfortable about was that there were no Dharma treasures here. Nor were there any Dharma treasures on the Bull Demon King. However, the iron rod was taken away by the 6-eared macaque. It's time for beef. The demon-eating flower asked the 6-eared macaque and the shadow pig to help roast the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King had just died. Moreover, the Bull Demon King that had revealed his true form was not small. He was 6 meters tall. Basically, the demon-eating flower could eat her fill. The 6-eared macaque and shadow pig knew very well that the demon-eating flower was a demon that specialized in eating demons. Even if the Bull Demon King's essence soul was destroyed, this body of the Bull Demon King contained extremely terrifying power. Even the 6-eared macaque wanted to eat 2 more pieces of roast beef. Su Kankian and Wang Wonking were still in the skyscraping cave. Sister Wonking, is the Bull Demon King that poor? There are no more treasures here. Su Kankian said. Wang Wonking said, how should one put it earlier on? The gifts and Dharma treasures here were all snatched up by other demons. Furthermore, the skyscraping cave isn't the Bull Demon King's only residence. I see. Su Kankian nodded. Su Kankian continued. Did the Bull Demon King's lackeys take it away? That should be the case. There's also that banana princess. Wang Wonking continued. They probably ran as far as they could. If we Catch up to them and snatch the treasure. It will waste a lot of time. They are all scattered, so it's not easy to find them. I understand. Su Kainqian did not want to chase after the demons who had taken away the treasures. She was just curious about the treasures, and did not feel that she had to obtain all the treasures. Moreover, Su Kainqian also knew that this otherworld instance dungeon trial had already reached the later stages. They would definitely encounter stronger demons in the future and have a chance to obtain more powerful Dharma treasures. To Su Kainqian, a Dharma treasure was really just a new toy. At this moment, a new check-in point appeared in Su Kainqian's and Wang Wangqing's mind. Sister Wangqing, the next check-in point is the Emerald Waves Lake. As soon as Su Kainqian finished speaking, Wang Wangqing immediately thought of the journey to the west. This was because not only had the Emerald Waves Lake appeared during the journey to the west, but it was also a demon territory that was not inferior to the Bull Demon King's. Sister Wangqing, do you know what kind of place the Emerald Waves Lake is? Su Kainqian asked. Wang Wangqing replied truthfully. The Flood Dragon Demon King of Rocky Mountains Emerald Waves Lake. Chapter 448 Chapter 448 The Demon Eating Flower begins to transform. Chapter 448 The Demon Eating Flower begins to transform. Wang Wangqing was not too sure either. After all, the journey to the west only had an extremely high overlap with the Western Demon Realm. However, the Western Demon Realm was not Journey to the West. It could only be said that the Western Demon Realm was a low-quality version of Journey to the West. If it was a high-end version of Journey to the West, how powerful would be the Bull Demon King of the Western Demon Realm? It was not only the Bull Demon King, but also the six-eared macaque. Sister Wangqing, isn't the Flood Dragon Demon King very powerful in the journey to the west? Su Kainqian asked. Very impressive, Wang Wangqing said. The Great Sage Bull Demon King. The Great Sage overturning the Sea Flood Dragon Demon King. The Great Sage throwing heaven into confusion Rock Demon King. The Great Sage who moves mountains Lane Camel King. The Great Sage informing Wind Macaque Kingsbow. The Great Sage who drives away gods Tamarin King. And the Great Sage equal to heaven are called the Seven Great Sages. Then it's about the same as the Bull Demon King? Su Kainqian asked. Wang Wangqing said. In the journey to the west, there are very few records of the Flood Dragon Demon King. However, demons who can call the Monkey King their brother must be very strong. Moreover, this is the Western Demon Realm. One believed that the Flood Dragon Demon King's strength should not be inferior to the Bull Demon King's. Su Kainqian's strength was indeed enough to deal with all the demons in the Western Demon Realm. However, to Wang Wangqing, if the Flood Dragon Demon King's strength was similar to the Bull Demon King, then her current strength was not enough to kill him. However, if Wang Wangqing used her full strength, she could definitely severely injure the Flood Dragon Demon King. Moreover, Wang Wangqing's strength had been improving crazily. Not only Wang Wangqing was like this, but also the Demon Eating Flower. Although the strength of the Shadow Pig and the six-eared macaque was far inferior to the Bull Demon King's, if the six-eared macaque could obtain a divine weapon like the Ri Jingu Bang needle form, he would definitely be able to fight the Flood Dragon Demon King. In the end, there was still Su Kainqian to back him up. If there was really a Flood Dragon Demon King in Rocky Mountains Emerald Waves Lake, then Wang Wangqing guessed that the next check-in points were very likely related to the Seven Sages. After all, Wang Wangqing already knew that the check-in trials in the later stages involved demons that were very powerful. A moment later, the demon-eating flower had already eaten a large plate of stir-fried beef. Even in the Western Demon Realm, it was still the flesh of the Bull Demon King. Stir-fried beef was a dish made by the Shadow Pig. Although the Shadow Pig was not strong, he was really a capable person. He could take care of everything. The Shadow Pig even knew how to make clothes. It had to be said that the Shadow Pig was a good home demon. Delicious. The demon-eating flower placed a large plate of stir-fried beef in her mouth without chewing. As for the taste, she only needed to eat it to feel it. Little white pig, your culinary skills are really good, the demon-eating flower said. The Shadow Pig said, thank you for your praise. Little martial ant, More than 3 hours later, everyone was full. Su Kainqian and Wang Wongking ate the least. The six-eared macaque ate 2 more pieces than usual. However, the shadow pig also ate 5 kilograms of meat. The rest was taken by the demon-eating flower. With the demon-eating flower, there was no need to worry about leftovers. The six-eared macaque walked to Su Kainqian's side and asked, "Master, where is the next check-in point?" Sister Wongking said that it's at the Emerald Waves Lake on Rocky Mountain. There might be the Flood Dragon Demon King there. Su Kainqian said. When the six-eared macaque heard the words Flood Dragon Demon King, he actually took a deep breath. Clearly, the six-eared macaque knew about the Flood Dragon Demon King. The six-eared macaque said, "Master, that Flood Dragon Demon King originally came from the Dragon Palace. But one don't know why the Flood Dragon Demon King was kicked out of the Dragon Palace." Wang Wongking said, "In the settings of the Journey to the West, the Flood Dragon Demon King is the illegitimate son of a certain dragon, king and snake girl because his bloodline is impure. He is not accepted by the Dragon Palace." The six-eared macaque said, "I see." The six-eared macaque was enlightened. He said to Su Kainqian and Wang Wongking, "It's said that the Flood Dragon Demon King's strength is not inferior to the Bull Demon King's. Moreover, it's underwater. My strength might not be comparable to Little Pig Bro." The six-eared macaque knew that Su Kainqian was very strong, but it was impossible for Su Kainqian to take care of them. Therefore, only by being strong could one truly have a life-saving trump card. The six-eared macaque said, "Master, don't enter the Emerald Waves Lake immediately. One think that the Flood Dragon Demon King's combat strength in the water might not be lower than LV 48. And the six-eared macaque wanted to say that the Flood Dragon Demon King was definitely not the only one in the Emerald Waves Lake. Perhaps the Flood Dragon Demon King's mother was also there. Even if the Flood Dragon Demon King was stronger than his mother, the Snake Demon, a demon who could have children with the Dragon King, was definitely not an ordinary person. Perhaps there were many powerful aquatic demons in the Emerald Waves Lake." Su Kainqian nodded. "Little monkey, one know you're worried about my safety, but I'm very powerful. One can protect you." Of course, Su Kainqian would not just watch the six-eared macaque and the others die. At this moment, the shadow pig also walked over. "Martial Ant, did you just say that the Flood Dragon Demon King is the illegitimate son of the Western Heaven Dragon Palace?" the shadow pig asked. Wang Wongking said, "That's the setting in the Journey to the West. This is the Western Demon Realm. There are still many differences. If it's not far from the truth, it will be even more difficult." Thankfully, the Western Demon Realm was only a low-end version of the Journey to the West. If it was a high-end version, it would really be impossible to clock in. If the Western Demon Realm was a high-end version of Journey to the West, it would not be an Otherworld Instance dungeon with a 7-star difficulty factor. Instead, it would be an 8-star, 9-star, or even a 10-star Otherworld Instance dungeon. After all, Su Yong had publicly said that there was really an immortal dungeon. That immortal dungeon might be a 9-star or even a 10-star Otherworld Instance dungeon. The Shadow Pig said, "If we really kill the Flood Dragon Demon King, will we offend the entire Dragon Palace?" The Shadow Pig had always lived in the Western Demon Realm, so he naturally knew how powerful the Western Heaven Dragon Palace was. The six-eared macaque said, "That Flood Dragon Demon King is the son abandoned by the Western Heaven Dragon King. If we can really kill him, perhaps the Western Heaven Dragon King will only hate us." In the six-eared macaque's eyes, the Flood Dragon Demon King was just an abandoned pawn. At most they would bear a grudge, and would not send troops to surround them. Moreover, the six-eared macaque wanted to get the Ri Jinku Bang Needle form from the Dragon Palace. Of course, with his current strength, he could not do this at all, so he had to rely on Su Kainqian and the others. If he obtained the Ri Jinku Bang Needle form, the six-eared macaque believed that he would definitely be able to display all his strength and deal with stronger demons. Amidst the discussion, after eating, the demon-eating flower was also full. Although the Bull Demon King did not have much meat, the power it contained was extremely huge. At this moment, Su Kainqian, Wang Guangqing, the six-eared macaque, and the shadow pig all looked at the demon-eating flower in front of them. In their eyes, the demon-eating flower's body underwent a shocking change. It was a transformation. Part 7 ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.